if you want to pass CSEET with very, very high marks, the most important thing is you need to take mock exams. You need to practice lot of MCQ questions. You need to have a summarized notes. Who is going to give you that? Yes, at Ekcel Academy, we will be giving that to you. You just have to go to the description. It is completely free, no charge. Go to the description, click on the link. It will take you to our website, excelacademy.com, to the CSEET course, and you will get access to the free notes, the mock exam, the questions, the practice questions for MCQ. If you practice all this, you are very sure to get high marks in CSEET, which gives you a lot of confidence for executive. And what do we have in this video? Just in case you don't know me, I am Company Secretary Alok. I'm the founder of Ekcel Academy. Here we have entire business communication, which is completely free. On YouTube, this class will be there. Complete business communication. If you watch this video, you are very sure to do very well, right? So let us go into the video, and don't forget to click on the link in the description and get all the notes and MCQ and mock exam for free for CSEET. All the best to you.
Hello all. So today we will be starting with the business communication of CSEET, and we will be beginning with the first chapter, that is English grammar and its usage. So let's begin. So yes, what exactly is grammar? So when we speak of the word grammar, it's a very commonly used term, but what exactly does it mean? So grammar basically means the set of rules that is followed in any particular language. So any language that we speak will have a grammar in it. So it is basically the rules that define how a particular language is to be used. Now, there are two terms which define grammar. So we have accidents and we have syntax. So what is accidents? So accidents basically speaks about inflections, or how the manner in which the words are changed and how it modifies the language that we speak. Similarly, syntax is the manner in which we arrange the words and form sentences. So accidents and syntax are two very important components of any language's grammar. Coming to the language of English. So in English grammar, there are various parts of the speech. To be very specific, there are 8 parts of the speech. So as you can see here, we have noun, pronoun, adjectives, verb, adverb, preposition, conjunction, and interjection. So in this chapter, we will be dealing with each of these parts of the speech one by one. So we will be understanding the depth of it and also understanding it with an example. So beginning with noun, what exactly is noun? So noun is basically naming word. So when we say naming word, what does it mean? It means the word that is used to identify any particular name, place, animal, or thing. Now, say for example, if I am saying computer, computer is a noun. Pen is a noun. Company, it is a noun. Now coming forward to the types of nouns. So there are 3 types of noun. So we have the common noun, the collective noun, as well as the proper noun. So what is common noun? Common noun is the noun that gives the identification to any particular object. That is, to identify what particular thing it is. So say for example, when I was mentioning about company. So company is a common noun. It could be any company. But when we come to proper noun, it has to be a specific company. So say for example, if I am saying Amazon. Yeah. So Amazon becomes a proper noun, whereas company becomes a common noun. Similarly, as you can see in this picture, we have a phone. So phone is a common noun, and here we have an iPhone. So iPhone becomes a proper noun. So common noun is the noun that is given to any particular object to commonly identify them, but to particularly identify them, we have a proper noun. So what exactly is a collective noun? So collective noun are those words that are used to describe a group of objects or a group of people. So say for example, as you can see here, this is a pack. So this is a pack of cards. So this pack is a collective noun. Similarly, we have crowd of people. So people is a common noun. When we say crowd of people, it is a collective noun because it is representing the entire crowd as such. So this is our first parts of the speech, that is the noun. So we learned about how noun is a naming word, and further we saw the 3 types of nouns, that is common noun, collective noun, as well as proper noun. Yes, moving on to the next one. So say for example, let's take the example of a sentence. So if we are speaking of any particular company. Say, for example, company ABC. So if we say company ABC was incorporated in the year 2015, and again, we have to address company ABC in any particular sentence. So I am saying company ABC was incorporated in 2015. Company ABC was started by 2 shareholders. Company ABC had 3 directors in the beginning. So if you see here, I am continuously using the word company ABC, right? So instead of having to use this continuously on a continuous basis, what we can do is we can have a pronoun. So instead of using company ABC, we can use it. So it here becomes a pronoun. So the usage will go something like this. So we will say that company ABC was incorporated in the year 2015. It was started by 2 shareholders and it had 3 directors. So as you can see here in this particular example, first we used company. So this was the noun, right? So noun. And then we used it. So it became the pronoun. So pronoun is the noun that is, the word that is used instead of the noun. So again, there are 3 types of pronouns. We have personal pronouns, relative pronouns, and possessive pronouns. So personal pronouns is like what I was mentioning about earlier. So we were using it, right? So similarly, we have I, she, he, or we. Basically, it is used to indicate any particular person. So if we say Mr. A was the director of the company, he was also the shareholder. So here, instead of Mr. A, we are using the word he. So he becomes the pronoun that we have used here. Now, relative pronoun is something that gives a relation to the noun that we have said. So if we say Mr. A was the director who held 20% share capital in the company. So here we have who, that becomes a relative pronoun. So in the personal pronoun, we had he, and here we have who, which becomes the relative pronoun. Similarly, we have possessive pronouns. So possessive pronouns are those which are used to show possession of any particular item. So if we say this company belongs to them, right? So them becomes the possessive pronoun, or this company is theirs. So here we are indicating whom the company belongs to and where is the possession. So this is how we will have the pronouns bifurcated. So we have personal pronouns, relative pronouns, as well as possessive pronouns. Moving on to the next one. Yes, the next one that we have is adjective. So we spoke about nouns, right? So if we are defining that noun or if we are describing that noun, so any word that we use to describe a person, place, or animal or thing will become adjective. Similarly, if we are seeing the quantity of any of this, it will also become an adjective. So if we say company A has been very successful in its journey, so successful becomes an adjective. Or if we say director A is very smart, then smart becomes an adjective because we are using this particular word to define the noun. So here in case of this, we have defined the noun company. And in case of this, we have defined the director. So this way, any word that is used to define a noun will be called as adjectives. Similarly, if we are telling the quantity, so if we say the profits of the company have been very high or the profits of the company have been very low. So this way, any word that defines a noun becomes an adjective. Yes, coming to verbs. So now what exactly are verbs? So verbs indicates the action that is taken up by a noun. So verb is basically action word. So verbs are action words. So now it tells or asserts something about a person or a thing, and it is the most important word in a sentence. So if a sentence consists of only a noun, we will not understand what the particular noun is doing. So in order to understand what the particular noun is doing, we will use verbs. That is the part of the speech, verbs. So now just coming to a few examples in verbs. Yes. So if you could see here in our module, we have a few examples of verbs. So as you can see here, what a person or a thing does. So here we have that Rohit runs. So Rohit is our noun. Correct? Yes, Rohit is our noun and run becomes the verb. So here runs indicate what Rohit is doing. Similarly, we have a thing that is the bell rings. So now what a person does or what is done to a person. Yes. So what is done to a person of a thing? So here we are saying Ram is beaten. So Ram is the noun here and beaten becomes the verb. So this way, any action that is being taken by the subject or being done to the subject, that becomes a verb. Similarly, the boy is hurt, the chair is broken, I feel sad. So verb is basically used to define what is done by the subject or the noun. Yes. So next comes is adverb. So what exactly is adverb? So adverb is something that modifies the meaning of the sentence. So now in this particular example, if you see, we had mentioned that the director is smart. Now, if I am going to add the director is exceptionally smart. So here there is an adjective which is smart, but if I am saying exceptionally smart, it means that in addition to being, he is smart in a level that is exceptional. So here exceptional becomes the adverb because it is modifying the meaning of the adjective smart. So let's just look at a few examples here. Yes. So as we see here, the CEO is an exceptionally sharp manager. So he is a sharp manager, but adding the word exceptionally will have the adverb added to it. The cash counter is right behind you. It means, so behind could be at any extent, but saying right behind you will give you the exact position of the cash counter. So this way, if we are modifying the meaning of the adjective or the noun, that will be with the use of the adverb. Yes. Moving on to the next one. So next up we have preposition. So what exactly is preposition? So as you can see, the word itself has position. So very clearly, preposition are those parts of the speech that are used to show the relationship between the word. So basically positioning the word, whether it could be in terms of time or place. So if you can see here, the space about the house, about the room houses the conference facility. So if we want to see where the conference facility is, we will use the word above. Similarly, in this picture, if you can see here, this ball is in the box or inside the box, right? So in or inside becomes the preposition that we are using here. So basically, in terms of time or in terms of place, if we want to address anything, we use preposition. So now coming to time, if we are basing this in time, so if we say the project is way behind the schedule, so it is not literally behind, but in terms of time. So we are using the word behind, and behind becomes the preposition. So both in terms of the place as well as in terms of the time, prepositions can be used. Just to look at a few examples, let's go back to our module. Yes. So there are a few prepositions that we have here about. So if we say we were discussing about the upcoming project. Similarly, across. The shop is across the street. So this way we will know where the shop is by using the word across. Similarly, ahead, along, at, away, over or round. So this way we will be, with the use of these prepositions, we will be able to identify where the particular noun is, both in terms of time as well as space. Yes. Coming to conjunctions. Conjunctions are basically connecting words. So primarily there are two conjunctions in the English language. So we have and we have but. So conjunctions, as I mentioned, it is basically connecting words, simple words. All right. So something that connects two sentences, two phrases, or two clauses, that becomes conjunctions. So primarily in English, we have and or but. So if, say, for example, we are saying Director A brought in 20% of the share capital and also granted a loan of rupees 1 lakh to the company. So here and becomes the conjunction. And but. So if we say this particular student was exceptionally good at mathematics, but he had to improve in English language. So if you see here, there are two separate sentences as such, but is giving the connection between the two sentences. So depending on the context, we have to use and or but. They are correlative conjunctions. So basically they relate to particular sentences. And as you can see here in the picture, we have cookies as well as we have milk. So I am going to say cookies and milk. So and becomes my conjunction and becomes my connecting word between cookies and milk. So this way conjunctions are used. Coming to interjection. Interjection is basically the part of the speech that is used to express strong feelings or emotions. So as you can see here, we have wow. So similarly, we can have oh, or we can have alas, or we can have when somebody's won a match, we can say hooray. So this way, interjections are those words which help us express emotions which are sudden, like exclamation. So those are interjections. Yes. So just to summarize the 8 parts of the speech that we have just learned. Yes. So the first one was noun. So we had noun. So noun were basically naming words. We had naming words. Then we had 3 types of noun. That is the common noun, collective noun, and the proper noun. Second up, we had pronouns. Pronouns are the words that are used instead of nouns. That is, again, we had 3 types of pronouns. That is personal pronoun, relative pronoun, and possessive pronouns. Then coming up, next up, we had adjectives. So adjectives are the words that describe any particular noun. So these are describing words. Like we say the sun is shining too bright, or the day is very hot, or the director is very intelligent. So these way we have adjectives. Yes. Next up, we have verb. So verbs are basically action words. So what the particular subject or our noun is doing. Next, we had adverbs. So adverbs were basically that modifies the existing meaning by adding another word. So it modifies the meaning. So as we were mentioning, the CEO is exceptionally smart. So here we have CEO, that is the noun, smart, which is the adjective. But with the addition of the word exceptionally, we have given it an additional meaning. So here exceptionally acts as the adverb. Next up, we have preposition. So what is preposition? It gives the position of the object, position of the noun, and it can be on the basis of time or place. So if I am say I am way behind schedule, that becomes a behind becomes a preposition in terms of time. And if I am saying the cabinet is right above the bookshelf, then above becomes the preposition here. Coming to the next one, that is conjunction. So conjunction are basically connecting words. So words that connect two words, sentences, or phrases. And primarily in the English language, we have 2 conjunctions, that is and or but. Coming to the last one, we have interjections. And, and interjections, yes, interjections are emotions or words that describe strong feelings or emotions. So we have oh, wow. So all of these come under interjections. So this was a summary of our first part of this chapter, that is the 8 parts of speech in the English language. So yes, moving on to the next one. Yes. So after the 8 parts of the speech, we will be next dealing with articles. So what is articles? So articles are any word that is added before a noun. So before a noun, if we are adding any article, any word, then that is called an article. So there are 3 articles in the English language. So we have a, we have the, and we have an. So what exactly do these articles do? So the article helps us in defining and identifying the subject. So if I am saying he is a doctor, all right. So I am saying he is a doctor. Then a becomes an article here, and it is indefinite because we are not using this to identify any particular doctor as such. We are just defining that particular person. Mr. A is a doctor. Okay. But if we are saying the doctor will come at 8 o'clock, then we know which particular doctor we are talking about. So here the doctor becomes defined because we are using the word the. So first we had indefinite article, that is a. Then we had the definite article, that is the. And an is also an indefinite article, but an is used before any word that begins with a vowel. So we use an for any word that begins with a vowel. So say for example, if I am saying I carried an umbrella with me. So an becomes the article here. So articles basically help us in defining and identifying the noun that we are talking about. So three articles, just to summarize quickly, we have indefinite article. Under indefinite article, we have both a and an. So a is used before any word that has a consonant and an is used before any word that has a vowel. And the, if we are speaking of any definite or identified noun, then we use the article the. Yes. Coming to the tenses of sentences or tenses of the verbs that we are using. So what exactly is tenses? So tenses are basically words that are, or no, the manner in which we form the sentences just to indicate the time in which the action was taken. So primarily, there are three types of sentences. We will be understanding those with these examples. So here, it's saying, I write this letter to my mother. So as you can see here, this person is currently writing this letter, which makes this present tense, means it is happening currently at the present moment. Now, here it says, I wrote the letter yesterday, which means that this particular action has already been taken and it is in the past. So this becomes past tense. Now, here the third example says, I shall write another letter tomorrow. It means that the subject intends to write the letter, but they're yet to write. They will write it at a future date. So this becomes future tense. So we have three types of tenses here. We have the present tense, we have the past tense, and we have the future tense. So this way, these tenses will determine the time at which the subject has taken that particular action. So if we say, we we are playing the football match today, which means that it is happening at the present. Or if it was in the past tense, we would say we played the match yesterday. Similarly, if we want to indicate that we will be playing the match in the ahead time, then we will say, I will be playing or we will be playing the match tomorrow, which indicates that it is future tense. Yes. Now coming to the subtypes of tenses. So primarily we understood that there are three types of tenses, that is present, past and future. Now within this we have further four types of tenses, that is in the exact manner in which we are using that particular tense. So here I have taken the example of the four types of present tenses. So let's understand this with an example. So here it says, I read a book, which means that there is no indication exactly whether today, if I'm reading the book, whether I have completed it or not. So it is a little incomplete, right? So here, I read a book becomes simple present tense when there is no exact indication of whether I have completed this or not, but it is in process. That is, I am currently reading this book. So I read a book becomes simple present tense. Here it says, I am reading a book. So it means that this is in process. This is currently happening. So because we have used the word ing, this becomes a present continuous tense. Similarly, we have present perfect. So as you can see here, I have read a book. So this is very crisp and to the point wherein we are not saying I am reading a book, that becomes present continuous, but we are saying I have read a book, which makes it perfect. That is, it is understood that the book has been read by the subject. Next, last one is the present perfect continuous tense, where we are saying, I have been reading a book. So it is continuous because it has the word reading, and we are also saying have been reading, which makes this present perfect continuous tense. So quickly to understand, we had three types of tenses, that is past, present, and future. And further within this, we have four types. So we have simple present, present continuous, present perfect, and present perfect continuous. Similarly, likewise, just like we have in present, we also have it in past and future. So let's go back to the module to quickly look at a few examples. Yes. So here, as you can see, we have present tense. The present tense has four forms. Similarly, the past tense also has the following four forms. So if you can see here, I jumped. The use of the word jumped indicate that this action has already been taken place, which indicates that this is past tense. But there is no exact indication as to when this was taken. So this becomes simple past. I was jumping from the window. So there is a was here. Was indicates that this was already done. So this becomes past. And here it says jumping. So the use of the word jumping helps us understand that this is continuous. So this becomes past continuous. I had jumped from the window. So the first one just said that I jumped from the window, but here there is a use of another word had, which makes this past perfect. Similarly, we also have I had been jumping from the window. So jumping indicates that this is continuous and had been indicates that this is past perfect. So this particular sentence becomes in past perfect continuous. So similarly, we also have for future tense. So just to look at future tense, it says I shall or will jump. So this becomes simple future because there are no additional words that are being used. I shall be jumping. So it says that they will jump, but they've used the word jumping, which means that this becomes continuous. That is future continuous. I shall have jumped. I will have jumped. So this becomes future perfect. And similarly, we have I shall or I shall have been jumping, which makes this future perfect continuous. So by having these further categorization within these tenses, we will be able to identify the exact tense in which we are using these particular words. Yes. So just coming back quickly to the voices. That is, we have the active voice and the passive voice. So what exactly does active voice and passive voice mean? So here, currently in active voice, so it is the manner in which you use any particular sentence. So here in active voice, the subject becomes, the subject of the sentence performs the action. So subject becomes main. Subject is the one that is written initially, followed by the verb. All right, so subject is first. So in case of active, we have subject is first. And then we have the verb which comes next. And then we have a second subject. Which comes towards the end. So understanding this with a very simple example, we are saying in this sentence that John built the house. So here it is very clear that our subject John has built the house. So as you can see here, there is the first subject, then there is the verb, and then there is a next subject. So we have two nouns and there is a verb as well in between. So here we are giving importance to the first noun, that is the person performing the action. So here who is performing the action? John is performing the action of building the house. So John becomes the primary focus and hence this particular sentence is in active voice. Coming to passive voice, the subject of the sentence is acted upon by the verb. So the secondary subject that we had in the first sentence becomes the first word that is used. So here we are saying the house was built by John. So the person performing or the subject performing comes towards the end and the secondary noun takes the first position. So as you can see here, there are two manner, I mean the same sentence with the same meaning, but the manner in which this particular sentence is being framed determines the voice that is being used. So active voice is something that is used generally in our daily communication, in our spoken language, whereas passive voice is something that is used in written communication or more like formal communication, especially in legal setup. So this way, depending on the context or the manner in which we are communicating, we use active or passive. Yes. Further coming to sentence construction. So just how, as we were talking about the tense in which we are using the sentence or the voice in which we are using the sentence, we need to understand how sentences are constructed. So say for example here, what exactly is sentence construction? So sentence construction indicates the group of words that make a complete sentence. The group of words that make a complete sentence. So all the group of words combining together makes a sentence. So that exactly is what sentence means. So here there are four examples All of these are sentences, but the manner in which these sentences are framed determines the type of sentence. So let's just read them first and then identify which exact sentences these are. So the government has decided to disinvest its stake in Air India. Would this step enable them to turn this PSU around? Bring about a change of ownership? What a way to bridge the fiscal deficit. So as you can see here, all these four are combination of words and all these four are a group of words and they want to express something. But the manner in which these words are arranged determines the types of sentences. So coming to the first one. Here, the government has decided to disinvest in stake in India. So this particular it's just an indicative or informative of what the government has decided to do. So this particular sentence becomes a statement. Okay, so this becomes a statement. Now here there is a question. Would this step enable them to turn this PSU around? So here, while we're expressing, we are asking something. Here we have the word would, and we also have a question mark in the end. So this is a sentence, but this is a sentence in the form of a question. Next, bring about a change of ownership. So this might look like a statement, but it is not a statement because there is a authoritative communication that is taking place here. And hence this becomes a command. So this is a command to bring about a change of ownership. And last one, what a way to bridge the fiscal deficit. So here, as you can see here, there is an exclamation. There is a feeling that is being expressed. What a way. So this is a use of an interjection that we were speaking of earlier. So this becomes a exclamatory sentence. So these way, depending on the manner in which these words are arranged and the words are used, we can determine the type of sentence that we have constructed. Yes. Further, depending on the number of words that we are using, we can also determine the type of sentences. So just coming here, clause. So first one, clause is a group of words that form a part of the sentence and it has a subject and a predicate of its own. So basically, what is the subject? Subject is the main part of the sentence, the main component, and predicate is the supporting part of it. So clause, to form a clause, just having a subject and a predicate is enough. So now next up is the simple sentence. So simple sentence has one finite verb and one independent clause. So let us understand this with an example. So just coming back to our module to understand the type of sentences. Yes. Yes. So here, first we are speaking about simple sentences. So what exactly is simple sentences? So we spoke about how it has only one finite verb and one independent clause. So here, this courage won him honor. So this sentence is very short, wherein we have courage, which is being the noun, and won, which is being the verb here. So here there is one finite verb, that is one, and one independent clause, which is the clause here, honor. So this way, this is a very simple sentence and thus it has only one finite verb and one independent clause. Next up, we have compound sentences. So what exactly is compound sentences? Compound sentence is made up of two or more independent clauses. So so there are two types here. We have compound and then we have complex. So compound is something that has two independent clauses, whereas complex is something wherein one of the clauses dependent on the other. So just to understand compound sentence, so here it says night comes on and rain heavily fell and we all got very wet. So here the use of the word and, as you can see here, it is a conjunction and this particular conjunction is connecting three different sentences. We have the night comes on, the rain fell heavily and we all got very wet. So these are separate sentences and these have been joined with the help of a conjunction. So this becomes a compound sentence. But coming to complex sentence has two parts wherein first one is an independent clause and next one has one dependent clause at least. So depending on the independent clause, there is a clause that follows. So here, the human brain never stops working until you stand up to speak in public. So the use of the word until indicates that this particular activity is depending here. All right. So here, the human brain never stops working until you stand up in public. So as you can see here, one sentence is dependent on the other. So even though both the sentences are very long, the type of sentences, the type of conjunction that is used to connect the two determines whether it is a compound sentence or whether it is a complex sentence. So just to summarize what we have gone through after the parts of the speech. Yes. So now, just to understand after the parts of speech what we have dealt with, let's begin with the tense. So we spoke about tenses. So now that we know, we have past tense, something that has already been taken place. Then we have the present tense, something that is currently happening. And then we have the future tense, something that is yet to happen or will happen in the future. And in this, we have further categories. That is, we have simple past, simple present, simple future. Then we have simple continuous, present continuous, and future continuous. Then we have perfect, that is past perfect, present perfect, and future perfect. And then lastly, we have continuous, that is past perfect continuous, future perfect continuous, as well as present perfect continuous. And next up, we had the voices. So we have two types of voices here, the active voice and the passive voice. So active voice is the one that begins with the subject, and passive voice is the one that begins with the verb or the secondary subject. And then we had sentences, wherein we understood that sentences are a group of words and they contain at least one subject, that is one noun, and then one predicate. So this is something that defines the subject. So if I'm saying John was playing, so John becomes the subject and predicate is playing, which helps us understand what the subject was doing. Yes. So again, coming to sentences, we saw four types of sentences in the beginning with examples. So we had statement, wherein this is just an indication of facts. Then we had a question, wherein something was being asked. Then we had a command, wherein something was being ordered. And lastly, we had an exclamation. Then coming to the types of sentences based on the number of words or its length, we had simple sentences where there is one noun, one word. Then we had complex sentences. So complex sentences wherein there were two connected sentences being used, wherein both are independent, wherein one is dependent on the other. So there is at least one dependent clause. And then there was compound, wherein two were independent and they were joined with a conjunction. Yes. So I hope everything is clear so far. So let's proceed to the next part of this chapter. Yes. Further, we have sentence constructions. So let's understand this with examples. So loose sentences are those that are used as a part of daily communication where it doesn't have to be very formal. So these are not tightly bound. So here in loose types of sentences, we are saying that the RBI intervened in the forex market as there were strong rumors about an intense speculative activity caused by the spurt in the import. So as you can see here, this is a sentence that we would use while conversing orally as well as written, but mostly this is used in informal setups wherein the conversation is mostly oral or informal. But similarly, if the same sentence was to be written in a periodic format, so this comes more where we are using formal communication as well as where we are using written communication. So the same sentence here can be written in this format. This is more of a passive voice. And if you can read this here, As there were strong rumors about an intense speculative activity caused by the certain imports, the RBI intervened in the forex market. So we see we are giving an emphasis to the reason why RBI has intervened in the forex market. So this is something that we would use in written communication while drafting any documents as such. Coming to shorter sentences and longer sentences. So as the name indicates, shorter sentences are those which are very short in nature, which are to the point. So if you could see here, thank you for your order. The goods will be sent soon. The duplicate copy of this bill is enclosed. So if you can see here, this paragraph consists of all short sentences where there is just one subject and one verb. So similarly, contrary to this, we have longer sentences wherein even though this is a paragraph, the sentences that are used in the paragraph are longer. That is, we have more than one noun or there is more than one verb that is being used. So say for example, the conference opened on the 10th of June in Shimla. So you can see there are multiple nouns that are going in this single sentence along with the verb. More than 200 company secretaries will take part. The purpose is to deliberate on the merits of the new Companies Act 2013 and propose amendments. So as you can see here, there is also a compound sentence that forms part. So compound sentence naturally becomes a long sentence. So in addition to the types of sentences we learned earlier, we also have these four types of sentences. Yes. Coming to another very interesting yet simple topic, the prefixes and suffixes. So yes, what exactly is prefix? To begin with, prefix is a word or a part of the word that is placed in front of another word to change this meaning. So just to give a refresher, we have used the word front here, and this is our preposition. So here it indicates the position at which this particular word will be used. So here we are saying that prefix is a word that is placed in front of another word to change its meaning. So we will have a root word, and then if we add a prefix to it, it will become, it will change the meaning of the word. So the meaning of the prefix can help us understand the meaning of the word. So here un is a prefix. Un is the prefix here, which means not. And then we have happy. So if we are saying unhappy, it becomes not happy. So here happy is the root word and un is the prefix. So as you can see in the image that is depicted here, we have happy, that is the root word. And by adding un here, the meaning of this word change. So happy, the opposite of it, we are adding un. So it becomes unhappy. So we have happy over here. And then by adding the word un here, the meaning changes entirely. So un becomes the prefix. So just to understand this with a few examples, there are a lot of group of prefixes. So here in our previous case wherein we were saying un. So un gave us the opposite meaning of the word that is our root word. So our root word was happy. By adding unhappy, we indicate sad. Right? So similarly, we have group of prefixes wherein we will be able to understand the manner in which it is changing the meaning of the word. We have supporting, opposing, negative. So let's see this with examples. So yes, coming to the first one, that is our supporting prefixes. Supporting prefixes are the one that adds meaning to the root word or is in support of the root word. So it does not go against the root word. So if you can see here, there is market. Then we have added the word pro, which means that this is pro market. This is in support of the market. So if we say stock, this particular stock, the rise in the price of this stock was pro market, which indicates that this is for the market, this is good for the market. Or this particular person is pro-life, which means that they are in support of life. So pro indicates being, supportive to our roots. Similarly, we have proactive, wherein we are saying that if a person needs to be active, but if he is proactive, then it adds meaning to our root word, which is active. So active becomes the root word over here. So this is supporting prefixes, wherein your prefix is for our root word. Next is opposing prefixes. So opposing prefixes is exactly the opposite of supporting prefixes. So this is the opposite of supporting prefixes. So here, say for example, we are using anti. So anti means against. So if I am using this prefix anti before any word, then it is going to indicate that this particular word is against the word. So if you say here antibody or anti-social. So if I am saying he is a social person, okay, if I add the prefix anti, then that will change the meaning entirely, saying he is an antisocial person. So this indicates that that person is against being social. That person does not want to be social. So this becomes an opposing prefix wherein we are changing the meaning or going against our root word. Yes. Similarly, we have negative prefixes. So there is a small difference between our opposing prefixes and our negative prefixes. Opposing is going against the root word. Negative is the root word being absent entirely. So there are two different things. So coming to negative prefixes, it denotes the absence of the distinguishing factors of the root words. So just to understand with a very simple example, we have dishonest over here. So if I am saying he's an honest person and then if I'm saying he's a dishonest person, so this indicates absence of honesty. So by writing this, we are not going against honesty. We are not anti-honest. We are dishonest, which means that honesty is missing in this particular person. Similarly, we have injustice, wherein I am not against justice. I am saying justice is absent. So that becomes a negative prefix. So here I am saying justice is absent. So opposing prefix indicates going against something. So just to write this down, opposing is against the root word and negative is absence of the root word. So this way, just by adding a three-lettered or a two-lettered word, the meaning of the root word may change entirely. Yes. So to understand the remaining few prefixes, let's quickly jump back to the module. Yes. So these are the types that I was mentioning about earlier, the types of prefixes. So we spoke about we spoke about supporting prefixes, wherein we had something like pro. So we had pro-choice, pro-market, pro-life. Then we moved to opposing prefixes. So opposing prefixes are the ones that are opposed to the action. So if I'm saying clockwise, if I'm saying this particular merry-go-round is turning clockwise, and if I'm saying it's turning anti-clockwise, it means that it is going against clockwise, right? Similarly, if we have contra, so there is contraception, contraindicate, and we have other examples. Now, if I am saying attack, say for example, then if I'm saying counter attack, then this means that it is going against attack. All right, so these are our opposing prefixes. Coming to the next one, negative prefixes. So negative prefixes, as we spoke, are the ones that denote absence of the distinguishing feature. So absence of our root word is what makes a negative. So if I am saying ahistorical, immoral, which means that there is no moral in this particular word, or there is no thesis like belief in God. Or this is not symmetric. If I'm saying this is an asymmetric figure, it means that there is absence of symmetry in the figure. So similarly, we have other words such as aim and dis, in. So this way, negative prefixes will help us understand that there is absence of our root word. We further have ill. So if I'm saying literate, then if I add ill, it becomes illiterate, which means there is absence of literacy. Then we have im. So if I'm saying perfect, and then I'm saying imperfect, which means there is absence of perfection. Similarly, ir. If I'm saying responsible, instead of that, I can say irresponsible. Non. If I am saying sense, and then I'm saying nonsense, it means that there is no sense in this particular word, right? So yes. Quickly moving on to the next one, that is the reversative prefixes. So reversative prefixes is basically undoing the previous act. So the root word, you are undoing it. So if I am saying D and the word is decriminalized. So if you would know, so in various sections of Companies Act, there were acts that were criminalized, wherein they had action that were criminal in nature. But if I am saying those particular sections have been decriminalized, it means that Earlier, they were criminalized. Earlier, there were criminal actions that were taken against the person. But now it is decriminalized, which means that earlier what was criminalized is no longer applicable. Say, for example, I'm adding something in the shopping cart. I have selected it. But if I'm saying deselect, it means I am removing from the shopping cart. So, which means I am undoing my previous act, right? Next, similarly, qualify. So this particular person was qualified for the tournament, but after his malpractice, he was disqualified. So this becomes that you are reversing the qualification that you have done. Similarly, we have untie, unscramble, and unlock. Coming to the next one, that is the derivative prefixes. So derivative prefixes is basically removing something or depriving something of someone of something. Yeah. So coming, if I am saying defrost or debug, so defrost basically means I am defrosting this particular piece in the oven. So I am removing the frost from the piece. Depart. So if I am saying again, so it means depart. So deplane, detrain, decamp, and so on. Then again we have disarm, disillusion, disambiguate, and we also have un. So if we are saying unleaded, unmarked, unhoused, if we are saying untie, all of that, this comes under derivative prefixes. Next. So next, coming up is pejorative prefixes. So what exactly is pejorative prefixes? That express content, disapproval, bad, or wrong. So if we are changing the meaning of the root word and if we are expressing that this particular act is wrong, then we use pejorative prefixes. One main pejorative prefixes that we have is miss, where we are saying miscalculate, which means that our calculation was wrong. So we have added miss here. Misgovern. The chairman did not govern the company properly. So we are saying that this is bad or this is wrong. Similarly, we have misspell, mismanage, misalign, misapply, and misbelieve. So these were pejorative prefixes. Coming to place prefixes. So place prefixes are those that indicate the place or placing of things, situation, etc. So if I am saying circum, all right, so circum means around. So as we all would have used the word circumference. Circumference is the entire area of the circle, the entire outer line of the circle. So that is circumference. So it indicates around. So if I'm saying circumvent, circumnavigate, circumlocution, circumambulate, or circumlunar, so this way it indicates around that particular object or around that particular action. Next, we have extra. So extra is going beyond. So extra could be outside or beyond in the literal sense or even in a metaphoric sense. Where if I'm saying extracurricular activities. So we have curricular activities and extracurricular activities are those which are taken apart or in addition to our regular activities. Similarly, we have four. So if we are saying our forefathers, so indicates that our ancestors that have been there before us. So it is giving them a place, it is giving them a position, whether in terms of time or in the literal sense. We have various other examples also available in the module for our place prefixes as well. Yes. So just to add a few more place prefixes, we have trans, that is across. So if I'm saying transcontinental, which means say a particular transaction or a particular good is being transported, then I can say the transaction was transcontinental. So this means it was across the continents. Right. And next up, we have size and time prefixes, wherein we are saying that the size prefixes denote size. So if this is a very common thing that we see that there is a mega sale, which means that there is a sale, but mega indicates there is a huge sale. So addition of the word mega indicates that this is very large. If it is a megaphone or a mega star, so if we are using the word mega, it indicates that the size is too huge. We have MIDI, where we are saying MIDI computer, MIDI bus, which is medium in size. Then we have mini, which is very common, right? We use this in our daily communication as well. So if I'm saying mini bus, mini phone, mini cab, mini market. So size we have three. We have mega, midi, as well as mini. Next up, coming to the time prefixes, it denotes time. So now X. X is indicating something that was there in the past. So if I'm saying he was an ex-president, she was an ex-student, she is an ex-wife, that is, they were at this position, but at a previous period of time, and they did not hold this position correctly. So if I am saying for, it means before. So I'm saying forenoon, foresee, that is foresee basically means identifying before or looking before the event has happened. Yeah. Similarly, we have neo, post, pre, re. Moving on, we have number prefixes. Yes, number prefixes are something that is very common. So if I am saying monolith, or again some term which is very common in economics, monopoly, it indicates that there is just one particular competitor in the market. So similarly, we have bi, that is uni. If I am saying unicycle, which means a cycle with just one tire. Then we have bicycle, bilingual. So like this, we have all of these prefixes that are used to indicate the quantity or the number. Moving on, we can refer to all of these examples that are available in our module. Next, moving to the status prefixes. So coming, what exactly is status prefixes? So status prefixes indicate the status of that particular root word. So if I am saying co means to own something together or to be a part of something together. So as you can see here, it indicates joint. So if I'm saying co-partner, co-author, co-founder, it means that if I am saying co-founder, all right, it means that there is not one, but more than one partner or a founder. So co indicates the status. So currently the status is that there are two founders or there are more than one founders. Similarly, we have pro, we have vice. So vice indicates that you are subordinate or you are a position below the main person that is being appointed. So we have the vice chairman, vice president. Yeah. So similarly, this will indicate all the statuses of the root word. Next, we have the class changing prefixes. So what exactly are class changing prefixes? So these have the effect of changing the word class, like making transitive verbs from nouns, adjectives, intensifying the force. So if I am saying little, say for example, if I'm saying little, little is an adjective, but if I'm saying belittle, it means I am belittling someone, I am putting down someone. So I have made this adjective in the form of a verb. So in case of belittle, little is the adjective and be is the prefix. So by adding the prefix be to the word little, this has become a word, to belittle someone, right? Yes, and there are various miscellaneous prefixes as well that do not form or fall under any particular category. But just to understand, so we have eco. Again, this is very commonly used wherein we are saying this particular product is eco-friendly or bursting crackers is not eco-friendly. So we can just use this and this doesn't fall into any category as such. So we have eco-friendly, then we have ecosystem. So euro is basically we are saying euro currency. It indicates that this belongs to Europe. Similarly, we have para, quasi, and self. So these are prefixes that are commonly used. So if I am saying motivation, if I'm saying confidence, it could be any person's confidence, right? But if I am saying self-confidence, then it indicates very clearly that this talks about my confidence. It doesn't talk about anybody else's confidence. So here confidence was a noun and self is the prefix. So by adding the prefix self to confidence, this has changed the meaning of the word entirely, right? So it indicates confidence that is specifically to me, specifically applicable to myself. All right. So just to quickly brush upon the type of prefixes that we have done. So we have supportive, which was for the meaning of the word. We had opposing, which was against the meaning of the root word. Then we had negative, which means absence of the root word. Reversative, which reverses the meaning. Derivative, it is to remove something. Place, it indicates the position. Size, as the word clearly specifies, it denotes the size or the volume. Time, it indicates the time. Here it is the amount or the number. Here wherein we saw wherein a adjective was converted into a verb. So we are changing the class of the parts of the speech that is being used. And then we have miscellaneous that do not belong to any category. That is, suppose say eco, self, etc. All right. So these are the type of prefixes that we have and that we use in our day-to-day lives. So moving on to the last topic of today's session, let's talk about the opposite of prefix, that is suffix. So as it is very clear here, suffix is a part of the word that is placed at the end of another word to change its meaning. So both prefix and suffix, the main intention is to change the meaning of the word, but the position at which it is placed is very important. So prefix is placed before the word and suffix is placed after the word. And both of this change the meaning of the root word. Just that the position at which it is placed determines whether it is a prefix or a suffix. Yes. Like say, for example, here we have teach and then we have er. So teach is the root word. So teach currently is a verb. All right. But by adding the verb er, it becomes a noun. So if I am saying teach, it is verb, that is to teach somebody. But if I am saying teacher, it becomes a noun. So by addition of the word er here, the verb has become a noun. All right. So this is what suffixes are. So just to give you a brief into what are the type of suffixes, we have noun suffixes, like how we saw teacher. So teacher was one example of noun suffixes, wherein by adding a suffix, the verb has become a noun or the adjective has become a noun. So say for example here arrange. Arrange is to, organize something. So this is a verb and we are saying ment. So ment here is the suffix. So by adding ment to arrange, it becomes arrangement. And then arrangement is a noun. So as you can see here, by adding ment, the verb has turned into a noun. And that's why ment is a noun suffix. Similarly, we have careless here. So careless is an adjective. And then we have added ness here. So ness is the suffix. Right? So we have carelessness. All right. So here how this became a noun. So carelessness is a noun. All right. Moving forward, we have verb suffixes. So again, the suffixes that turn the root word into a verb. So we have modern. So modern is an adjective wherein we are describing a person or a time. And we are saying nice. So by adding modernize, this is our suffix. Yes. So by adding nice, this becomes our suffix. So please excuse me. Yes, coming to the next step, that is the verb suffixes. So as we saw, noun suffixes was the one that converted our other parts of the speech into a noun. Similarly, these will be those suffixes that convert the word into a verb. So as you can see here, we have modern. So modern is an adjective. And then we have added this suffix nice. So then this particular word becomes modernize. So modernize is a verb. So all right, so by adding the suffix nize, we have made this particular adjective into a verb. So here modernize is a verb. Similarly, we have beauty, which is again an adjective. And then by adding the suffix fy, this becomes beautify, which becomes a verb. All right, so just to set this an example. So by organizing the room, she beautified the look of the room. So we are saying beautify, which means that she increased the beauty of the room. So these are verb suffixes. Yes. Similarly, adjective suffixes are those suffixes which convert any particular word into an adjective. So with a simple example here, we have count. So as we can see here, count is a verb, and by adding the suffix able, this becomes countable. So countable basically, so we can say a countable number of children attended school today, which means that count was a verb. By adding able, we are defining the size. So this becomes a size adjective, wherein we are saying a handful or a countable. Yeah. Next, we are saying care. So care is a verb wherein we care for somebody, we are concerned about something. By adding this suffix less, we make this careless. So then careless becomes an adjective. So if I am saying she is careless when it comes to her notebooks, so careless has become an adjective. All right. Yes. Moving on to the last one, that is adverb suffixes. So adverb suffixes are those that add meaning to the existing word. So if I am saying there is this noun clock, all right, and wise. So wise is the suffix that I am adding here. So then this becomes clockwise. So clockwise indicates the manner in which any particular thing is rotating. So as I was mentioning earlier, the tables were turning clockwise or the group was moving in a clockwise direction. So this indicates that we have converted our noun into an adverb. So clockwise becomes an adverb. All right. Then we have surprising. All right. And by adding the word ly, this is the suffix, it becomes surprisingly. She has surprisingly good voice. Right. So this is surprisingly. So even when earlier we were saying the CEO is exceptionally smart. Right. So he was exceptional. And by adding ly, this suffix, this becomes a adverb. All right. So just going back to the module to understand any examples particularly. Yes. So we have four types here. We have noun, verb, adverb, as well as adjective. So here we have noun suffixes. So by adding act, we have made indicates the quality or a state of being. So we have audacity, we have capacity. All right. So we are saying ant. So say for example, very basic informant. All right. So actually the word is inform. So inform is a verb. But by adding ant, informant became a noun. So informant basically indicates a person who informs something. So this way, by adding the three words ant, this verb was converted into a noun. All right. Similarly, we have other examples wherein there is age, A-I-O-N, wherein if I'm saying collaborate, but by adding I-O-N, it becomes collaboration. So collaborate is a verb, whereas collaboration becomes a noun. Similarly with exploration, evolution, and so on. Then we have IST, ITY, LING, MENT. So if I'm saying arrangement or if I'm saying embarrassment. So embarrass is basically a verb, but by adding MENT, the word becomes a noun. Yes. Yes, coming to verb suffixes are those words which converts the word into a verb. So like we were specifying FY that we spoke about beautify, so purify. So if we are saying purity, but if we are saying pure or purity, and if we add FY to that. So if we are saying that this particular machine purifies the water. So purify has become a word. So pure was the noun and purify becomes the verb. Next, coming to adjective suffixes, we have able. So if I'm saying uncountable, readable, reliable. So rely is a verb. By adding able, we make this reliable, which becomes an adjective. All right. Similarly, we have ed, ful. So if I'm saying power, and then if I'm saying powerful, so full is the suffix that is being added to this particular word. Similarly, ic, less, oid, some, y. All right. So these are all adjective suffixes. Next up, coming to our last part, that is adverb suffixes. So adverb suffixes are those which convert any particular part of speech into an adverb. So if I have ly, so we had surprisingly, exceptionally, greatly. amiably as well as candidly. And then we had wise, wherein we spoke about clockwise, note-wise, tax-wise, and anti-clockwise. So this way, prefixes and suffixes are parts of the speech wherein we add one particular word either before the word or after the word. So if it's before the word, it becomes a prefix. And if we are adding it after the word, it becomes a suffix. And this way, it will change the meaning of the word. So that was our last topic of today's session. So just to quickly go through and see what we have learned so far, I will quickly go through all the slides that we have. Yes. So to begin with, we saw grammar and its usage. We understood the meaning of grammar. Then we saw that there are various parts of the speech. We began with the noun, where it had three parts, common, collective, as well as a proper noun. Then we had pronouns, wherein it is a word used instead of a noun. Then we had adjective, words to describe the noun. Then we had verbs, which are action words, and adverbs is something that changes the or modifies the meaning of the sentence. Then we had preposition, which shows or denotes the place in which the particular noun is. Then we had conjunctions, which are connecting words. And then we had interjections, which were exclamatory words. Then we had the two types of voice, active as well as passive voice. Then we spoke about the three articles, a, and the, wherein a and our indefinite articles and the is our definite article. And we had three types of tenses, basically indicates the time period during which a particular activity was done. So we had the past tense, present tense, and the future tense. And again, to further deep dive into this, we had four different types. We had simple, continuous, perfect, and present perfect, perfect continuous. Then we saw the four types of sentences that we could form. We had statement, question, command, as well as exclamation. And we saw how any sentences consists of at least one subject and one predicate. Then we had a type of sentence based on the number of words that we are using. So we had clause, simple, compound, and complex. And then we had a sentence construction here, wherein we saw loose, periodic, shorter, and longer. Then we came to our topic of prefixes and suffixes, when a prefix is something that is added before the word, and suffix is something that is added after the word, wherein both changes or alters the nature of the word. And then we saw the various types of prefixes that we have, the groups of prefixes. Similarly, we saw the meaning of suffix and the various types of suffixes that we have. Thank you so much. This was part 1 of English grammar and its usage, and we will soon be back with part 2 of this chapter. Thank you so much and goodbye till then. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another class of business communication of CSEET. So today we are going to deal with the part 2 of lesson 1, that is English grammar and its usage. So in the previous class, we learned the importance of grammar as well as the various parts of speech that form a part of the English language. So today, let's dive into the next part, that is part 2 of the first chapter. Yes. So to begin with, today's first topic will be combination words. So what exactly are combination words? So combination words are those words which are combined with already existing words in order to form new words. So basically, combination word is an additional word that is added to a word in the English language that already exists, and the combination of these two will form a new word. So let's take for example, so if we say arc, we can say arc rival. So rival is an already existing word in the English language, and by adding the arc, this becomes a whole new word, that is arc rival. Similarly, we have auto. So if I add auto to biography, autobiography becomes an entirely new word. So in this manner, any word that is added to an already existing word will form a new word, and this word which is added will be known as a combination word. Similarly, to take more examples, we can have bio. So under bio, we can have biography, biology. Similarly, we can have tele. So under tele, we can have telepathy, telephone, television, and then we can have mal. So under mal, we can have malpractice, malfunction, so on and so forth. So this way, all of these words that we can see here, that is bio, tele, mal, and in our previous examples that we took, auto and arc. So all of these become combination words wherein they're added to a word and it forms a completely new word. Yes. So moving on to the next part of this chapter is our punctuation marks. So what exactly are punctuation marks? So as important as the part of speeches are in the English language, punctuation marks are equally important. Why is that so? So punctuation marks gives emphasis on the sentence. It helps us in understand the tone of the speaker while they are writing or even when they are orally speaking. So punctuation marks helps in understanding and marking the separates, that is, separate sentences and also within those sentences to clarify the meaning. So as I was mentioning earlier, it emphasizes the meaning of the sentence and brings about modulation in sentences, that is to express the tone of the user, and it also helps in highlighting certain words. So this way the punctuation marks in English language are very important as how the parts of the speech are. So as we all know, there are multiple punctuation marks. So to begin with, we have the full stop, we have comma, we have exclamatory mark, question mark, semicolon, colon, apostrophe, and the hyphen. So in today's class, we will be going through each punctuation one by one. So to begin with, the first one, we have the space. So the space, even though it is not a mark in itself, it is the most basic form of punctuation that exists in the English language. So how does space help? So space helps separates words, sentences, paragraphs, and chapters. So what space does is it gives a demarcation between the various phrases, words that is used in any particular sentence or any particular paragraph. So if you could see right here itself, between every word, there is a space. So this space helps in differentiating these words, sentences apart from each other. So just as there is space between these words, there is also space between these two sentences. So if you could see here, there is space between these two sentences, which indicates that this sentence is different from the previous one. And similarly, so between words, there will be a single space, as we can all clearly see here. And between paragraphs, there will be a one-line space. So it could be between paragraphs or it could be sentences that form part of different paragraphs. Moving on to the next type of punctuation mark in the English language is the full stop. So full stop, as we all know, is also known as stop, point, or a period. So these are the various terms that are used for full stop. So what exactly is the purpose of using a full stop in any given sentence? So full stop indicates the end of a sentence. So as the name indicates, there is a stop. So at any given point, at the end of any sentence, if there is a full stop, it means that that is an end to a sentence. But what kind of a sentence it is? It will be a declarative sentence. So that sentence should not be a question or a explanation. So to take, for example, the sports club was closed yesterday. So if you could see this sentence is declaring something. It is declaring that the sports club was closed yesterday. So this way, at the end of this sentence, there is a full stop in place here, which indicates that there is no continuation to this sentence and this sentence has officially ended. Further, so after an end of a sentence, what is the next way in which we could use a full stop? So full stops are also used after abbreviations. So to take, for example, if we are saying instead of doctor, if we are using the abbreviation DR, so after that abbreviation, we use a point or a full stop. So this indicates that this is an abbreviation. Similarly, instead of Mr., if we are using MR, so after MR, we are going to put a full stop or a period. So that is after an abbreviation. Then it is also used between numbers or dates and decimals. So say, for example, if we want to take any particular date. So if we want to indicate 3rd of February, 2024, we have also used the full stop right here. And even in case of decimals. So if I say she got 97.2%. So 0.2 is here used in case of decimals. So this way, not only at the end of sentences, but also after abbreviation and also in between numbers, full stop is used. Now, to understand, there might be certain cases wherein the full stop, even though the use might be essential, is omitted. So let's quickly go to our module to see where and all the full stop is omitted. Yes. So even though these might be the end of sentences, full stops will not be used in all of these cases. Yes. So if you could see after addresses that head letters on the envelope. So if we are taking, say, for example, any particular address. So number 1, street 1, Bangalore. So if you could see here, even though this is the end of an address, the full stop is not used here, even though this is the end of the sentence. So there are many cases like this in which full stop will be omitted. So to look at more examples, so after dates, so say for example, I am saying any particular date, so 18th of December 2024. So I have used full stop in between the dates, but after the dates, it is not going to be used. After name that ends letters. So various other examples that we can see where full stop is being omitted. After titles of books, newspaper headlines, subheadings, page numbers, and after acronyms which are pronounced as one word. So say for example, there is a long name and it is abbreviated. So here, like in our earlier case, when we were talking about doctor and Mr., so these are not commonly used abbreviations in terms of they are not a short form of a long word, like multiple long words. So if you could see here, AIDS is actually acquired immune deficiency syndrome, which means that this particular abbreviation is like the first letter of each of the words that form that particular word. So in this case, there is no need to use full stop. But in cases like this, where there is one single word and you have abbreviated it, full stop becomes essential. Similarly, GST is nothing but goods and services tax. But as you can see here, after GST, a full stop is not entered. So again, similarly, more examples will be like World Trade Organization, Greenwich Mean Time, that is GNT, or BBC, that is British Broadcasting Corporation. So in cases like these, full stop will not become essential, even though it looks like full stop is essential. Yes. So moving on to the next part of our punctuation. So after full stop, we have a comma. So comma is again a very commonly used punctuation. So what is the function of a comma? So comma separates phrases within the sentences, separates phrases or helps introduce subordinate clauses. So say for example, we purchased shoes, jeans, purse, and a t-shirt. So if you could see here, there are multiple list of options that are available. So instead of saying we purchased shoes and jeans and purse and a t-shirt, so to make the sentence more crisp and more easy to read and understand, we inserted commas here. So between every particular item that is purchased here, we have introduced a comma, which means that there are subordinate clauses in this, or we are separating phrases or words within sentences. So that is where a comma is used. So now looking into the detailed usage of a comma, let's go back to our module real quick. Yes. So here are the uses of commas which are given in detail in our module. So to read all of these, so some other uses of commas are as follows. To separate main clauses even when they are not linked by a conjunction. So as I was mentioning here, wherever we need to separate the phrases, comma will be used. So the higher the price, the better will be the quality of a goods. So if you could see here, there are two different clauses that are involved as a part of the same sentences. But instead of using a conjunction, we have used a comma in its place. Now, before tags or questions and comments. So here this particular sentence reads, you were late for the meeting, weren't you? So this is a tag that is in addition to this sentence that I am adding here, I'm also asking a question. So to join these two parts of speech, we have used comma here. I was joking, you see. Or when we are saying anything like, this is for your information. Please note. So here there are two different phrases that are involved, and instead of adding a conjunction here, we have used a comma. Yes. So to denote words left out. So Romeo loved Juliet, Majnu Leila. Here it means that instead of using the word loved again, we have used the word, we have used the punctuation mark, comma here. So the sentence could be read as follows. So it says Romeo loved Juliet, Majnu loved Leila. So instead of using the word loved twice in the same sentence, we have used a comma here. Further, moving on to the other uses of comma. So we can say enclose additional thoughts, qualification, or information that is within the word if there are multiple factors that are involved. So say, for example, my son Ajit is the head boy of the school. So instead of saying my son is the head boy of the school, what we have done here, we have inserted a comma here, wrote the name of the son, and then continued with the sentence by inserting another comma here. So if there are multiple, nouns within a sentence, and we want to separate these nouns. So instead of saying my son Ajit is the head boy of the school, by inserting these commas, there is a modulation that is given to the sentence. So the movie was, I believe, well picturized. So this sentence could have been the movie was well picturized, but you want to emphasize that this is your belief. This is as per your belief that the movie was well picturized. Yes. So the next one will be to quote, so to set off direct speech. So what happens is whenever we are speaking in third person and in between we want to quote what another person has said. So before we quote that, we used a comma to understand that now a quote is going to begin. So to quote Confucius, here it says, so before we are quoting that particular person, we have inserted an comma. Then we started with inverted commas where we are saying, he who learns but does not think is lost. He who thinks but does not learn is in great danger. So if you could see here, this particular sentence was quoted by another person. So this person, while quoting it, so before we start the quoting, we have a comma here. So this is indicates that after this, the quote will begin. I am tired, he replied. So again, we are differentiating this quote from the rest of the sentence. And to separate this, we are using a comma. Yes. So next up is to separate adjectives, numbers into units, names, titles. So this is what we were discussing earlier when we said we purchased jeans, t-shirt, purse, and a mobile phone or anything like if you are separating items. So say for example here, he is a smart, reliable, sincere, and hardworking student. So we have separated all of these multiple adjectives using a comma. So instead of saying he is a smart and a reliable and a sincere and a hardworking student, what we have done is we have inserted commas. So this makes the sentence crisp and to the point. Similarly, when we want to bifurcate numbers, that is in whether in tens, hundreds, thousands, lakhs, crores, or millions for that matter, we use commas to give the demarcation or the bifurcation. And this also helps in reading the number better. So if we are writing 1,25,000 here, what we can do is to separate the lakhs and the thousands, we can use a comma here. Again, similarly, when we want to quote multiple degrees that the person holds. So say, for example, this particular person right here. So we are saying they hold a BA, they hold a MA as well as a PhD. And again, to give a reference to the previous topic of discussion, that is our full stops in form of abbreviations. So after, so this is a Bachelor of Arts. So after B, there's a dot. Again, after A, there is a dot. Similarly, there is MA, there is as well as a PhD. Yes. And last example in comma is if we want to denote any particular designation. So we can say Sri Ramnath Kovind, comma, the President of India. So this way, comma helps in separating the sentences whenever there is a change in the part of speech that we are using, or if there are multiple words or phrases that are being used as a part of the same sentence. Okay. Moving on to the next punctuation mark. So far we saw space, full stop, and comma. Coming to the next one. The next one is hyphen. So hyphen or a dash is a punctuation marks that is used between words to clarify meaning or to link compound words. That is, if we want to link compound words. So say for example, if we are saying his 8-year-old son. So in this case, even though 8-year-old, they are all three different distinct words. We have used hyphen in between to indicate that this needs to be read as one whole compound word. So instead of saying 8-year-old. So this looks like three different words. So these do not look like they need to be read together. So instead of that, if I am adding hyphens here, 8-year-old, the user can understand that this has to be used as one single term. So his 8-year-old son. So to understand the uses of hyphen better, let's go back to our module. Yes. So it is used in between words to clarify meaning. So say, for example, yes. So commonly, common cases where hyphen will use, we can read it here as follows. So if we are saying ex-partner, half-truth, quasi-judicial, semi-government. So if you can see here, these are all prefixes that were being used. So we had learned in our part one of the parts of the speech, that is, there will be prefixes and suffixes. So if you could see here, these are all prefixes. So ex, half, quasi, semi, self. So these are all prefixes. And whenever a prefixes is used to another word, we can use a hyphen in between to denote that there is a prefix that is added to the word. Similarly, just how we have a prefix, we also have suffixes wherein before adding a suffix, we use a hyphen. So we are saying bull, like get together, profit taking. So all of these are suffixes that are added to the word. And before that particular suffix is added, we have a hyphen that is added in place. So going into more detail, so when the main part of a word begins with the capital letter. So if you could see all of these words, they are proper noun, and obviously proper noun begins with a capital letter. So if you are adding any prefix before a before like a proper noun which includes the first letter to be a capital letter, so after that prefix you add a hyphen. And similarly in the case when the prefix is repeated, so we can say subcommittee. Further, if the sub is repeated twice, so if we are saying subcommittee, so under the subcommittee, there is another subcommittee, then between these two repeated words, we insert a hyphen. Moving further with all the uses of hyphen, so when a noun and a verb are combined to form a word. So if you could see here, we have hand operated. So hand is a noun, whereas operated is a verb. So when we are joining these two, we can say we have to add a hyphen and these two become a compound word. Similarly, we have handwritten. So when we are saying handwritten, hand is a noun, written is a verb, and there is a hyphen that joins the two. Similarly, we can say self-taught. So if we are saying he was a self-taught teacher, then this hyphen becomes the punctuation mark that joins self as well as taught. Similarly, in addition to noun and verb that we just saw, it is also used in case of an adjective as well as a noun that is combined. So if we are saying blue pencil, loose leaf, long grain, open air. So if you could see here, blue, loose, long, open, these are all adjectives that are used to describe the nouns that are in place here. That is pencil, leaf, grained, air, minded, or that matter. Similarly, when two adjectives are combined, we can also use hyphen to combine the two words. Old-fashioned, short-sighted, red-blooded. Now, when compound words express an and relation. So instead of using the word and, if we want to make the word more crisp, we can also add a hyphen in between. So if you could see here, instead of saying this memory was bitter and sweet, so instead of that, we can say this memory was bittersweet. So if we have used hyphen here, so this has also shortened the word instead of using a conjunction, and this word becomes more easier to use for the reader. So we have deaf, mute, socioeconomic, secretary, and treasurer. So if we are saying she was the secretary and treasurer of the union, we can say she was the secretary treasurer of the union. Next, we have in between words that are used, and it is also used to link the starting and ending point of a series. Now, say for example, Delhi-Jaipur highway. So Delhi is the starting point of this highway as well as Jaipur is the ending point of the highway. So instead of saying the highway begins at Delhi and ends at Jaipur, we can just use a hyphen and this will indicate that this highway begins at Delhi and ends at Jaipur. Yes. So just a last few examples for hyphen. When a word has to be broken at the end of a line of printing or writing and to avoid confusion or ambiguity. So we are saying an Indian history teacher or an Indian history teacher. So this way you can read this as one whole word or one word that has to be like read together. Next up, to prevent confusion between a new formation and a conventional word with the same prefix. So if we are saying recreation, now this looks like one single word, but what is it? It is actually the prefix that is being added. So to give a clear demarcation that re is a prefix that is added, we use hyphen here. So as against using recreation, we can use a hyphen here and this will indicate that these are two separate words or this is a prefix that is added to an already existing word. So that was the various use of hyphens that we have in place currently. Yes. Moving on to the next punctuation mark. So we have the semicolon. So semicolon is again used to separate two or more phrases. But then how is it different from comma? So when we were studying or learning about comma, we understood that comma is used to separate phrases or words within a sentence. So when is semicolon used? Semicolon is also used to separate, but what it is used to separate? Two or more independent clauses, and all of these clauses have equal importance. So semicolon is again used to separate, but the importance is higher here because the clauses or the words that they are separating, they are all of equal importance and they're all independent of each other. So in case of a comma, we were saying like, say, for example, he is a smart, reliable, and a hardworking student. So these are all related to each other. So smart, reliable, hardworking. So if you could see here, smart, reliable, hardworking, these are all related to each other. It is related to that particular student. So we have used comma. So let's see an example wherein a semicolon is used to separate the phrases or words. So in our Companies Act, we have a definition of a promoter. So here it says promoter means a person. So now which person will be known as a promoter? So there are three cases in which a person can be called a promoter. So now, again, these three cases are independent of each other, like we were reading earlier, and they all are of equal importance. So even if one of these conditions is satisfied, this person will be called a promoter. And that's why we are saying that all of these three are of equal importance and they are all independent of each other. So if we could just read this definition right here, we are saying a promoter means a person who has been named in the prospectus or identified by the company in the annual report. Then there is a semicolon here, or who has control over affairs of the company. Again, there is a semicolon here, or in accordance with whose advice the board of directors is accustomed to act. So if we could see here, all of these definitions are independent of each other and they're all of equal importance. And that's why instead of a comma, we have used a semicolon. Yes. Moving on to the next punctuation mark. So the next one is a colon. So semicolon is the one which includes both a full stop as well as a comma, but colon includes 2 points right here. So when is colon used? So colon is used to introduce some sort of example, some sort of explanation, again, examples, and to introduce quotations or direct speech. So just like how we use comma to introduce a direct speech, we can also include colon. So if we are saying the types of companies are as follows. So here we are giving an explanation as to what could be the types of the companies. Or if we want to give an example, in that matter also, before we are introducing the examples, we can include a colon. So if we are saying the examples of Nifty 50 companies are as follows. So then after that, we can use a colon just as we have used here. So to introduce the quotations or a speech. So say for example, She said, let's go shopping. So here in this case, we have used a comma to begin a direct speech. Similar way, we can also use a colon. So we can say, she said, let's go shopping. So these are the cases in which colons are used. So far we have read. Yes, so to quickly summarize the punctuation marks that we have dealt with so far. So we saw space, then we had the period or the full stop, then we had comma, semicolon, and hyphen. So now we will begin with the next set of punctuation marks in the English language. Yes. So the next one we have here is apostrophe. So what exactly is apostrophe and when it is used? So apostrophe are those punctuation marks that help in denoting possession, or it is used in contraction of words. So what exactly is denoting possession? So denoting possession is basically if you want to indicate that that particular item belongs to somebody. So if we are saying that is the teacher's book. So we are saying, so instead of saying the book belongs to the teacher, we can shorten the entire sentence by saying this is the teacher's book. So here apostrophe indicates that this book belongs to the teacher. So that is one use of apostrophe. And next is contraction of words. So if we want to reduce the number of words that we are using. So if we want to say, isn't it a great day? So here, instead of saying, is it not a great day? What we have said, we have abbreviated is or not, and then we have said, is it? So this way, it helps in contraction of words. So the main aim of all of these punctuations is to give modulation, to accentuate the manner in which we are using the words, and to keep the sentence as short and understandable as possible. Yes. Moving on to the next one. So quotation marks. So quotation marks are basically inverted commas or apostrophes that are used, that is for phrases to introduce within a text. So like we were seeing earlier in case of a direct speech. So whenever we began a direct speech, we introduced commas in between. So when we said, she said, let's go shopping. So here we were introducing a direct speech here. So how do we know that this particular speech is direct? Because we have separated this from our earlier sentence using inverted commas. So for phrases introduced within a text. So this is the phrase, that is let's go shopping is the phrase, and it is introduced within this particular sentence. So to give a demarcation that this is a direct speech as against the indirect speech that is used here, we have used quotation marks or inverted commas. So this can be single or double inverted commas, but the only rule that applies here is if we are starting the sentence with a single inverted comma, we have to end it with a single inverted comma. And if we are starting it with double inverted commas, we have to end it with double inverted commas. So now let's quickly go back to the module to see if there are any examples we can use to understand all of these better. So firstly, for semicolon, like we were mentioning, it is to separate two or more independent clauses. So here we have an example where we are saying to err is human, to forgive is divine. So as important as this forms a part of the sentence, to forgive divine also forms an equally part of the sentence. And that's why there is a semicolon that is used here. So again, it is used to join words, group of words or sentences. So now if we take this example right here, those present at the function included Mr. and Mrs. J. So we are separating this by a comma. Their children, Usha, Amit, and Raghu. So this indicates the first set of people that were present at the function. Now, moving on to the next set of people that are there. So we have a semicolon that is inserted here. Paul and Joe Thomas. Then we have a semicolon. Raj and Ravi Malhotra. Colonel and Mrs. James and their children Jyotsna, Julie, and James Jr. So if we can see here, this sentences is divided with multiple punctuation marks. So we have a full stop that is used, that is an abbreviation. So there is a full stop that is used after Mr. Then there is a comma that is used here, and further there are semicolons that is used here. And in the end, we have also used a full stop. Yes. So now moving on to the next punctuation mark that we studied. So we had the colon. So like we were saying, it was to introduce something. So that something could be explanation or it could be examples for that matter. So now say for example, yes. After 60 years in the business, Mr. Rajan realized that there was only one certainty in life, the inevitability of change. So here we have introduced another phrase within this particular sentence. So if you could see here, we have used a colon right here before we are introducing another explanation or another phrase. Yes. So to introduce a question. So if we are telling somebody something and then that is followed by a question. So before we start the question, we can include a colon right here. So it says, they all agreed that the essential issue was simply this, colon, will making an investment in Sweatland Limited be a mistake or not? So there is a question that comes into place here, but before introducing a question, we have inserted a colon. To link contrasting statements, man proposes, God disposes. So now to substitute a conjunction. Another Monday morning, it is pouring. So if we do not use the and here, that is also absolutely fine because we have used a colon here. After headings in correspondence. So now say for example, we are writing a letter. So if we want to say what is the subject of the letter. So we will say subject, colon, and then we will continue with the title. So this way, there are multiple uses of colon depending on the situation in which we are going to use them. Similarly, subtitles. So in addition to subject and references, we can also use it in subtitles. That is credit cards. So what is credit cards? They are basically the power of plastic. So in bibliographical references where colon can be used after the place of publication. So this is a very specific usage of colon. So just an example here, if we are saying this particular book was published in Delhi in the year 2010, we can demarcate these two using a colon. Moving on to the next next punctuation that we dealt with. So we have an apostrophe. So like I was mentioning, it is either possession or contraction of words. So now it was the court's order. So whose order was this? It was the court's order. So this is including possession of the order. Isn't it a great day? Can't you come today? So instead of saying cannot, we can say can't as well. Now, what are the types of, so when we are using apostrophe as a part of possession, so there can be two types. So there will be singular or there can be plural as well. So in case of singular, we will use the apostrophe before the S. So if we are saying that was the teacher's book. So this indicates that this is for one particular teacher. Whereas if we are saying that was the teachers' union, so it indicates that this union belongs to all the teachers. So what we have done here, we have used the apostrophe after the S here. So depending on the situation. So if it is singular, we will add the apostrophe before the S. And if it is plural, we will add the apostrophe after the entire word has ended. Yes. So now apostrophe can also be used in the contraction of some single words. So now a very commonly used example is right here. So 7 o'clock. So when before, instead of saying it is 7 on the clock or 7 of the clock, we can say 7 followed by an apostrophe clock. So this will help in abbreviating the entire phrase. And certain words that are in common use. So instead of madam, we can say MA apostrophe AM, which can be pronounced as either ma'am or madam. So this will help us in shortening the words and used to denote omission of part of some number. The swinging 60s. So he is a 90s kid. So instead of saying he was born in the 1990s, we can say 90s kids. So this will help us in understanding the time period that we are talking about. So to denote certain names, especially of the Celtic origin, so there are a lot of names like O'Connor or Sullivan. So these are all very specific instances and scenarios in which we can use the apostrophe. Yes. Next, we had the quotation mark or the inverted commas. So here, this is, for example, the motto of the market was. So now we are introducing two mottos of the market. So before we begin with introducing the two mottos, we have put them in inverted commas. So like I was mentioning earlier, these started with double inverted commas. So they're also ending with double inverted commas. So yes, there are two types, that is double, single, as well as double inverted commas. Yes. So now moving on to the last few types of punctuation marks in the English language. So exclamation point. This is another very commonly used punctuation mark, and this is when there is like a exclamation that forms a part of a sentence. Like say for example, wow. So we also dealt with this in the parts of the speech wherein wow becomes an exclamation. And after this exclamation, to end that particular sentence, we use a exclamation point. So if we are saying, wow, what a great day. So this is an exclamation wherein we are showing excitement when we are talking about our day. So what a great day. And it has ended with an exclamation point or hooray. So this particular exclamatory word ends with an exclamatory point or an exclamatory statement. Yes, the next one, again, a very commonly used punctuation is a question mark. So question mark is used at the end of a sentence or at the end of a question. So if we are saying, how was your day? So how was your day is a question, and this sentence ends only with the use of a question mark. So this question mark indicates that this particular sentence is in the form of a question. So any given sentence ends with three main types of punctuations. So it can either be a full stop, or it can be a question mark, or it can be a exclamation or a exclamation point. So full stop is used in any kind of sentences that is not a question or an exclamation. Question mark is used at the end of a question, and exclamation point is used whenever the sentence contains some kind of excitement. So these are the three common punctuation marks that are used towards the end of a sentence, as against the other punctuation marks which are used within the sentences. So our comma, colon, semicolon, hyphen, all of these used are in between the sentences, and these three are the punctuation marks that are used towards the end of any given sentence. Yes, so we have come to the last type of punctuation mark that we have as a part of our chapter, that is brackets. So brackets or braces. So there are multiple types of brackets that are used in the English language. So just to understand a few types, we have crescent brackets as well as square brackets. So whenever we want to give any abbreviation or references, we use crescent brackets. So say for example, if we are saying the Ministry of Corporate Affairs introduced a circular or introduced a new rule. So Ministry of Corporate Affairs is the entire word. And now if we want to write the abbreviation here, we can write MCA within crescent brackets. So this indicates that this particular MCA is the abbreviation of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And further, if we want to give references to any particular. So the graph indicates. So now if we are saying the graph indicates, now we want to show which graph it is. We want to give a reference to the graph. So if we are saying the graph number 1.1. So we are giving a reference to the graph that we are talking to about here. So crescent brackets is usually used in case of like abbreviation or references. Now, if we want to use square brackets, so where can square brackets be used? So square brackets are used in cases where words are omitted from the sentence or they were not originally a part of the sentence. So they were added to the sentence. So if that has to be indicated, then we use square brackets. So if we are saying the thieves hid for 2 days. So now, if we want to add where exactly they were hiding, so we can say the thieves hid in the village. So if you could see here, in the village didn't originally form a part of the sentence, but we want to show the place exactly where they hid, then we can do so by using the square brackets right here. And further, moving forward, we also have two more types of brackets, that is the curly brackets as well as the angle brackets. So curly brackets are usually included to denote a group or a set. So if we are saying the first set comprises of, so if we can say the first set A, B, C, D. So here we have used curly brackets, and further angle bracket is used in case of a different language that is used. Like say for example, if we want to include any code or any name of a website. So you can say these classes are available at www.excelacademy.com. So here there is a website that is introduced that this is not the English language, but this is a coding language where we have the website that is mentioned. So that can be mentioned with the form of the angle bracket. So just to quickly summarize, we have four types of brackets that we saw into place. That is our crescent bracket, that is the first one. Then we have the square bracket, curly bracket, and the last one is angle bracket. So that brings us to the end of our punctuation marks as a part of our first chapter, that is English grammar and its usage. So to quickly summarize all the punctuations that we learned. So firstly, we have a full stop. So what exactly a full stop does? It gives us the end of any particular sentence, or it is used after an abbreviation. And then we have comma. So comma includes, it helps us in separating words, phrases, or sentences. And a hyphen is in between words or before giving any explanation. And then we have a semicolon. Again, it is used to separate but independent clauses. And then we have a colon. So colon is used to introduce any sort of explanation or examples. And then we have the apostrophe. So apostrophe is used to indicate possession, or if we want to contract, that is shorten any form of word. Then we have a quotation mark, that is to sub-introduce any sentence, introduce a phrase within an already existing sentence. Then we have the four different types of brackets, the usage of which we just saw. And in addition to that, we have the question mark that is used at the end of any question. And then we have the exclamatory mark or the explanatory point, so which is used at the end of any particular exclamation. Yes, so these are all the punctuation marks that are used in the English language. That is in order to enhance the quality of sentences that we are using, to give modulation to all the sentences, and to provide better clarity on all the sentences that we are using. Thank you so much for coming to this class. So we have dealt with the entire first chapter, that is English grammar and its usage, that forms a part of CSEET business communication. So we will be back shortly with the next class. Thank you so much.
Hi there, I'm back. Hope you are understanding English very well. Hiral ma'am is teaching you in such a way that you will score very well. Many students tell that English is difficult. It need not be difficult. Business communication is essential to be a successful company secretary. Watch this video in full. But before that, again I'm telling you, if you want free mock test for CSEET, if you want free summary notes, if you want practice questions, if you want to practice lot of MCQs, we are having it in form of a quiz. It is lot of fun. If you want all of this, just go to the description and click on the first link, that is the course relating to CSEET. It is free. Please don't worry, it is completely free. You will get it without any charge. Please go there and get the best use of the entire CSEET material. And if you still want some help, you can go to 973-973-3400.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another chapter of CSEET Business Communication. So today we will be studying chapter 2, that is enriching vocabulary, and this video will be part 1 of the chapter 2. So without further ado, let's begin. So when we say enriching vocabulary, we first need to understand what vocabulary means. So vocabulary is nothing but a person's knowledge of words. So the person's knowledge of words, it basically means that the words that the person knows, how that particular person is using the words that they know in their communication, be it written or verbal. So why is vocabulary so important when it comes to the English language? So not only in the English language, vocabulary is important in all the languages that we communicate in. So the first and the foremost importance of vocabulary is improving the communication skills. So now a person, if their vocabulary is rich, if they're aware of a lot of words and if they're using the words in the right way, it can help improve their communication skills. And this communication skills can be both written as well as verbal. So if a person is well aware of the words in the language that they are using and is well aware of the context in which that particular word needs to be used, then the person's vocabulary is rich enough, and this will help in improving their communication skills. Not only communication skills, they will be able to understand the language that they speak or that they are hearing from another person. So understand the language, and also comprehension will be improved. Comprehension of their reading will be improved if the person possesses a rich vocabulary. So to make sure we are using the vocabulary in the right way, we need to understand the choice of words that we have while we are communicating with any person. So how exactly should the choice of words be determined? So now, firstly, your choice of words will be determined in the range of your vocabulary. Range of vocabulary basically means to what extent are you aware of the words that are there in the language? To what extent are you aware of the right usage? So firstly, you need to be aware of the words, and you need to be aware of the usage of the word. So this will determine your range of the vocabulary, and these will influence the choice of words that you use in any given communication. Next up is the audience to which you are communicating. So you need to understand whether the audience, if their vocabulary is rich enough to understand. So say for example, if there is any technical term or any technical conversation that we are having, so we need to understand if we need to use technical words, if the audience is capable of understanding technical words, or if layman's language can be used to help them understand better. So we need to understand what is our audience, what is their understanding or capability in that particular subject or that particular conversation. And accordingly, we need to choose the words that we communicate with. Next up is the message to be conveyed. So now, while communicating, there might be multiple scenarios or instances in which a user communicates. So say, for example, if a person wants to express anger, then their choice of words will be different. If the person wants to express like appreciation, if they want to appreciate someone, then their choice of word will be different. Similarly, so basically, depending on the message that is to be conveyed, your choice of words will be influenced. Next is the type of communication that in which the person is communicating. So this could be formal communication, or it could be informal communication. Now, say for example, a person is having a conversation with their colleague, which is a verbal conversation. Then that conversation will mostly be informal. And now, say for example, that conversation needs to be captured on a document or in the form of an email. So even though it was the same colleague, it will be a more formal communication. The usage of words will be different. That is, say for example, in informal communication, we use abbreviations such as isn't it or wouldn't it or won't. So the same will not be used whenever there is a formal communication. Is it not, would not. These kind of words will be used in formal communication. So depending on the type of communication that the person is having with another person, the words or the choice of words is influenced. Next, similar to the type of communication, the context or usage. So basically, which scenario you are currently in, or in which context you are speaking to someone, your choice of words will be influenced. And coming to the last part that influences the choice of words majorly is the regional or the national differences. So depending on where the person is residing or where the person is from, their vocabulary will be different. Like say, for example, even in English language, majorly in India, two types of language is used. So one is the British English and the other one is the American English. So how does this differ? Like the same words can have different pronunciations or different meanings, or for the same meaning, there might be different words in both British as well as American English. So basically, the region that you are from, the nation or the place where you are residing, that can also influence the kind of words that you will be using while communicating the English language. So these are all the factors that determine the choice of words that the person goes for, or based on what vocabulary they are well versed with. So coming to the next part of the chapter. So how do we know? So we now know what are the factors that influence the choice of words. So we saw how a person's range, the type of communication, the audience you are communicating with, all of this can determine your choice of words. But how do we know which are the right words that needs to be chosen? So here are a few quick tips for choosing the right words. So we'll go through them one by one. First one. First one is simplicity. So the word in itself helps us understand that any word that we are choosing, it needs to be simple, it needs to be to the point, it needs to be precise. So when we are saying simple, it means that to the point or something that is easily understandable. So how does this help? Why do we say we need to choose simple words? To make sure that the person who is receiving the communication, the person who is on the receiver's end, is able to understand what we are trying to communicate. So using of simple words over the difficult words will make sure that the conversation remains effective and what you want to communicate is being communicated effectively. However, one thing that we need to keep in mind is, for maintaining simplicity, we should not sacrifice or compromise on the meaning of what we are trying to communicate. So just to keep the conversation simple, if we are losing the authenticity of the sentence or of the point, then there is no advantage of using simple words. So simple words should be used to an extent where they are giving out the exact meaning without sacrificing on the authenticity of the word. Next one is familiar words. So what do we say when we mean familiar words? So familiar words are those which are commonly used in any conversation. So say, for example, if in a formal setup, if we want to say that the contract has ended, we would say the contract has terminated. However, while using this in a layman's language in non-technical terms, terminated would not be the right word to use because this becomes very technical, this becomes very related to the subject. So instead of that, we can say the contract has ended. So if we are using ended, so ended is a more familiar word as compared to terminated. So similarly, we should use familiar words to make sure that the sense in which the speaker is trying to communicate is the same sense in which the listener understands what the speaker is trying to communicate. Next up is jargon. So jargon is subject specific or technical words that are used when trying to communicate in that particular scientific language or legal language, say, for example. So jargon is anything that is used in a specific field. So we might have scientific jargons, we might have technical jargons, we might have legal jargons. So jargons are to be used when we also know that the receiver or the listener is well versed with that particular language, with that particular subject, or else it might get lost in context. The meaning of the jargon might not be understood by the listener. Yes. Next is verbosity. What does verbosity exactly mean? So verbosity means that whenever we are trying to communicate, we should use as less words as possible. That is, we should keep it crisp and to the point. However, it should not be like like when we were speaking about simplicity. So just to ensure that the sentence or the communication is simple, we should not sacrifice on the meaning. Similarly, verbosity, it means to use as less words as possible. So basically, verbosity indicates quality over quantity. So say, for example, when we are given a task of writing an essay of, say, about 200 to 300 words. So just to reach that word limit of 200 or 300, we might add a lot of words which might not be necessary or important for that particular essay. But just to fill up that gap of 200 to 300 words, we might add it. And that is something that should be avoided in communication, because when the user is reading, they should be able to get the maximum understanding from the least amount of words that can be used. Next up, we have short words. So short words, again, instead of using complicated, long technical words, we can use short words to keep the conversation very simple. Similarly, we have precise meaning. Precise meaning indicates that any words, any phrases that we are using, they need to be to the point. So when we say to the point, it should not be like beating around the bush, wherein we are trying to fill the gaps or trying to fill the conversation with a lot of words. We should ensure that we are using words which have a precise meaning. And coming to the last part of choosing the right words, we have gender neutrality. So what do we mean when we say gender neutral words? So say, for example, a very basic example that we can take up here is the use of the word chairman. So earlier, when we wanted to say somebody who's heading a particular institution or a meeting or the board, we would use the word chairman. But of late, with the changing trends, we have moved to the adaptation of chairperson. So as we can see here, we have used the word person over the use man, which indicates that the chairperson can either be a male or a female. So this way, gender neutrality is mentioned. So there is no male superiority that we are showing while we are using any word. So this way, to make our words inclusive, to make our words gender neutral, we need to keep these points in mind. So yes, so this was about how we need to choose the right words. So far we have understood the meaning of the vocabulary, the importance of vocabulary, how is a person's vocabulary determined, or how do they choose the words that they use in their daily conversations. And lastly, we have now seen what are the tips in which we can choose the right words. So now moving on to the next part of it. Yes. So next one is synonyms. So now, to understand what fills up the English vocabulary or what are the terms that are used in the English vocabulary, we will be dealing with each of these one by one. So the first one we have is synonym. So synonyms are basically words which have a same or a similar meaning, and they are often used interchangeably. So in the English language, there might be multiple words with the same meaning. So say, for example, we have easy, light. All of these words can be used like interchangeably, or we can say happy, joy. So if you could see, these words have more or less the same meaning, but no two words in the English language will have the exact same meaning. And hence, to differentiate those words from one another, we have the concept of synonyms. So coming to a very basic example of the four words that are displayed on our screen right here. So we have begin, commence, start, and initiate. So if you see, all of the four words have very similar meaning, that is to start something or commence something. But let's see the scenarios in which it is used. So begin is basically the most common type of word that is used of all the four words. Begin, as we all know, it means to start something. But the context in which this is used is mostly in like verbal communication or informal conversations. However, when we come to commence, commence is something that is used more in a formal setting as well as in written communication. So if we say the court proceedings have commenced at 10 a.m., or if we say the act has commenced as on. So all of this, if you can see, these are used in more formal or written communication, whereas begin was used in more informal communication. Coming to the third word that we have here is start. So again, start might seem to have a very similar meaning to begin and commence. So the meaning is similar, but the context in which we use the word start is different. So start often indicates the beginning of a race. So start, so if we say the race has started or the competition will start at 2 p.m. So if you could see, the meaning is more or less the same, but the context in which it is used is different. And initiate again has a very similar meaning, but it means to put efforts to start something. To put efforts to start something. So, say for example, we could say the teacher was the one that initiated this particular activity in the school, or the school leader was the one who initiated the celebration or any program. So, if you can see here, all the four words have very similar meaning, but the context in which they are used, and there's a slight difference in meaning that sets them apart from each other. So now, to have a deeper look into the types of synonyms and the different examples for synonyms, let's quickly move to our module. Yes. So if you could see here, we have some examples of synonyms that we have, that is words which have more or less the same meaning and are often used interchangeably. So we have the word abstain. So abstain could mean refrain or withhold. So we could use, so the director abstained from giving their vote, the director refrained from giving their vote, or the director withheld their vote. So these words have more or less the same meaning and they can be used interchangeably. Similarly, we have abridge. So abridge can be shortened or curtailed. So for example, to use abridge in a sentence would be, this was an abridged form of a 300-page document, which means that this was a shortened form of a 300-page document. Now, next up, we have abundant. So as we all know, abundant means something in excess or something that is a lot. So the other words, so all of these words mean something that is in excess or something that is a lot. So the other words for abundant can be plentiful, ample, or copious. Next, if we say, for example, we have the word achieve here. Achieve means to get something that you have worked hard for, or to accomplish something. So like we can see here, for achieve, the different synonyms that are in place are accomplish, execute, or gain. So this way we have a very range or an entire list of synonyms that is available in our module. To just take up a few more examples before we move on to the next part of it. So if we say extravagant right here. So extravagant can be something that is extra, something that is more than what's required. So it can be excessive or wasteful. So if we say they held a extravagant wedding, or they held a lavish wedding, so it means something that was done in excessive of what was required. So we may refer to our module for more examples on synonyms that we have right here. Coming to the next part of it, yes. So after synonyms, we have the next concept of antonyms. So antonyms is basically words with the opposite meaning. So synonyms meant words with similar meaning, and antonym means words with the opposite meaning. That is what it intends. It gives the opposite meaning of that. So now, like very basic examples would be hot, cold, tall, short. So these are very basic examples that we can give for antonyms. Now, there are two ways in which antonyms can be formed. So one can be either in the form of adding a prefix to the word to give the opposite meaning, or it can be a completely different word. So when we say by adding a prefix, so now if I am saying ability, the opposite of ability would be inability. Similarly, if we are saying able, I would say unable, or even we can use disable. So here, to get the antonym or the opposite of ability and able, all we had to do is add a prefix. So the prefix here was in, un, and dis, dis. So this is one way in which we can get the antonym. And the second way is a completely different word. So now say, for example, happy. The opposite of happy is sad. However, the opposite of happy can also be unhappy. So for the same word, there can be two ways in which we can get the antonyms. So one is by the usage of a completely different word, and the other one is addition of a prefix to that particular word to give out the opposite meaning. So let's quickly have a look at all the examples that are available in antonym. Now, the same word, before we begin with the examples, there's another example that I want to have a look at. So now the same word can have multiple antonyms depending on the context in which it is being used. So here the word we have as an example is soft. So now soft, if it is used in the context of drinks, so the opposite of soft becomes hot. So hot drinks as against soft drinks. Then there will be a soft color as against a bright color. Next, soft tones against weird tones. And then we have soft texture as against rough texture. Then we have soft light as against glaring lights. So if you could see here, there is one word, but for the same word, there are multiple words that can be used as antonyms depending on the context or the scenario in which we are using that particular word and its antonym. So again, we have the example of slender. So the opposite of slender. So say, for example, in the case of a cane, a slender cane as opposite to a thick cane. Similarly, a slender man as opposite to a fat man, a slender chance as against a bright chance. So the same word, depending on the context which it is being used, we can have multiple antonyms for the same word. Yes, so further few more examples of antonyms. So like I was mentioning, we have ability and inability, able, unable, abnormal or normal, accurate, inaccurate. So if we could see here, the antonyms of all of these four words are determined by adding a prefix to it. So we added in, un, abnormal, and inaccurate. So this way we just added a prefix and we got the antonym of the word. Similarly, like the other type we had is a completely different word. So as against bankrupt, we have the antonym as solvent. And for economical, we have extravagant. For diligent, we have lazy. For economical, we have extravagant like we saw earlier. For explicit, we have implicit. For exit, we have entrance. So this way, antonyms are words that give out the opposite meaning. So moving on to the next part of our chapter. So the next part that we are going to deal with to understand the English language better is the use of these two types of words, that is homophone and homonym. So if we could see here, so homophone. So homo is same and phone means sound. So homophones are the words with the same sound, but with different meanings. So let's understand with an example. So we have two words here, that is access and excess. So if you could see here, these words have almost the similar sound, that is the pronunciation is more or less the same. However, the meaning that which we are using is different. So access is basically having the right to something or having the access. So if we say only the employees have access to building, or which means that the employees have reached to that building. So say, for example, we can write this down. So we'll say access to the building. However, excess means something that is prepared in extra of what was required. So if we can say food was prepared in excess. So here, access and excess, they have more or less the same pronunciation. However, they have completely different meanings from each other. Similarly, we have bare and we have B-A-R-E, bare, which means that these words are exactly the same in the pronunciation, but their spelling is different and also the context in which we use is different. So here, this can mean the animal bare, and this can mean without something. So if I am saying he went to the temple barefoot, it means that he went without any footwear. So these two words have the same sound, but they have completely different meanings. So that is homophone for us. Next up is homonym. So homo is same and nim is name. So these are words with the same name, that is the same spelling, but different meanings. So again, we can take this previous example of bear right here. So we have bear. So bear can mean the animal bear or to take the responsibility of something. So if we are saying he is the one who will bear the cost of the function, it means that that particular person will take up the responsibility of the expenses of that function. Similarly, if we are using this in other context, this can mean the animal bear. So now let's look at a quick few examples that are given in our module. So homophone, the first one we have is access and excess, the one that we dealt with earlier. And then there is advice with a C and advice with a S. So advice with a C is basically noun. The father gave his daughter advice. So that becomes a noun that is used. Or if we are saying the father advised his daughter, then we are going to use the word S in the context of verb. So we have advice, which is noun. And then we have advice with an S, which is a verb. So the same pronunciation, but the spelling is different as well as the meaning is different. Then we have 8 and 8. So 8 is basically the past form of eat and 8 is the number 8 that we use. Yes, and then we have bear and bear that we already saw, and sell and sell. So sell with a C and sell with a S. So the pronunciation is exactly the same, but the spelling is different and the context or the usage is different. So sell basically means a prison, or it can also mean a cell phone. And to sell something is to exchange a product or service that we usually use. This is sell. Next up, to have a look at a few more examples of homonyms, that is the same name but different meanings. We have the first one is address. So the address, if you can see here, the spelling is exactly the same, but the meaning or the context in which it is used will be different. So now if I am saying I can give you the address of a good attorney. So we are using address as a noun here. That letter was addressed to me. Here we are using address as a verb. So we have the same name, same spelling, but different meanings in which we can use. Next up, we have band. So the band here, it means a group of musicians. And here, she always ties her hair back in a band. It means the rubber band that we're talking about. Next up is bat. So one is the animal bat and the other one is the cricket bat that we all talk about. Next up is match and match. So do not strike a match. So this is talking about matchsticks and this is used as a noun. But the next sentence, if we could see, her fingerprints match those found at the scene of the crime. So here the match means a verb. Last two examples for homonyms is mean and mean. What does this sentence mean? This means what is the meaning of the sentence? He needed to find a mean between the frankness and the rudeness. And we can also use it as the adjective mean. The teacher was mean to the student or the student was mean to the teacher. So this is also possible. And next up, right. So one way is right, which means correct. And the other right is a right turn, which is used for direction. So this way we have the concept of homophone as well as homonym. So just to give a quick differentiation between the two. So in homophone, it will be the same pronunciation. Here in homonym as well, the pronunciation is going to be the same, or it may be different depending on the context. Here, it will be different spelling. Here, it will be the same spelling, and this will be different meaning. And here also, even though the spelling is same, the meaning will be different depending on the context. So a quick two examples to say here. So we have access and access. And for homonym, we have address. So this can be either in the form of noun that we use or a verb. So this is the differentiation between two types of words that we have in the English language, that is homophone or the homonym. So far, we have understood the vocabulary, its meaning, the importance, what are the factors that influence the vocabulary, how do we choose the right words. Then we saw synonyms, antonyms, homophones, and homonyms. Moving on to the next part of the chapter. So further, how can we improvise on the vocabulary while we are using the English language in our communication? So the first tip that we have right here is single words for a group of words. Now, like we were mentioning earlier in choosing the right set of words, we understood that our conversation is to be short, it is to be precise. So to keep our conversation short and precise, we can use single words over a group of words. Now, let's take, for example, if we want to say that this particular item is very delicate, it needs to be handled with care. So there we can use the word fragile. So fragile is something that is delicate or can be easily broken. So here, instead of saying this item can be easily broken, we will just say this item is fragile. So we can see here, so for this particular entire group of words, we have just used a single word. So this will help in keeping our conversation to the point. Next up, we have is words that are frequently misspelled. So there are certain words in the English language in which we can see common errors while spelling. So say, for example, a more common example is tomorrow, wherein this is the actual spelling of tomorrow. But many a times people write tomorrow with two M's or with single M, so on and so forth. So we should be careful while using any of the words that are frequently misspelled. We should carry out extra caution while using these words. So this becomes important in case of a written communication, because that is when spelling will come into picture. Now, next up is spellings and pronunciation. So in the English language, we use phonetics. So phonetics basically mean the sound of that particular letter. However, even if the letters are the same in the English language, there might be a few instances wherein, in spite of the letters being exactly the same, the pronunciation will become different. Now, say for example, we have the spelling D-O-V-E. So this becomes dove. Now, with the use of the same letters O-V-E, I am going to write C-L-O-V-E. This becomes clove. So here, while pronunciation, we need to take care, because even though the spellings, that is the OVE is present in both the words, the way in which we pronounce this is entirely different. Similarly, if we are saying lip, we are using this like he lived for 87 years. So that is the manner in which we are pronouncing live. However, if we can say this was a live match. So even though the spelling is the same, the manner in which this is pronounced is different. So this can be the case of a homonym that we were speaking about earlier. And here, if we are saying the spelling A-L-I-V-E, this becomes alive. So even though L-I-V-E is present in both the words, the pronunciation is different. So caution needs to be taken care whenever we are using these words. And this is mostly important in case of our verbal or oral communication, because that is when pronunciation comes into place. And like again, we were speaking earlier, words frequently misspelled. We should avoid any spelling errors, that is in case of written communication, so that we are using the right word. And in addition to using the right word, we are also using the word in the right context with the correct meaning. Next, stress and rhythm. So basically, this speaks about the syllables that we have in the English language. So if I am saying dove, so dove is a single syllable. Next, if I am saying alive, alive, there are two syllables, and in syllable, there are 3 syllables. So depending on the number of syllables that are there in the word, the stress or emphasis needs to be given on that particular word. And the rhythm in which we are communicating, the modulation, the tone will all depend on the number of syllables and the context in which we are communicating. So now to understand each of these topics deeply, let's quickly go back to our module for more examples. So yes, so first one, single group for a group of words where we took the example of fragile. Let's see a few more examples. So now suppose we want to take up the example of amateur. So what do we mean? One who learns a subject as a hobby. So if instead of saying she is learning art as a hobby, we can say she is an amateur artist. Or if we are saying she is learning this particular game as a hobby, we can say he or she is a amateur gamer. Then we have the example of fragile that we were talking about earlier. Then we have a vacillate, which means to show indecision or to sway to and fro in a decision. So if we have to say this particular person was confused in taking a decision, or he kept changing his decision again and again, so we can say he was vacillate while making his decision. Now to just have a look at a few more examples. So we can say malcontent. So what exactly does malcontent mean? A person who is dissatisfied and is inclined to rebel. So as we can see in the name itself, content, so we have added the word mal here, which became the antonym of content. So person who is dissatisfied, who is not content, and because of which there are chances that he might rebel against that particular thing. So if you could see here, if we used all of these words in our conversation, instead of its actual lengthy meaning, our conversation would become short, simple, and to the point. So next we saw words that were frequently misspelled. So this is something that needs to be taken care of in written communication. So if we can see here examples, we have for absence, there are, so instead of S, there might be a C that can be used, or instead of a E, there might be a that can be used. So these might also look like the correct spellings, but these are not the correct spellings. These are the correct spellings for all of the words that are there here. Similarly, we have accommodate, wherein the actual spelling consists of two M, but there are chances we might just write one M. In case of achieve, there might be case wherein we are interchanging the E and I. Similarly, for calendar, instead of an A, we can have a E. And then instead here, it's a liaison with an I additional, which is missing in our misspelled word. And for receipt, instead of using EI, we might use IE. And in case of tomorrow, that the example that we took earlier, we might insert 2M or a single R and a single M. So these, if we look at these single-handedly, they look like the correct spellings. However, it is to be ensured that we are using the correct spelling anytime there is a written communication. Now, spellings and pronunciation, like I was saying, the phonetics in which we use it might be different from the spelling. So now here, if we see the sound in the middle of the words steep and breach. So even though the pronunciation is same, it contains an E in both their words, that is a steep and a breach. If you could see here, the pronunciation is coming from a E here. However, in case of breach, it is coming as EA. So this way, now say for example, if I am saying create. So here also there is a EA, but the manner in which the EA is pronounced in breach is different from the manner in which create is pronounced. Next up is the spelling errors. So what are the scenarios or instances in which we can have these spelling errors? So now spelling errors are common when certain alphabets are repeated in a word. So when we were talking about the case of tomorrow, we know that there are repeated. So many a time speakers usually tend to repeat M as well. Then occasion, beginning, profession. Now there will be a confusion even in case of EI and IE. So we saw the example of receipt for this. Then we saw achieve. Then we can have protein. So here, if we can see, even though the pronunciation is the same, in some cases the E comes first, in some cases the I comes first. Now next, if we can see this example here, E can be either dropped or retained when changing the root word. So here we have two root words, that is true and sincere. So here, when we are saying truly, we should make sure that we are not including this E here. So truly becomes truly without an E. But when we are saying sincerely, the E is retained. So depending on the word, we need to see if the E is retained or not retained. And there might be chances of a spelling error. Like truly can be spelled with the E, but that will become a wrong spelling. Now, and extra letters at times alters the meaning of the word. So here we have LOSE lose and LOOSE lose. So here LOSE lose is to lose the possession of something. I lost my phone. Now, if we are saying LOOSE, it is the opposite of tight. That is something that is not tight. The pants were loose. So here by just the or adding of another O to this loose, the entire meaning and the spelling of the word gets changed. Now, when noun and the verb forms have the same pronunciation but different spellings. So this was like we saw advise and advice. So advice with a C would be the noun form of the word, and advice with a S would be the verb form of the word. Similarly, we have a practice with a C and practice with a S. So practice with a C is the noun and practice with a S is the verb. Now, words which have the same pronunciation but different spelling. So these are again homophones that we were talking about. So even in case of homophones, we need to understand which word we are exactly referring to. And depending on the word, we should also take up the spelling. Now, when a choice has to be made within ISC and IZE, so again, this is a common place wherein both S and Z are used interchangeably, but depending on the word, we need to select the correct spelling. Yes. Coming to the next part that we saw is the stress and rhythm. So we were speaking of syllables. So syllables is basically the minimum rhythmic sound of a spoken language. So a word may have one or more syllables. So now if we can see these words fame, name, claim, train. So there's only one syllable that we have while we are pronouncing the word. And then there are words like address, confess, redress, transgress, wherein there are two syllables. And then we have three syllables in all of these words, that is credentials, sacrifice, tarpaulin. And then there are four syllables in retribution, satisfaction, transatlantic. And then there are syllables or words with even five syllables wherein we are saying conglomeration. So this way, now if we want to read the word, so often what happens is in dictionary, they will have the stress marks, that is how the word has to be pronounced by adding this particular symbol above. So we may look at any dictionary, and to understand the pronunciation, we can look at the marks that are being put against that particular word. So now we have the last part of this part one of chapter 2 that is remaining, and that is abbreviations. So abbreviations, as we all know, is basically a short form of a word, phrase, or text. So how do abbreviations help in enriching the vocabulary? It makes the conversation short, simple. So when we are saying a single word as against a group of words, abbreviations is also an addition to that, because abbreviation will shorten the word. So now if I am saying Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So in a conversation, instead of saying the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, we can say MCA, and the conversation becomes much easier to understand and it becomes short and simple. So we can avoid the usage of additional words when we can have just one single abbreviation that can be used here. So now we can see the different abbreviations that are used in the English language. So again, there are two types of abbreviations. So the abbreviations can be private abbreviation or commonly used abbreviation or known abbreviation. Commonly used or known abbreviation. So what do we mean when we say private abbreviation? Private abbreviation is individual specific, wherein, say, for example, if a student is taking notes, and to make those notes short and quicker to take, we might use the short form of certain words. So that becomes a private abbreviation, which is not commonly used. And commonly used, like when I was saying, for the example of MCA or Mr. for that matter, these are all used by the public, and it's common across all the speakers of the language. Now, let's see the types of abbreviation. So now, the different types of abbreviation that we have in the English language. So now the first letter or 2, 3 words are used to form an abbreviation. So we have MA, which is basically the first letter of these 2 words that is taken here, Master of Arts. Then we have PM, which is Post Meridian, and BBC, it is the British Broadcasting Corporation. Now, if you see here, these abbreviations all are used with a full stop. Now, there can be abbreviations that is short form of a word which will be used, but there will be no full stop. So for manuscript, we can use the abbreviation MS, but there is no full stop after MS. And now, acronyms are words formed from the initial letter of other words. So very common example, United Nations International Children Emergency Fund. So now instead of having to repeat all of these 6 words whenever we are referring to this particular organization, we can just say UNICEF. So UNICEF is basically the first letter of each of these words that we have available here. So UNICEF becomes commonly used. So any person, if we are using the word UNICEF, we know that it refers to this particular organization. Similarly, FII, FICII, CCI. Now, next up, the first and last letters of a single word. So usually it would be the first letter of all the words that are available. But however, if there is a single word that is in place, then we can use the first and the last letter for that. So in case of Mr., we have picked up the first and the last letter, that is M and R, so it becomes Mr. And in case of doctor, we have picked up D and R, which becomes doctor. Now, a few more examples that we can see here are scientific terms. So when we are saying kilograms, so instead of kilograms, we can say kgs, or if we are saying amperes, we can say AMP. Next up is chemical symbol. So this is something that we would have studied as a part of the periodic tables that we have in chemistry. So instead of calcium, we can say Ca. So again, this abbreviation is taken as the first 2 letters. Hydrogen is just H. NaCl is sodium chloride. So again, Na is sodium and Cl is chlorine. So the combination of these two becomes NaCl, and then we have H2O, that is for water. Now, when we are using plurals in abbreviations, how can we use this particular plural? So usually the plural of an abbreviation comes with the addition of S. So instead of, now say for example, the general rule to make an abbreviation plural is to repeat the same alphabet. So if we have page, then PP becomes pages, and also by addition of an S, like we were talking about earlier. So MAs, MP. So if we are saying the member of the parliament gathered, all the members, so instead of saying that, we can say MPs. So this becomes the plural. However, every time an S is added to a particular abbreviation, it doesn't become the plural. A very common example of this is Mr. So if after Mr. we are adding S, it does not become Misters, it becomes Mrs. That is the female version of Mr. So this way we need to understand that there is not one set of rules that are applicable for abbreviations across the English language. The use comes on the context, and this way the vocabulary needs to be rich to understand in what context what plurals are supposed to be used. However, in certain cases, there is no addition of S at all to determine plural. So we can say 1 kg, 4 kg, and the meaning would still be the same. So 1 indicates singular, 4 indicates plural. Yes. So now we have come to the end of part 1 of chapter 2 of our CSEET business communication. So to quickly summarize the entire chapter that we have dealt with so far, we spoke about vocabulary. So vocabulary is basically the language known, or the range of words that a particular person knows, and how important vocabulary is. So we saw the importance of vocabulary. Then we saw the choice of words. So under the choice of words, we saw how the range of words that the person knows, the type of communication, the context, the regional or national influence that the nation has on a particular person's vocabulary. And next up, choosing the right set of words. So we saw how words need to be simple, it needs to be precise. We need to understand where jargons are to be used, jargons are to be avoided. Next up, to understand the words better, we saw synonyms, that is words with similar and interchangeable meanings, wherein we saw an example of begin, commence, start, and initiate. And then We saw antonyms, that is word which give out the opposite meaning. Again, this can be by adding a prefix to the word, or it can be an entirely different word. Homophone is words with the same sound, different spelling and different meaning. Then we have homonym, which is the same name, that is the same spelling. It can have the same or different pronunciation and different meaning based on the context in which we are using. Then a few more factors that which helps us in giving a richer vocabulary is single words against a group of words, pronunciation of the words depending on the spelling, and then we saw spelling errors or frequently misspelled words. And last two things, we saw the stress and rhythm. That is basically the syllables and how we need to provide emphasis based on the number of syllables. And lastly, we saw abbreviation and how can any abbreviation be made into a plural form. So this was part 1 of our chapter 2, enriching vocabulary of our business communication. So we will be back with part 2. Until then, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another class of CSEET Business Communication. So today we will be learning about the second part of our chapter 2, that is enriching vocabulary. In the previous class, we learned about vocabulary and the further groups in it, that is the synonyms, antonyms, homophones, homonyms, abbreviations, so on and so forth. So let's begin part 2 of enriching vocabulary. So the first topic that we have for today is idioms. So when we say idioms, what exactly does idioms means? So idioms are words with a meaning not deductible from the individual words. It basically means that it is a group of words or phrases which individually the words would not have a meaning, but when combined together, they would form a meaning. Or more importantly, you take the non-literal meaning of the words that are present. So to understand this better, let's take the two examples that we have available here. So first one is over the moon and the next one is boil down to. So over the moon in its literal sense to be is on the moon, right? But over the moon is an idiom and over the moon actually means happy or overjoyed. So over the moon is used in cases whenever you want to express a person's happiness. So say for example, she was over the moon when she finally got the job. So these ways, there are certain idioms in the English language which cannot be taken in its literal sense, but when it is taken in the non-literal meaning, it will help enhance the quality of the sentence. Next one is boil down to. So boil down to in its literal sense meaning boil. But actually, it does not mean to boil. Boil down to means it comes down to the most important aspect. So, for example, we can say it all boiled down to his lack of time management skills. So it means that ultimately it came down to his lack of time management skills. So if you see here in both these cases, in both the cases of over the moon as well as boiled down to, we have not taken the literal meaning, but we have taken the meaning that has been assigned to it by the English language. Now there are further, next up is phrase. So what exactly is phrase? So phrase again is basically a group of words that does not form a complete sentence. In spite of not forming a complete sentence, phrases have an independent meaning of its own. So there are two examples that we have available here: to sum it up and waited for a while. So if you see here, sum it up is not a sentence of its own, but it has an independent meaning. Sum it up means to basically summarize it. To sum it up, he lost his job in the end. So that way we use sum it up and waited for a while. So if you see here, this is not a complete sentence. These are just a group of words, but still we are able to derive a meaning out of it. So waited for a while means that that person waited. So she waited for a while to get the job. So that way, if you see here, these two are not complete sentences. They are just phrases, that is group of words, but they still have independent meaning. Now, coming to idioms, there are certain types of idioms that that we can look at. So, first one, so basically, the types are based on the type of words that are used to form the idiom. Now, if you see here, verb and a preposition. So, turn up, for example, turn up. So, turn is a verb here, and up is a preposition. So we are not going to take the literal meaning of turn up. However, turn up means to appear. She turned up at the event quite late. So if you see here, a turn up is used as an idiom for showing up or for appearing at a particular place. So the combination is formed with the combination of verbs as well as prepositions. So this was verb and preposition. So the next one is idioms wherein the principal word is a verb. Now, for example, to get the upper hand. To get the upper hand is basically to have an advantage over. She had an upper hand over him in his degree examination. So if you see, to get the upper hand. So get is a verb here that is in place. So the principal verb of, sorry, the principal word of this particular idiom is a verb. Next up is the combination of a noun and an adjective. So here we have bad blood. So bad blood does not actually have to be taken in the literal sense. Bad blood means to be enemies with or to not be in good terms with. So the two countries were at bad blood with each other. So if you see here, this particular bad is an adjective. And then we have blood, which is noun. So this way, with the combination of a noun and adjective, we have an idiom that has been formed. The last type here that we have is preposition with the word to be. So now if you see, this particular idiom is starting with to be. So to be worth its weight in gold. So this idiom means that something is extremely valuable. So say for example, the water in desert is worth its weight in gold. It means that water in desert is very, very valuable. So if you see here, it does not actually mean we have to weigh it in gold, but it means that that is very valuable. Now, to understand these types better, let's have a look at the examples that we have in our module. Yes. So the first type that we saw was idioms with a verb and a preposition. So now let's have a look at the further examples that is there. So like we saw boil down to basically means to amount to. His entire argument boiled down to the fact that he would not join the movement unless he saw some monetary gain in it. So basically here it is saying that at the end or in the end, what remained is that he will join the movement only if there was a monetary gain in it. Next up, we have cast aside. So cast is a verb here, aside is a preposition. So cast aside basically means to reject or to throw aside. People normally cast aside truth and honesty for immediate gains. So if you see here, instead of saying people normally throw away the truth, cast aside sounds better and it enhances the quality of the sentence. Next is cut off with a shilling. So cut off with a shilling. What exactly does it mean? To give someone a mere trifle in the will. So let's understand this example with an example. The father was so angry with the son over his marriage that he cut him off with a shilling. So if you can see here in all of these sentences, these words that are used are not to be taken in its literal meaning. However, there's a non-literal meaning that is attached to it. One last example here, that is to pull one through. So what exactly does pull one through mean? It means to recover or to help someone recover. Armed with the latest medicines, the doctor will pull him through. So if you see here, pull him through does not actually have to mean pulling the other person. It means helping the person out of the way, out of the disease. So if you see here, armed with the latest medicines, the doctor will pull him through. It basically means the doctor will pull him through that particular procedure. Okay. So the next type that we have in picture is idiotic expressions in which the principal word is the verb. So here we will have the verb which will be the principal word. So let's have a look at the examples. Cast a slur upon. So if you see, cast is nothing but a verb that is there in picture. So what exactly does this mean? By word or act cast a slight reproach on someone. Many a men cast a slur on their own good name by some mean act. Next, another example for this is to fall to someone's lot. So if you see here, again, fall is a verb that is there in place. So verb is the principal word of the entire idiom. To become someone's responsibility. It has fallen to the lot of the eldest brother to pay off the debts of the father. So here we have used fallen to the lot. So fallen to the lot basically means it has become responsibility. So now debts of the father has become the responsibility of the eldest son. Next up, we can take the example of a idiom that we frequently use, a give and take policy. So in its literal meaning, it is like you are giving something and taking back something, but in its metaphorical or idiom meaning, it means a policy of mutual concessions. So give and take policy alone can restore the peace between the two countries. So if you see here, it does not actually mean you are giving something literally, but it means an understanding between the two. That is a policy which helps out both the parties. Yes. To have the right ring. So now it means that to be genuine. The Americans' pronouncement of the world peace do not usually have the right ring. It means that it is not usually genuine. This sentence means that something that is not genuine. Next, we can take the example that is available here to make amends. So this to compensate or make up for a wrongdoing. By being polite today, he has made amends for his past insolence. So if you see make amend means to sort out something or to, if you have done something wrong, you will make up for that. Next one, we can take the example of to set store on. So if you see here in all of these cases, the principal word is the verb. So the verb that forms a part of the idiom is the principal word of that particular idiom. So to set store on, to consider to be a particular degree of importance. So India did set some much store on the Indo-Soviet Treaty of Friendship. It means that it did set a particular degree of importance or significance in this particular treaty. To take a leap in the dark. So it means to take some risky action or step in a hope that that might be a right action. You took a leap in the dark in getting into partnership with that man. So it means getting into partnership with that man was a risky affair and you still took that leap. So it does not mean that you actually have to take a leap in the literal sense, but it means that you are taking a risk. Next, there are a certain set of miscellaneous idioms without the rules that we just saw. So let's quickly have a look at a few of them. So first one is to cook or doctor an account or a book. So basically this means to, play around with the numbers or to falsify the facts or figures of the accounts. So for an example, from the balance sheet presented to the shareholders, the company seemed to be flourishing, but later on it turned out that the management had cooked the accounts. So if you see here, cook cannot be taken in the literal meaning. However, it has to be taken in the meaning attached to the idiom. So this means that the balance sheet looked fine when it was presented to the shareholder, but later it was found out that the management had falsified the accounts or, just made it look in a better way when the condition was actually not very good. Next is to bear the brunt of. To bear the brunt of basically means to handle something, to absorb the shock of something. So if you see here, to bear the main force or shock of. The infantry forces have to bear the brunt of a battle. So these are the person who have to face the consequences or face the situations which have arisen due to the battle. Next one, to bear the lion in his den. So if you see here, by understanding the literal meaning, also we can understand the meaning of the idiom. So basically, the lion is in his den, which means that the lion is in his strong place. So to bear the lion in his den means to go someone to challenge someone in a place where they are actually strong at. So so if you see here, the Indian army broke through the strong fortifications and in the Shakarga area bearded the lion in his own den. So this basically means that to go to the opposing party's place in a place where they are very strong. And last one amongst our miscellaneous idioms is to blunt the edge of, to make something less effective. So if you could understand the meaning with the literal meaning, so if the edges are usually sharp, right? Now, if we are blunting the edge of it, it means that the effect of the sharpness of that particular edge is going to come down. So that exactly is what the meaning, to make something less effective. So for example, time blunts the edge of the grief. So here grief is something that is strongly struck, and time will be something that will blunt the edges of the grief. So actually there is no edge on the grief, but it means that the grief is very high at the moment, and time is the only thing that will help it heal. There are quite a few examples available in the module. We may go through all of these to understand idioms better. Next up, like we saw the example of bad blood, let's have a more look at noun and adjective idioms. So now the first one that we saw is bad blood. Next one is a bone of contention. So it basically means a subject of dispute. So the important subjects to be taken up at school was a bone of contention between the principal and the headmaster. So if you see, this was basically a topic of conflict or a subject of dispute. Like a bull in a china shop. So someone who is too clumsy, rough, coarse, or to suit his surroundings and the company, or to handle a delicate situation. Don't let him handle the labor problem. With his short-tempered nature, he will only be like a bull in a china shop and worsen the situation. So it basically means you are in a very delicate situation, but that particular person is rough while dealing with it, is clumsy while dealing with it. Next one is a cold comfort. So if you see here, cold is an adjective and comfort is noun. So now a combination of these two has formed an idiom. So if you see, cold comfort basically means inadequate consolation. So the mere promise of a better future is only cold comfort to the frustrated youth of today. So it means that there is some amount of comfort, but that comfort is not helpful at all. Just one more example for a noun and adjective. So let's have a look at a maiden speech. So a maiden speech basically means the first speech of a new member in a public body. So there is a very specific meaning attached to this particular idiom. So now let's have a look at it with an example. So every MP looks forward to his maiden speech because it is an opportunity for him to make a good impression. So maiden speech, if you see here, it is mostly the first speech that comes into picture, and it's also specifically for a government official. There are other examples as well available in the module. Now let's have a look at a few idioms which start with the word to be. Like the example that we dealt with, to be worth its weight in gold. So let's see an example for that. In the desert, a bottle of water is often its weight in gold. Now, to be Greek or double Dutch to one, it means unintelligible. So if you see here, he speaks so fast that all he said was double Dutch to the audience. Basically, it is something that is not understandable, or you cannot comprehend it. That is what it is to mean to be Greek or double Dutch to one. Next up is to be at the sea. So this literally does not mean you are at the sea. It means that you are confused or uncertain about something. So for example, I am quite at sea as far as economics is concerned. So this particular person is confused when it comes to economics, and that's why I are saying to be at the sea. Similarly, there is another example, to be at sixes and sevens. Now here, it does not have to be the meaning with the words, that is sixes and sevens. You don't have to take the numeric meaning attached to it, but the actual meaning is in a state of confusion or disarray. So just like to be at sea, to be at sixes and sevens also means to be at a confused state. I haven't had the time to arrange everything, so I'm all at sixes and sevens. So basically means I am completely confused. Now let's go to the next topic as a part of this chapter, is idioms which are based on a particular subject. So let's have a look at idioms for a particular subject, and then we'll switch back to our module for more examples. Now, in the field of money, debt, and business, there is an idiom, ready money. So ready money basically means money which is available for immediate use. So that is what ready money means. So if you say, for example, with the ATM money, we always have ready money to pay someone. So this in the field of business, ready money means money which is available for immediate use. Next up, we have warfare. Warfare, to take something by storm. To take something by storm basically means to create such an impact that you either win the war or you establish an authority over the other person. So to take something by storm. Next up, in case of sea and ships, to be in the same boat. So this does not actually have to mean, the person or they are in the same boat. It means they are in similar situation or circumstances. So for example, we can say the two friends were in the same boat when it comes to looking for job opportunities. It means that they were in the same situation when it came to looking for job opportunities. Next up, we have fire, lights, and candles. The game is not worth the candle. So if you see here, we should not take it in the literal sense that is available, but the idiom meaning. And last up, we have in the form of death, that is to breathe one's last. So it means that you have one last breath and the person is no longer there after that. So let's go back to the module to have a look at a few more examples for all of these subjects. So in case of money, debt, and business, we saw ready money or cash. We also have the concept of bad debts. So bad debts basically means some amount that cannot be recovered. So there was some debt that was in place. However, it cannot be recovered now. So those become bad debts. Every year, the company compiles a list of bad debts and writes them off. Next up is short supply. So in short supply basically means there is a shortage of something and that particular item is not easily available. So if you see here, sugar is in short supply because of the strike in sugar mills. So it basically means that there is a shortage of sugar. To drive a hard bargain, to insist on the best possible price when negotiating with somebody. The sheikh drove a hard bargain while selling oil to the Western countries. That is, there was a lot of discussion. The person insisted a lot on the best possible price. Next up, we saw warfare. So the first one was money, debt, and business, and next one is warfare. To take something by storm. So it basically means to capture a place by a sudden and violent attack, right? So the men mounted on an all attack from air and land and soon took the enemy country by storm. So basically they captured the enemy country at what is means. To strike one's flag or colors or show the white, it basically means to surrender. So in warfare, if someone is striking a flag, it means they are surrendering it. After the army surrounded their hiding place, the terrorists showed the white and were thereafter captured. It basically means that the terrorists have surrendered. Yes. So next up, we have sea and ships. So we saw the example to be in the same boat. Let's have a look at a few more examples. To weather the storm. So basically means to come out of a crisis successfully. So storm here signifies a crisis that was there. So in a crisis, it is unity which helps a nation to weather the storm. So it basically means that it is unity that will help a country get out of the crisis. To sail before the wind. So now sail before the wind basically means sail in the direction in which the wind is blowing and not in the opposite direction. Basically, they are trying to be very safe with their move. To cast an anchor, to settle in a place for time being. So anchor, when it comes to ships, you put an anchor only when there is a halt. So similarly, you take it in a meaning which means that to settle in a place for the time being. After traveling around the world, he finally cast anchor in Paris because he liked the city. It means that he settled in Paris for some time. Next up, we have fire, light, and candles. The game is not worth the candle. This was the example that we just saw. It basically means that the advantage or enjoyment to be gained is not worth the time spent in gaining it. Journey to the moon is an elaborate on a costly affair, and some people with a pragmatic approach feel that the game is not worth the candle. So it means that the whole hustle, the whole effort involved in going to the moon is actually not worth it. Not hold a candle to something or someone. It means that to be inferior to someone. She writes quite amusing stories, but she can't hold a candle to the most serious novelists. Coming to the last part of it, that is death. So now here the example that we saw was to breathe one's last. There are similar phrases which have more or less the same meaning. So those are to pass away, to go on, to go the way of all flesh, to breathe one's last, to be gathered to one's fathers, to join the great majority, and lastly to kick the bucket. Now, let's go to the next part of this chapter.
Watching this business communication so far may be giving you a lot of confidence that yes, I'm going to pass the exam. Very good. Now, after you pass exam, CS Executive. We have a free introductory course for CS Executive. So as soon as you pass CSEET, just contact Ekcel Academy 973-973-3400. Our number is also in the description of this video. Just contact us and get the free course relating to executive. It's an introductory course. It gives you complete picture about what is there in executive, how to study it, and most importantly, it will give you the lessons on how you should prepare, right? So all the best for CSET. You will pass well and join us for CS Executive.
Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Business Communication. So today we are here to learn and discuss on chapter 3, that is comprehension of passages and the art of summarizing. So in today's class, we will be dealing with the part 1 of the chapter, that is comprehension of passages. So what are we going to learn in today's session? So firstly, understanding what comprehension means and learning a few tricks and tips when it comes to comprehension of passages. And then we'll also be solving a few sample questions with respect to comprehension of passages, that is understanding how to analyze any paragraph that is given and answer the questions that follow. So without further ado, let's begin with the chapter. So yes, our chapter name is the comprehension of passage. So what exactly does comprehension mean? So comprehension is basically the ability to understand what you are listening to or what you are reading. So basically it helps us in understanding to what level we are familiar with the language, to what level we are able to understand what we have learned while we are listening to someone or reading any particular paragraph that is given. So if you see here, comprehension is the ability to understand what you listen to or what you are reading, and it tests one's ability to understand a particular language. So while we are studying or going through any paragraph, the mere reading will be able to help us understand as to what is our level of understanding of that language and specifically that particular paragraph in front of us. So now, what are a few strategies to solve comprehension passages? So what exactly are comprehension passages? So every time there is like a one paragraph or two paragraphs that is given to us, and based on those paragraphs, there will be a set of questions that will be asked to the reader. So how well the reader will be able to answer the question will depend on whether or not we've been able to understand the passages. So now, how do we ensure that we are understanding the passages in front of us correctly? So here are a few strategies to solve the comprehension passages. So read the passage as fast as possible. So this is coming from a place that is in an exam setup. We have to try to grasp as many points as possible from the paragraph that is given to us in order to be able to solve the passage in a timely manner. So we need to ensure that we are reading the passage as fast as possible. Next up is get thoroughly involved with the paragraph to understand it. So because we have very limited time in hand and we need to read it as fast as possible, we need to ensure that the first reading itself, we are thoroughly involved in the paragraph. That is, we are making note of everything that is there. We are trying to understand and draw an inference from what is available. So we need to be thoroughly involved to make sure that we are understanding the paragraph to the fullest extent. Next up, underline important lines or parts of the passages to understand the questions. So now while we are going through the paragraph, there might be certain points or certain keywords that hit a strike, that is basically catch our attention. So what we need to do, we need to make sure that we underline those important lines or parts of the passages. So when we are going through the questions, we can come back, pick up these important points and answer the questions that are there. So underlining will help us analyze which parts of the paragraph are important and which might help us solving the answers better. Next is try to translate a complex line in an easy one in your own words and own language. So while we are going through the paragraph, there might be chances wherein there is a sentence that is really long or that involves a lot of phrases in it. So in order to understand that better, we need to translate that complex line into an easy one. So basically, if the line is really long, what we can do, we can break the line into 2 to 3 parts, like 2 to 3 separate phrases, understand the phrases in its own, and then understand the entire sentence in its totality. So this way, what happens is we do not miss out on understanding anything that is given in that complex line. Plus, we make sure we are understanding to the fullest extent. Yes, underline or mark the important keywords like we had discussed earlier. So what happens? Like say, for example, on my screen right here, we have 5 different points, but there are certain lines or phrases and keywords that I have underlined and circled. So how does this help me? Whenever I'm coming back to this particular slide, I know that these are the keywords, these are the important lines that I want to look at when I'm having a second reading or when there are certain doubts that I have with respect to this particular slide. Next is a few more tips to understand comprehension passages. To try to understand some certain unfamiliar words by reading the line thoroughly. So now what may happen? So this basically refers to the context. So now if there are certain words that we are not able to understand, we need to draw inference from what is available with us. So whatever unfamiliar words are there, we need to read the line thoroughly and make a connection between that particular word and that particular line, and then it will give us some context as to what that word means. Next is determine the main idea, tone, or mood, inferential reasoning, and other details from the paragraph. So how does this help? So when we are reading 2 to 3 paragraphs together, there will be one idea that will be conveyed from that particular paragraph. So at the end of it, so what happens is when we are beginning with the comprehension, we will understand a slight theme unto which the passage is going into. By the end of it, by the time we reach the end of it, we'll be able to understand what the author has tried to convey with the entire 2 paragraphs. So firstly, we need to understand the idea, that is what is the main purpose of this particular passage, and with that passage, what is the tone or mood. That is this a positive paragraph? Is this a negative paragraph? Is there critics involved? What is happening in the paragraph? Inferential reasoning. So there might be various phrases, various quotes that might be stated in the paragraph. So we need to understand what is the reasoning behind including all of this in the passage, and then any other details from the paragraph. So this is basically summarizing the paragraph once we have read through it entirely. Now, do not assume anything. So, whenever in a comprehension passages, any questions are asked, those questions will be related to the content that is given in the passage itself. So, we should not assume anything from our personal belief that this might be the case here, because whatever answers are there are need to be understood and drawn from the passages that is given. So, we can always go back, read the passage again, and then come back and answer the questions, but it is advisable not to assume anything from your personal belief. Look back at the paragraph when in doubt. So just like I was mentioning now, instead of assuming, it would be better to go back to the passage, have a second reading, quick reading, to make sure that we are understanding the paragraph in the right sense. And lastly, read the questions and the alternatives provided and choose the most appropriate ones. So this comes from answering the question point of view, wherein we need to read the question thoroughly, see what answer we think is the most appropriate one from our paragraph, then look at the alternatives that have been given. So depending on all the alternatives, we need to choose the most appropriate one. So in certain scenarios, it might be possible that 2 or 3 alternatives are making sense. But from the paragraph, we need to analyze what is the most suitable one, and we need to choose that alternative while answering the question. So this way, we need to solve the comprehension packages. So just to quickly summarize, what is that we need to do while solving any comprehension passage? So we need to read as fast as possible. We need to highlight or underline important words. Next, we need to understand the theme or the main subject, main theme or subject of the paragraph. And if there is any unfamiliar words, then we need to understand the context to see what is the meaning of that particular word. And if there is any doubt, we need to go back and refer. Go back and refer. In case of any doubt, and choose the most appropriate alternative from the given set of options. So if we understand these points while reading any comprehension passage, we will be able to make sure that we are answering the questions that are given to us with the maximum understanding as possible. Now, quickly going back to the presentation. So next up, there are a few things to remember when it comes to reading any comprehension passage. So firstly, the central idea in the passage. So like we were discussing earlier, we need to understand what is the main theme of the passage. What is it that the author is trying to convey with the passage? Focus on the details. So there might be many keywords, many phrases that catch our attention. So we need to make sure that we are focusing on these details. So we need to highlight or underline the important keywords, important phrases, because this will help us in answering the question better. Logical structure. So this will come once we have read the entire passage or the entire paragraph. So then once we have read it, we need to understand the structure with which it is framed. Like if it is giving different timelines when it comes to a particular story, or if it is giving different comparisons. So we need to understand the structure and the manner in which the passage is framed. And last one is the tone of the passage. So like we were discussing earlier, the tone could be positive, the tone could be negative, the tone could be criticism of something or appreciation of something. So we need to understand that with that particular topic, what is the author trying to convey? What is the tone in which the passage is set? Next. So what are the skills that any reader requires to understand a comprehension passage and to be able to answer the questions properly? So one is the logical ability and the fluency. So why does logical ability come into picture? So logical ability is basically the ability to analyze the situations that are given in the passage in a logical manner to ensure that we are understanding the chronology or the timeline given in the particular passage, and also fluency with the language, because that will help us in reading the passage as fast as possible like it is required, and also understanding what's given in the passage. Next is inference power. Inference power is basically your understanding ability or the ability to know what the author is trying to convey. Like we were talking about logical and inference power, we also have analytical and reasoning ability. So analytical ability and reasoning ability become important when we are trying to understand the tone, the whole theme of the paragraph. So we need to analyze what is given as a part of the passage, and then we need to attach a reasoning to it as to why this particular author has given this particular reasoning or analysis in the paragraph. Next is sentence construction and cohesion. So what does cohesion mean? So cohesion is the ability to stick together something. So when we are talking about cohesion in a language, it is the ability of the words or phrases to be grouped together and make a meaningful sentence out of it. So sentence construction comes into picture when we need to understand complex sentences, like we were able to, like we were discussing earlier. So with sentence construction, we will be able to understand the manner in which the sentence is framed, the tone in which the sentences have been framed. The next skill is reading speed and vocabulary. So this is the first topic that we discussed, is whenever we come to passages, we need to understand what is the context as fast as possible so that we're able to understand the question and answer the questions easily. Next one is working memory and attention. So this comes into picture that after the first reading itself, it becomes important to be able to answer most of the questions. So we don't go back to the passage again and again to remember something. So in the first reading itself, if we have understood the comprehension to the maximum extent possible, then it will help us answer the questions quickly instead of having to go back and solve the doubts every single time. Now, let us go through some sample questions that are given in our module to be able to understand how we can answer any comprehension passages in the maximum extent possible. Yes. So what we will be doing is we will take up 2 to 3 questions, read through the entire questions, analyze the questions that are given after the passage and see how we can answer them. So we will thoroughly go through in our first reading itself to make sure that we are understanding whatever is given in the passage. So let's begin with the first sample question now. So let us try and apply the strategies that we have learned so far into understanding this passage and answering the questions that follow. Okay, so it is an old saying that knowledge is power. Education is an instrument which imparts knowledge and therefore indirectly controls power. Education. So here we are talking about education. So let's highlight that. Education is an instrument which imparts knowledge and therefore indirectly controls power. So if we are able to see here, we have 2 keywords coming into picture currently, that is education and followed by it is power. Therefore, ever since the dawn of our civilization, persons in power have always tried to supervise or control education. So who are the people controlling education? It is the persons in power. Now, it has been handmade of the ruling class. So ruling class is something that controls power. Now, moving ahead, during the Christian era. So now we are getting specific. Now there are details that we need to focus on. So I'm just going to quickly mark this. During the Christian era, the ecclesiastics. This basically means the priests or the members of the church, because we are talking about the Christian era. So they controlled the institution of education and diffused among the people the gospel of the Bible and religious teachings. Now, gospel is a word that not many of them may know, but with the context of the paragraph, it basically means preachings of the Bible or something that the Bible wants to teach us. So they controlled the institution of education and diffused among the people the gospel of the Bible. So who? The members of the church or the priests. So I'm quickly noting down the keywords here. So if there's any doubt, I can always come back and refer to these keywords. These gospels and teachings were no other than a philosophy for the maintenance of the existing society. It taught the poor man to be meek. So here there is a word again, meek. What exactly does meek mean? Meek is to remain silent and do as you are told to do. So what is it saying? That these gospels taught the poor man to be meek. Basically, the poor man was supposed to just follow what they had been ordered to earn his bread with the sweat of his brow. Now, the sweat of his brow here, we cannot take it in the literal meaning, but we need to understand that is the sweat of his hard work. So it is saying that the poor man has to be silent, and in order to earn their basic needs, they had to work really hard, that is sweat it out, while the priests and the landlords lived in luxury and fought the duels for the slightest offense. So now we are talking about 2 types of people here. We have the poor man and then we have the priests and the landlords. So there is a comparison between these two as to how both of their lifestyles were different during the Christian era. During the Renaissance. So now first we dealt with the Christian era and now we are coming with the Renaissance. So during the Renaissance, education passed more from the clutches of the priest into the hands of the prince. So now we were talking about in the Christian era, it was in the hands of the priest, but in the Renaissance, it passed on from the clutches of the priest to the hands of the prince. So there has been a change in control of education from Christian era to the Renaissance era. In other words, it became more secular. So more people had control as against only priests having control. under the control of the monarch. So why monarch? Because it has come into the hands of the priest. Education began to devise and preach the infallibility of its masters, the monarch or the king. So basically, infallibility is the right of not making a mistake. It also invented and supported fantastic theories like the divine right theory and that the king can do no wrong, etc. So what does the divine right theory mean? So during Renaissance, as we all know, the power vested with the king or the monarch. So when we are saying divine right theory, so what does divine mean? Divine basically means the power of God or the existence of a superficial or a spiritual character. So divine right theory. So basically it means that there was a right that was given to the king by the God itself for what? To govern or to impart education. So divine right theory during the Renaissance meant that the God itself had given power to the king to govern the society. So basically, king is the God's man or the God's messenger. With the advent of the Industrial Revolution, the education took a different turn and had to please the new master. So now there is a third scenario that is coming into place, that is the Industrial Revolution. So now there are three things that we have here. First one is the Christian era, second one is the Renaissance, so and last one is the Industrial Revolution. So if we need to understand the logical structure here, it is following various timelines or various eras across history. So in the Industrial Revolution, education took a different turn and had to please the new masters. It no longer remained the privilege of the barren class, but was thrown open to the rich merchant class of the society. The philosophy which was in vogue. So what does vogue mean here? Vogue is basically in trend or in fashion. The philosophy which was in vogue during this period was that of laissez-faire, restricting the function of the state to mere keeping of law and order, while on the other hand, in practice, the law of the jungle prevailed in the form of free competition and survival of the fittest. So now we moved from Christian era, then we came into the Renaissance era. So in the Christian era, priests were the one controlling the education. In the Renaissance era, it moved from priest to the prince, that is the monarch. And next up, in Industrial Revolution, we are not only talking about education here, but we're also talking about the law by which the state or the city was governed. So now we have got a brief idea as to what the passage is talking about, what is the structure. We have also highlighted the important points and keywords that may be asked as form of questions. So now let's just quickly move to all the questions and see how we are able to answer them based on the passage that we just read. Okay. So the first question is, what does the theory divine right of king stipulate? So now we have our first question, divine right of king. So this came into picture in our Renaissance period, wherein the divine right theory. So let's analyze all the options that we have and see which option fits in the best. The king are God, that the right of governing is conferred upon the king by God. They have the right to be worshipped like God by their subjects, that the right of the king are divine and therefore sacred. So what we have understood from the paragraph, from the entire context, and what we were discussing also earlier, it means that this right has been given to the kings by the God. So out of the four options that are available here, the second option is the most prevalent one, that the right of governing is conferred upon the king by the God. So here we can say divine right of king. So divine basically means that it is given by God and right, and it is given to whom? The king. So this option is the most appropriate one, that is the right of governing is conferred upon the king by none other than God. So this way we can see that while we were going through the passage, we were also trying to draw inference from it, analyze as to why this particular sentence has been mentioned here. And because of that, we have been able to understand the passage more deeply. Now, who controlled education during the Renaissance? So we know in Christian era, it was the priest who controlled the education, and Renaissance, it moved from the priest to the monarch. So here the answer is right here, that is the prince. So from priest, it moved to the prince. So how did our comprehension help us? We have marked the important points. So I am able to see that during the Renaissance, the prince has been the controlling power of education. So this way I can just come back to my paragraph, my passage, and answer the questions that are given quickly. What did the ruling class in the Christian era think of the poor man? So when we were talking about the poor man, we have seen this, that the poor man has to be meek and has to earn the bread with the sweat of his brow. So basically, they have to work really hard to earn their basic living. So what are the options that are available? That he is the beloved of the God, that he deserves all the sympathy of the rich, that he should be strong and lord over others, that he is meant for serving the rich. Now, if you see in these options, there is no direct answer that is available, but we need to draw inference from what we understand and see which option suits the most. So what did we learn? That the poor man has to sweat out his brow. That is, he has to be meek. That is, whatever is told to him, he needs to follow it without opposing it or without having a say of his own. So he is beloved of the God. This does not fit. He deserves all the sympathy of the rich. This also does not answer our question. That he should be strong and lord over the others. No, that he is meant for serving the rich. So this is the answer. And the keyword which gives us this answer is meek. Meek and sweat out his brow. So this is the sentence in the passage that gives us answer to this question. Moving on to the next one. Who controlled the institution of education during the Christian era? So this is the first era that we saw, and as we all know, it was the priests. So let's see which option is that. Secular leaders, church and the priests, monarch and the common people. So the answer is available right here, that is church and the priests. Yes, what does the word infallibility mean? So we saw infallibility here, wherein we were talking about how the kings or the masters can be infallible. So infallibility basically means that this particular person has no ability to make any sort of mistake. So in the Renaissance era, it was promoted that the masters were infallible, the monarch or the king were infallible. So let's quickly have a look at the options. Every man is open to an error. Sensitivity, virtue of not making a mistake, that some divine power is responsible for determining the fate of the man. So like we were saying, they are referring to the infallibility of the monarch or the king. And so it is the third option, that is virtue of not making a mistake. Yes. What do you mean by sweat of his brow? So when we are talking about sweat of the brow, we were saying that a sweat of the brow does not have to be taken in the literal sense, but it needs to be taken in the metaphorical sense. That is, we need to understand who are, that these poor men, they have to really sweat it out, really work hard in order to earn their bread, and they just have to, be very meek when it comes to this thing. So sweat of the brow basically means to work hard. So here, sweat of the brow here basically means very hard work. So like we were discussing earlier, this does not have to be taken into the literal sense. That is the tiny drops of sweat on the forehead or the wrinkles visible on the forehead or sign of innocence. It is the hard work that is being talked about here. Moving on to the next one, what does the policy of laissez-faire stand for? So this is a technical term wherein in the third, that is the Industrial Revolution, we were seeing how economics came into play in addition to education as well. So the meaning of laissez-faire is nothing but individual freedom in the economics field. So this will be able to understand from our last paragraph, that is, in practice, the law of the jungle prevailed in form of free competition and survival of the fittest. So this is the sentence in the passage that gives us answer to this question. Now, which of the following describes the writer? So now there are four options available here. So basically they are asking the tone of the passage. So there are four options that are available: concerned, unconcerned, aggressive, frustrated. So now if you see, unconcerned is something that the author definitely wasn't, because he is showing some level of concern with respect to how the power of education has been transferred. So this cannot be the answer. And also, we did not see any form of aggression or frustration in the passage because there were no negative sentences as such, but there were just points of concern that was raised by the author. So the answer is concern. So now, choose the correct synonym out of the four choice given. Gospels. So we were saying the Gospels of the Bible. So when we were reading the passage, we understood that this might be some preaching. So is chit chat gospel? No. Is teaching of doctrine or religious teacher? Yes, because we were saying Gospels of the Bible. So this is our answer. Rumor or guidance. So again, guidance is something that might be close, but like we saw, we need to answer, use the one that is the most appropriate. So maybe guidance is the second closest answer, but the closest answer that we have is teaching or doctrine of any religious teacher. Next, we need to choose the correct synonym out of the four choices that are given to us. Vogue. So when we were understanding, we also saw the vogue. So here, we had underlined the word vogue. So this is how underlining the keywords help us. So philosophy, which was in vogue during this period. Basically, it means that the philosophy that was in fashion during this period is vogue. So let's see all the options that are available. Yes, choose the correct synonym out of the four choices given. So for vogue, we have uncertain, outdated, prevailing fashion or journey. So as we can see here, fashion or style. So outdated is the exact opposite of vogue because vogue means the ones that are in fashion currently. So outdated would be something that is not in fashion currently. So this was how we need to understand any particular passage. So what we did here, firstly, we read the entire passage, and while we were reading the passage, we made note of all the important words that form a part of the passage. We noted down certain keywords, and we also understood the tone or the structure of the package that a passage, that how they have defined three different periods, and within three different periods, what are the key details that need to be focused on. So we'll quickly take up another passage before we wrap up today's session to have a better understanding of comprehension. Yes. So the next passage is right here. So now there are 5 questions that we need to answer. So let's start without further ado. India loses grain crops worth crores of rupees every year because of pests. So what is India losing? We are losing grain crops. And how much is it worth? Crores of rupees every year because of what? Pests. So we are seeing that there is a concern when it comes to pests and how we are losing crores of worth of crops because of pests. In fact, the increased food production made possible by modern technology and agricultural research would become more evident if farmer is able to effectively combat the various pests and insects that destroy crops. So now what is happening? With the use of modern technology, the production has increased. But when would it set to be effective? If we are able to reduce the impact that these pests have on these crops. So not only is increased food production important, but also combating the pests and insects is also very, very important. While some of the crops are destroyed after harvesting, a large quantity of grains is destroyed in the fields itself. So now after harvesting, what might happen? We might be able to see that the quality of these products is bad, but with the pests or the infected crop, these are destroyed in the fields itself. So even before harvesting, we see that certain crops are destroyed in the fields. True that the Indian farmer today is better able to combat these destroyer grains, for he made available to him better storing facilities for the harvested crops and modern chemical aid like insecticides with which he may spray the growing crops in his fields. Now there are two things that have worked out better for the Indian farmers. So first one is storing facilities have become better. That is, we are able to store the harvested crops, and a matter of the growing crops, we also have insecticides. So at both the stages, we are trying to make sure that we do not lose out on the crops that the farmer is putting in so much hard work to grow. But one has to remember that not all insects are harmful. So even we are trying to destroy the insects, we need to understand that some insects might be good insects and they are not all harmful. The common earthworms, for instance, is a friend of the man because, so whom are we talking about here? The common earthworm. So let's just quickly underline that. For instance, is a friend of a man because it works like a dust mine by breaking up the dead leaves and wood from plants and mixes them with the soil, thus making the soil richer. So what is happening here within any plant? If there are dead leaves, the earthworm is helping in getting that mixed with the soil and making that soil more fertile and more rich for the plants to grow. So here we are seeing a bifurcation between two, that is the bad or the harmful insects that need to be destroyed. And on the other hand, there are certain good insects that there is no need to destroy as such. Therefore, when a farmer sprays his field with chemicals that kills insects, he destroys his friends also with his enemies. So if you are seeing here, we have a problem in hand. That is, even though the farmers have been able to produce more than what they were producing earlier, the crops, there is also a concern when it comes to the insects that are destroying. However, when we're trying to destroy the insects that destroy the crops, we are also ending up, harming the good insects. So now this is the entire theme of the passage. Now let's see what questions we have to answer. Now, a large part of the increased food production is lost because of. So we have seen this in the second line itself, that increased food production is there, but we also have insects that destroy these crops. So the answer would be the insects destroying the crops. So let's see all the options. Lack of irrigation facilities, inadequate rainfall, destruction caused by harmful insects, and bad eating habits of people. So this is the answer. However, without having read this passage, that is, increased food production is lost because of lack of irrigation facilities and inadequate rainfall in the country. So this also might be two reasons because of which we are not able to produce the food properly. But in reference to the passage that we just read here, harmful insects is the reason the food production is lost. So that is what we were seeing when we were seeing strategies to understand the comprehension properly. So what we need to understand is that there might be more than one appropriate options, but we need to select the one that is the most appropriate when it comes to the passage. Next, the function of the insecticide. So we were seeing insecticides. That is, what does the insecticides do? Let's see that. So to protect the growing crop, to nourish the growing crop, to harvest the growing crop, or to store the harvested crop. So as the name indicates, insecticides is something that kills the insects that are destroying the crops. So insecticide is basically sprayed to protect the growing crop. So in no way insecticides will increase the fertility of the soil or increase the quality of the crop. But what they will do, they will prevent the insects from destroying the crop that has been grown. So the function of insecticide is to protect the growing crop. Next, when the farmer sprays his fields with the chemicals that kill insects, let's read all the options. He spoils the growing crop. No, this cannot be right because we are preventing the crop from being spoiled from the insects. He kills good as well as bad insects. Yes. So we saw that without bifurcating between the two, the insecticide will end up destroying both good as well as bad insects. Fertilizes the soil, decreases the food production. So this cannot be right because we are aiming to increase the food productions by combating these insects. And he fertilizes the soil. That is not the aim of insecticide. So the answer is right here, which says kills good as well as bad insects. The common earthworm. So what did we see? That common earthworm is a good insect wherein he will mix up the dead leaves with the soil and make the soil more fertile. So let's see all the options that we have. So the common earthworm is the greatest destroyer of the crops. This cannot be right because the earthworm is a good friend of the farmer. So he cannot be the destroyer of crops. Reduces the grain to dust. This is also not correct. Breaks up the leaves on the crop. This he does, but only the dead leaves he does, not all the leaves, and makes the soil more rich. So here is our answer, because by mixing up the dead leaves or the dead parts of the plant, he is making the soil more rich. And coming to the last question of this particular passage, after harvesting, what the farmer needs is a good supply of seeds. So after harvesting is basically the crops are grown and we have chopped them off. So a good supply of seeds. This is not something that would be required after harvesting, but this will be something that's required even before growing the crop. So this is not our answer. Ability to combat the weather. This is something that is not in the control of the farmer, and hence this is not something that the farmer would need to do from his end. A safe place for storage, and a lot of chemical fertilizers. So with the aim to produce good crops, both is required. We need a safe space for storage and a lot of chemical fertilizers, that is to enhance the quality of the crops, and insecticides to combat the insects. But we are talking about after harvesting. So after harvesting, what is required is a safe place for storage. So we need to understand here that what the question is asking of us, what it is being specific about. So the question is very specific, that what we are looking for is after harvesting. So once the crops have been harvested, we need to find a safe place for storage, and hence that is the answer. Yes. So now coming back to the sample questions. So we saw how while we are reading any passage, we need to underline or highlight the keywords like we had learned. We need to understand what the passage is trying to tell us, what is the intention or the message behind the passage. And while we are reading it, we need to identify the specifics given in the passage. That is, in the first passage, we saw how there were three eras, and in the three eras, how education has grown or education has changed. And in the second passage, we saw that there was one concern with respect to the crops being destroyed by insects, and what are the various points that are given in that particular passage. Another important thing that we need to understand while solving any comprehension passage is that out of the all the alternatives given, there might be two or three more alternatives that are applicable to the passage, but we need to see what is the nearest, what is the most appropriate one, and select the answer. So this is it with respect to part 1 of chapter 3, that is comprehension of passages. In the next chapter, we will see the art of summarizing paragraphs and all the related topics to it. Thank you so much. In the previous session, we saw a look at comprehension passages wherein we understood how, based on a paragraph or a passage that is given in the exam, how do we analyze it, understand the essence of the paragraph, and answer the questions that follow. In today's class, as a part of part 2 of chapter 3 of CSEET Business Communication, we'll be looking at multiple things such as jumbled paragraphs, jumbled sentences, identifying incorrect sentences which are incorrect grammatically, and completing the incomplete sentences. So today's session will mostly be a exercise-oriented session wherein we'll be picking up questions from the module with respect to the topics that I just mentioned, and we will be solving them to help us understand how to analyze the question in the exam and how to answer them correctly. So I'm quickly opening our module. Yes. So here, these are the topics that we are going to deal with today. So beginning with para jumbles. Beginning with parajumbles, sentence correction, sentence arrangement, and lastly, sentence completion. So the first one that we have in place is parajumbles. So what exactly are parajumbles? They are basically jumbled paragraphs. So you are provided with the paragraph, but the sentences are not in the right sequence. You have to rearrange the sentence so that they turn into a meaningful paragraph. So basically the entire paragraph is given to us, but the sequence or the arrangement of the sentence is not chronological, and hence we have to analyze the question that is given to us and answer it accordingly. So now there are two main skills that are required. First one is understanding of the topic of the paragraph. Why do we say the topic is so important? Because only once we have understood the topic, we will be able to draw essence of the paragraph and also arrange all the sentences chronologically. And second one is understanding the information flow. So basically, you are supposed to identify what is the starting point of the paragraph and how the paragraph goes ahead. And finally, that is a conclusion to the paragraph. So a prerequisite to both the above skill is to possess the qualities of a good reader. So basically, we need to be comfortable in understanding what is the essence of the paragraph and catching points so as to make a logical connection between all the sentences. So let's begin with sample questions that we have as a part of the module. So yes, the sentence is given in each question when properly sequenced from labeled with a letter. Choose the most logical order of sentences from among the given choice to construct a coherent paragraph. So here we have 4 sentences that are given to us. And now let's read all the 4 sentences, understand what is the main subject of the paragraph and how it is being arranged chronologically. So first one, people who start up their own business typically come from two extreme backgrounds. Okay, so here they're already starting about business. So here there is a subject that is already introduced. So this cannot be the starting point of the paragraph, but let's go on reading it. One is the business family background, and the other one is a steady professional family background. So here they are saying that there are two types of people who join business. One is who is from the business background, the other one is who is from a professional background. Typically, people from different background face different kinds of basic problems. So now we are talking about the problems that are being faced by the people from the different background. So different kinds of problems. The people from both the backgrounds find it very difficult to establish and manage an enterprise. So now here we see that there is both being used. So both refers to what? Both refers to the ones from the business background as well as the steady professional background. So by just reading this, we will be able to analyze that C follows A. So because in A, we have been able to establish that there are two types of backgrounds, and then C talks about both the types of background. So once we'll just create a logic here saying after A, we have C. Now let's see if before A there is something or A is the introductory one. And the last sentence is starting up and managing a small business is no joke. So as you can see here there is an introduction of the topic, that is business. So as we understood, the entire paragraph, the sentences that are given here talk about the types of families from where businessmen hail from, what are the kinds of problem that they face, and what is the topic. So clearly this is the starting point, that is the topic of the paragraph, that is starting up and managing a business. So this shall come before D. So we have D. So let's read the sentences with the chronology that we have framed so far. So first one is D. So D talks about starting up and managing a small business is no joke. Next is A. People who start up their own business typically come from two extreme backgrounds. One is the business family background, and other is a steady professional background. Then we have C. The people from both the backgrounds find it very difficult to establish and manage an enterprise. Typically, people from different backgrounds face different kinds of problems. So our option B is the last sentence of the paragraph. So if you can see here, it's DACB, and that is nothing but the option C here. So this is how, the minute we start reading the various sentences that are given to us, we make an analysis, try to understand the topic on which the paragraph is focused on, and accordingly, whenever we find a connection between two or more sentences, we analyze and arrange it chronologically, like how we did with the option A and C here. So A spoke about two types of backgrounds, and C spoke about both the types of backgrounds. So first reference is to explain what the two types of backgrounds are. Then in C, they're giving a reference to both the backgrounds. So this is how you analyze all the jumbled sentences that are given to you and form a paragraph out of it. Okay, let's move on to the next question. So again, there are four options here. So let's understand each of the sentences and see what can be the chronology. Now, venture capital. Okay, so here looks like the subject is venture capital. Venture capital is recommended as the ideal source of financing for a successfully small business. So here this looks like there is an introduction here, but let's see and read the other sentences as well. So here they're talking about how venture capital is an ideal source of financing for small businesses. Next up, several companies, including startups, have been funded by dedicated venture funds during this decade. So here it says that now we have venture capital, and then they're also saying that several companies have gotten funded using the venture capital method of funding. Next, despite this, an average Indian entrepreneur understands an appreciation of venture capital concept has been woefully inadequate. So now here there is a problem. So they are going contradicting to the venture capital. So earlier we have said that venture capital is an ideal source of financing, and here there is a different thing. So now last sentence, in the Indian context, though venture capital has been a relatively late entrant, it has made a reasonable impact. So now let's go back, analyze and see which could be the starting sentence, which could be the next sentence. So first one, yes. So venture capital is recommended as the ideal source of finance. So here clearly A is our starting point because it is giving us an introduction to venture capitalists. Next, B says that several companies, including startups, have been funded by dedicated venture funds. In the Indian context, though the venture capital has been a relatively late entrant, it has already made a reasonable impact. So if you can see here, both the sentences could be the continuation of the first sentence. But here, if you see, in this case, they are talking about many companies that have already been funded by venture capitalists. However, in this, there is an introduction of Indian context. So once we have the topic in hand, that is venture capital and how it is a good source of financing, the next one, we are talking about the Indian context. So we can take this as the next. Next one. So we are talking about how in the Indian context, venture capital has entered late, but still it has made an impact. How it has made an impact is this. So several companies, including startups, have been funded by dedicated ventures. So this chronology is helping us understand that venture capital, what is how it is helpful for businesses. Second one, it is saying that in India it has entered at a relatively later time. Third one, and it has made a good impact already. Third one explains how it has made a good impact. That is saying that several companies have already funded using venture capitalists. And the last one is option C. So this way we can analyze each of the sentences and give a logical chronology to it. And how this has to be done. So every time we are reading the sentences, we need to analyze and draw an inference then and there itself to make a connection between all and make sure that our paragraph is the jumbled paragraph is arranged chronologically. So we have A, D, B, C, and that is in option B right here. Okay. So similarly, we have other questions in the module as well. That is for jumbled paragraphs. Next. So the next topic as a part of this particular chapter is sentence correction. So what exactly is sentence correction? So the questions might be given or there may be statements wherein there is some grammatical error, some error with respect to the English language. We need to identify that and tell what is wrong, or else what will happen is they'll give us a group of questions and identify which one of those questions is incorrect. So let's just quickly go through the introduction before we proceed with the exercise. So sentence correction or error spotting is one of the most scoring area of verbal section because this is relatively simple when we compare to all the other sections. A sentence is the basic unit of language. A sentence is a group of words that have a syntax and convey a certain meaning. A complete knowledge of a sentence and its structure is necessary to spot any error in the sentence and vice versa. So now what is our main aim with this activity? It is to spot any error. So here what they are saying, so we need complete knowledge of the sentence and also understanding of structure, because only when we understand the structure, we'll be able to understand if there is any actual error in the sentence or not. So in this exercise, one or more sentences are given. You are required to check if there is any error in the sentence or in the marked part of it. So this way, there are multiple questions, sample questions that are given in the module. So let's take up any one of these questions to understand. So now we have multiple questions that are given and we need to identify out of all these questions, which are incorrect and which are correct. We don't have to mention the error specifically, but we just need to give an indication as to which is correct and which is incorrect. Yes. So the first question in question number 3. So let's start with question number 3. First one. Moving one by one step away from the expected with the graphics and photography can create reader interest. So here, if you see, they are talking about how we can create interest. So now here they are saying that with graphics and photography, we can create interest in the reader's mind. But here, if you see this, there is an error here. That is, when we are saying moving a step away, it does not have to be one by one step away. This can be either moving one step away or moving a step away. So that's when the sentence becomes precise and gives out the correct meaning and desired. So this sentence is grammatically incorrect. So if instead of moving one by one step away, if we say moving one step away or moving a step away, then that sentence becomes grammatically correct. Coming to the next one. Try using a conceptual image or photo to highlight your main message versus very first thing to come to mind when thinking about your product or services. So now here, when we read the sentence itself, we understand that there are no proper conjunctions or there is no proper usage of grammar because this is a very long sentence. This can be considered as a compound or a complex sentence. So now let's break this sentence. Try using a conceptual image or photo to highlight your main message. So let's consider this as the part 1 versus very first thing to come to mind when thinking about your product or services. So now what it says, so instead of this, we need to do this. So what they have used, the word they have used here is versus. However, actually, when we are giving a comparison, that is when we are replacing something, we need to use the word instead. So if we read it with the word instead, let's see if it now sounds grammatically correct. Try using a conceptual image or photo to highlight your main message instead of the very first thing to come to mind when thinking about your product or services. So again, here there is of, but product of services is not something that is grammatically correct. So instead we can say product or services. So here we can replace product with or. So this way, this sentence is also grammatically incorrect. So let's just mark this as incorrect. Next one. Next one is another form of contrast is in the actual design. So by the first read, prima facie reading of this sentence does not seem like it's incorrect. So I'm just going to say it's correct. An unusual fold in a brochure or direct mail piece can add excitement. So here they're talking about what can add excitement. It is an unusual fold in the brochure. So this is also grammatically correct. No errors prima facie that we can spot. So the first option and the second sentence both are incorrect. So let's see here. So we have 1 and 2. So these are the two incorrect sentences. So this way, in order to understand what sentences are grammatically incorrect, we need to read the sentence as a whole once and then draw the essence of the sentence and start breaking it up into multiple fragments within the same sentence to understand what are the words that can be replaced and what are the words or, what is the sentence that is grammatically incorrect. Yes. So one more question for this particular activity. The typeface that you choose for your print project is an important piece of the foremost overall design process. So now there are two adjectives that are used here. So we have foremost as well as we have overall. So if we eliminate the foremost, the sentence would still make sense grammatically. So let's read it without foremost. The typeface that you choose for your print project is an important piece of the overall design process. So here, if you can see, this foremost is not required. We can use the sentence without foremost as well. So this sentence is grammatically incorrect. Next, first, narrow down your choice by selecting the tone you want to present. So here it is absolutely perfect. There is adequate punctuations used. There is adequate space given between two parts of the sentences. So this is fine. Typefaces can convey personality. This is also a pretty simple sentence and it is correct. Last one. For instance, if you are in the banking industry, you might choose a classic serif font such as Garamond to convey dependability. So here, all the sentences talk about basically your written scripture or your font that you are using. So all these three sentences are correct. It is only the first sentence wherein we feel that the word foremost can be avoided to give a more clear picture when it comes to the sentence. So only first one is wrong. So here I'm going to select option 1. So this way we can analyze whether any given sentence is grammatically incorrect. So even in exam, we will have to choose one of the options that is grammatically incorrect. Next part of the topic here is sentence arrangement. So now in the first section, we saw paragraph arrangement wherein we were given multiple sentences, like we were given 4 sentences. We had to analyze the chronology between all of those and form a meaningful paragraph. In case of sentence arrangement, a perfect sentence would be divided into fragments and given to us in a jumbled manner. So now we need to analyze which is the first part of the second part of the sentence, join all of that and make a meaningful sentence out of it. So jumbled sentences are a must for good English. This is usually known by many names like rearranging of words, rearranging sentences, jumbled words, so on and so forth. So let's quickly dive into an example to understand how exactly jumbled sentences work. Now, in this section, a sentence is jumbled into different parts. The parts are labeled A, B, C, and D. So very similar to our first exercise. So in our first exercise, A, B, C, D were like actual sentences. And in this case, A, B, C, D is like multiple parts of the sentence. So now, without further ado, let's begin. So now we have at the end of the particular fragment, there is the indication given whether that is A, B, C, or D. Now, so for the government at the center gearing, okay, the pressure to check fuel prices is intensifying up for several assembly elections this year, followed by the general election in 2019. So here, as you can see, while I was reading, these two sentences connected. Up for several assembly elections this year, followed by the general election in 2019. So now we can understand that this sentence is followed by this sentence. So I'm going to write C and then D. So C and D both are following. Now we need to understand if C is the beginning point of the sentence, or if C has to be beginning point, or if it follows any particular sentence here. Next up, so what are the two sentences that are remaining? We have A and we have B. So now let's read A and B and see which one could be followed. For the government at the center gearing. So now after gearing, we could either have up because C is there. We cannot have year because D is already following C. We can also have the pressure. So now let's read these two. So for the government at the center, gearing the pressure to check the fuel price is intensifying. These two do not sound logically correct. Let's read it with C. For the government for the government at the center, gearing up for several assembly elections. So if you can see this gearing and up has connected here, so C will be preceded by A. So we have A, C, D, and last one will be B. So let's read all of these sentences in this order and see if it makes sense. So for the government at the center, gearing up for several assembly elections this year, followed by the general election in 2019, the pressure to check the fuel prices is intensifying. So there was an introduction. What is the introduction? The central government is what they are talking about. What is the second part of the sentence? The second part is where they're talking about the multiple elections that are going on. And third one talks about the pressure to check the fuel prices. So this is how we analyze each of the sentence parts of the sentences and make a meaningful logical sentence out of it. We will take another one here. Opted for a hike in key interest rates by 25 basis points. So now here you can see this is already started. This cannot be the starting point of sentence. So A is not going to be the first very fragment of the sentence. At the end of an unusually long 3-day meeting. Okay, so it begins with at the end of an unusually long meeting. So it's given an introduction to a long meeting. So let's see, this could be the starting point, but let's have a look at the other sentences also. Which is the first such increase in 4.5 years. So which, we can see that which is the. So which is the gives that there is a reference to something earlier. So B cannot be the starting point of the sentence. A cannot be the starting point of the sentence. Sorry, C cannot be the starting point and A cannot be the starting. The monetary policy of the Reserve Bank of India. So this can be the starting point. So now we have two contenders here. We have B and we have D. But let's read let's see how we can logically connect it. So now at the end of an unusually long 3-day meeting. Okay, so now it talks about a 3-day meeting. So whose 3-day meeting? So they have given the Monetary Policy Committee. So now B is going to be our first starting point. That is at the end of an unusually long 3-day meeting. So next up, we will talk about whose meeting it was. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India. So this is how we will analyze. Now we have two options. We either have A or C. So like I was saying, C has given a reference to something that is there earlier. So A talks about a hike in key interest rates. So next up will be A. And last one will be C. So now we have B, D, A, and C. So let's read and see if this is correct or if there needs to be a shift in the arrangement. So now, at the end of an unusually long 3-day meeting, the Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India opted for a hike in key interest rate by 25 basis points, which is the first such increase in 4.5 years. So this, if you can see, if we are getting confused between A and C, so now C is giving a reference to the increase, right? A talks about the increase in the key interest points. So very clearly it is understood that A will be first followed by C. So this way we try to analyze what is the meaning, what is that the sentence is trying to communicate to us, and accordingly we will have arrangement of the sentences that we do. So we have other similar options. Now, coming to the last part of this chapter, that is a sentence completion. So we saw jumbled paragraphs wherein multiple sentences of the same paragraph will be given. We need to analyze it and make the paragraph logically correct or chronologically correct. Next up, we saw identifying incorrect sentences. And then just now we saw jumbled sentences, wherein part of or fragments of sentences were given to us in jumbled manner. And we had to understand them, analyze them, and arrange them in the sequence. So now last part of this topic is sentence completion. So basically there will be a sentence with a blank that is given, and again 4 options saying which of these words or phrases could fill the blank. So what we will do, how we can analyze this. So we have questions that are given, multiple questions that are given. So within this question, wherever they are blank, we will try and fill all of the options that are available and see which option fits the best. So there could be chances where more than one option can seem appropriate, but as a part of the rule, we need to select the most appropriate option, that is the closest to the correct answer. So yes, unless he dash this office, I will not say anything. So here let's fit the first option and see. Unless he left this office, I will not say anything. So left is past tense. However, this is talking about the future. When he will leave the office, I will not say. So until he leaves the office, I will not say anything. So left is not something that is correct. Unless he did not leave this office, I will not say anything. Again, this is grammatically incorrect. Unless he leaves this office, I will not say anything. So here, if you can see, leaves is the one that is correct. So we have leaves, that is the correct option. Let's also see the last option once just to understand. So unless he had left this office, I will not say anything. So unless talks about something that is going to happen in the future. Okay, unless he leaves this office, I will not say anything. So here leaves is the correct option. So I will just fill the correct option here. So it is unless he leaves this office. Next up, dash. Dash, I would help out all the poor people. So here it talks about the cases where I could be rich. So let's see which one is the most appropriate case. If I am rich, I would help all the poor people. If I am rich. So this is something that is saying that if I am currently rich, which I would have known. So this is not wrong. If I was rich. So again, was is correct in terms of the tense, that is, it is being used in past tense. However, it is wrong because it is preceded by I. So whenever there is an I, we need to use were. So if I were rich, I would help all the poor people. So it is option C that is correct. In case I am rich is not correct. So here, next up we have, I dashed the news an hour ago. I have heard the news an hour ago. This sounds correct. I heard the news an hour ago. This also sounds correct. I was hearing the news an hour ago. I have been hearing the news an hour ago. So this talks about something that has already been done. So this is not past continuous tense. This is past perfect tense or just past tense in general. So these two would not be applicable because these are both past continuous tense. We can choose one of these options, that is have heard or heard. I have heard the news an hour ago, which is the past perfect tense, and hence this is the correct option. So our answer is I have heard the news an hour ago. So this way, like I was mentioning earlier, there could be multiple options, but we need to see which is the most suitable option depending on the question that is given. Yeah. So here there are 4 options. I waited dash hour and then I went home. So here there is an article that requires to be added. So in the English language, we have 3 articles. So we have a and the. So a is used in front of any consonants. And is used when there is any vowel in place. And the is used when we are talking about something that is very specific. So here there is our. But if you can see, our does not have the H pronunciation. The H is silent here. It begins with O-U-R, and hence with this logic and is used. So even though our begins with a consonant H, H being silent, the pronunciation not beginning with H, the article that we have to write here is and. Now, next one. The boy is not interested in playing dash. So now here given the options, if we can see the options, doesn't he, isn't he, didn't he, is he, it is re-asking the question that was already stated in the statement. So here the statement says that the boy is not interested in playing. Now, if we want a confirmation question to be added here, one thing we have to understand that it has to be the opposite of this. It cannot. So here there is a negative connotation in place saying boy is not interested in playing. So when we are asking a question, the not goes away because we are going to use the opposite of it. So it becomes is he. So instead of is not interested, it becomes is he. So let's read it. The boy is not interested in playing. Is he? Or if we are saying, let's take the opposite example. So if we are saying the boy is interested in playing. So let's see. The boy is interested in playing. So now when we are asking a question, we use the opposite of it. So is not he or isn't he? So this way, whenever we are asking a confirmation question, it will be in the opposite of what is there in the sentence. So in this particular case, since they are saying the boy is not interested in playing, we will ask a question, is he? So if you can see, all these three are negative denotions here. So there is doesn't, that is does not, is not, did not. Only this is the one that is positive. So we are going to use is he. He told us that we should never lie beyond dash means. So now there is a person, there is a subject matter who is a third person. He is telling whom? He is telling us. So now he is telling us that we should not lie. So he is telling us about something that we should do, we should not do. So he's telling about how we should never lie beyond dash means. So if he is telling that we should not be lying, then it should not be beyond our means itself. It cannot be beyond somebody else's means, because if I am the person lying, so if the sentence read as he told me that that I should not lie beyond my means. So here, depending on who the subject is, excuse me, depending on who the subject is, we will have to analyze. So here the subject is he, who is the third party. He is referencing this to us that we should never lie beyond our means. So let's see if our is an option. Yes, we have it as an option C. So we have his, their, her. So let's analyze the other options as well and see if anything else fits here. He told us that we should never lie beyond his means. So if he is referencing to us saying we should never be lying, then it will be only based on our means. Next up. May I request dash you again to consider my case favorably. So now there are multiple prepositions here, to, on, to, of. Let's put them and see which one fits the best. May I request to you again to consider my case favorably. So there is no you need to add to here. May I request on to you again to consider. So to is already there here. So if we are adding to or on to, that is going to be wrong. May I request of you? No. So if I'm saying, if I'm requesting somebody, I will ask them directly saying, may I request you? So then here clearly this is a trick question. There is no proposition that is actually required. So this way so let's take up a last question. We dash our work before the guests arrived at our house. So now there is already arrived, which talks about past tense. So now we will have to pick an option which is in the past tense. We shall finish our work. Shall finish indicates a future tense, which is wrong. We have finished our work. Have finished is past tense, but the use of have is wrong, because have is used in singular cases. That if I was saying I have finished my work, and I is also have is also mostly present tense. So we need to use something that is in the past tense. I had finished my work. So this is something that matches the tense of our verb here in place already. And the last one is we shall have finished. Again, finish is past tense, but shall have is showing a perfect past tense. So this is not correct. So option C is the most appropriate one. So let's read it with the correct option. We had finished our work before the guests arrived at our house. So this way, whenever we are trying to fill in the complete sentences, what we can do is fit in all of the options that we have available as a part of the question. See which one suits the best. There will be a few options, one or two options that will definitely not be the ones, but there might be confusion between an option or two. So that is when you fit in both the options and choose the one that is the most appropriate. Yes. So we have come to end of the part 2 of chapter 3, that is comprehension of passages and the art of summarizing. So as a part of today's class, that is the art of summarizing, we saw how we can arrange sentences within a paragraph, arrange fragments of a single sentence, identify incorrect sentences based on the list of sentences given to us, and lastly we saw how we can analyze an incomplete sentences and choose the most appropriate word to complete it. So thank you so much all for being a part of the session and joining this class. We will be back with chapter 4 of CSEET Business Communication soon. Till then, take care. Thank you. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Business Communication. So today's topic will be business communication. So far we have learned what is the importance of the language English, how is the grammar used, and understanding various passages and comprehensions that came our way. So now our focus will shift to primarily business communication. That is how whatever we have learned with respect to communication and the English language, how it can be applied in the business setup and why is it so important in the business setup. So this chapter is going to be divided into two parts. So let's see what are the various topics that we will be covering under this chapter. Yes. So first we have the concept of business communication, that is what is the meaning of business communication and communication in general. Secondly, we have the features and then the importance. Why is business communication considered to be important? Third one is the process that is to be followed for communication. What are the principles, that is what are some key points to be noted whenever we are trying to communicate? What are the types and flow in which communication can be done? The means and modes and networks that can be adopted for communication. And lastly, what are the barriers? That is, what is it that acts as a hurdle in communication and what is it that will help us in getting over these hurdles? So how to get over the barriers. So now to begin with, first, let's understand what is communication, not business communication, but just communication in general. So communication is derived from the Latin word communis, which means to share. So the basic idea of any given communication is to share, is basically exchange of information and ideas. So with communication, to understand, there will be two parties that will be involved. One is the sender, one is the receiver. So sender is the person who will be communicating and receiver will be the person who will be receiving the information from the sender. So communication is a two-way process because we have both a sender as well as a receiver in any given communication. And now if we are saying exchange of information and idea, there needs to be certain mode through which these ideas are exchanged. So communication is exchange of information through a common system of symbols, signs, or behavior. So this becomes our mode of communication, that is how we choose to communicate any given message that we want to put it across to another person. So to understand communication, it means to share. What are we sharing? We are sharing information, ideas, facts, any knowledge that we have. There needs to be a mode that has to be selected. So that could be symbol, signs, or behavior. And very importantly, it is a two-way process. That is, there needs to be both a sender and a receiver for any communication to be complete. Further, so now that we have understood communication, let's understand what exactly is business communication. So business communication, just on the face of it, we understand is any communication that is taken up in a business setup or to transact any given commercial activity. Now, as we all know, any business activity that is taken up, it is with the intent to gain profits, and hence communication plays a very important role so that we are able to achieve this intent of gaining profits. Further, business communication links various components. So now, as we all know, for any business to run successfully, it is not a one-person job or a one-man show. There are various entities, various stakeholders that are involved. Like say, for example, internally within an organization, there will be employees, there will be the management, and so on and so forth. And further, in addition to the internal communication, there will be external communication. So there will be your suppliers, your vendors, your customers, regulatory authorities. So communication ensures that all of these components are linked. So basically trying to link your internal components as well as your external components. And for any business communication to be effective, we need excellent communication skills, because only then we will be able to gain power over what we want to communicate, over the business that we want to transact. And we will also gain a certain amount of reputation, because good communication skill is a great indicator when it comes to any given business activity. Now, understanding features of communication. So what are certain key essentials of any given communication? So like we were discussing in the meaning itself, it is a two-way process, because there are two parties that are supposed to be involved. So if there is only one person communicating and there is no person on the receiver's end, then the message will not be delivered. Then the intent of communication fails. So this has to be ensured that there is a two-way process. So we need a sender as well as a receiver. Next, communication is an ongoing process. So now this is in continuation of it being a two-way process. Now, because if the sender has communicated his message and left it, and there is no feedback from the receiver, or there is no response from the receiver, then the communication will not be complete. So this is an ongoing process in which there is continuous exchange of information between the sender and the receiver. Next up, it is facts and emotions. So now another thing that needs to be understood is communication is not just trying to state facts. It involves a certain level of emotions as well. So to understand the intent with which the sender is giving out the information, the emotions also need to be involved, just to make sure that the intent with which the sender is communicating is the same intent in which the receiver is receiving the information. Again, communication is a dynamic process, because the setups keep changing. Like, say, for example, within a work environment, if we are communicating internally, it will be a more informal process. The minute it becomes external, it becomes a formal communication. And hence, this is dynamic. So with the changing environment, the mode of communication, the manner of communication, both will change. And hence, communication is a dynamic process. Next, communication is goal-oriented. So why are we saying it's goal-oriented? Because whenever a person is trying to communicate a message or give out certain information, it is with an intent to make that responder or the receiver aware of certain level of information, or to initiate any discussion, or to obtain any feedback. So it is always done with a goal in mind, with the aim in mind. And last up, we have interdisciplinary science. That is, there is not only one mode of communication that exists. Like, say, for example, there is anthropology, that is the study of your body language, psychology, that is study of the mind. So all of these are connected. All of these understood together will form an essential feature of communication. So what have we understood so far? So we saw what is the meaning of communication. Then we saw the meaning of business communication. And now we understood what are the key features of communication. Next, what is the importance of communication? So we are understanding the importance of communication in a business setup. So now, first one, increase in size. So as we all know, organizations are growing, organizations are expanding, and to have a hold of activities throughout the organization, there needs to be real good communication between various departments, various authorities, various stakeholders, various employees within the organization. So to make sure that the organization is in line with each other and they all understand the objectives in the same manner, communication becomes very important in a growing organization. Next, growing specialization. So now within any business or within any department, there will be multiple specialties that exist. Like, say, for example, in a product company, so there will be the product team, there will be the customer success team, and then there will be the sales team. Now, communication becomes important here, because, say, for example, if the product team and the sales team are not in touch with each other, or they do not communicate with each other, and say the sales team has communicated to the customer without even checking with the product team if that feature is available in the product, then there will be a mismatch in the knowledge that exists, and this will cause trouble to the organization, because the sales team and the product team are not in touch with each other. They do not have effective lines of communication that are established, and hence with growing specialization, with various factors coming into picture, communication becomes very important. Cutthroat competition. So now, as we all know, there are very few businesses that are in monopoly, and most of them have HOH competition with various other similar companies that exist. So in order to stand out from your competitors, to gain an edge over them, the communication becomes important. So this becomes important in form of your marketing. That is how you are marketing your business, how you are marketing your products, and then how effectively you are doing it. That is the language you are using it, the mode you are using it. Everything becomes important in getting yourself an advantage over the competitors that exist in the market. Next, trade union movement. So, employee trade unions, or like workers trade union, all exist almost in every organization. And to keep the workers and employees satisfied with whatever work they're being doing, whatever pay they are being given, it is essential for the management or the senior members of the organization to be in continuous communication with the trade union, so that there is no misunderstanding between them and the operations can go on smoothly. Human and public relation. So this talks about both your, so human relations is basically your internal this thing, or your employees, and public relation becomes your external stakeholders. So public relation talks about your external stakeholders. So communication becomes important because both of them need to be updated about the whereabouts of the organization. They need to be given updates on any recent changes or any, new updates within the organization. And last one is a personal asset. So not only looking at it from a business point of view, but an individual point of view as well. Communication becomes very important because that is what will make you stand out. That is what will help you in communicating your ideas across the table. And that is what will help you in gaining confidence in any given business setup. So this is why communication becomes so important in any business setup. So mainly to meet your organization goals, to have a smooth workflow, to establish good lines of communication within your organization as well as outside the organization. Now that we've understood the features and the importance of communication, let's have a look at the process that exists. So now there needs first and foremost step is to develop an idea. So like we were discussing, that communication is goal oriented. So what is it that you want to communicate to the receiver, to communicate to the other party? We need to develop an idea. That is the basic understanding or the basic topic that we want to communicate. And once we have done that, we need to encode it. Encode it is basically choosing the mode or method of communication, how we are putting it, whether we are putting it in the form of words, whether we are putting it in the form of graphics, whether we are putting it orally. So we need to encode and set a standard for the topic that we have chosen. Then we need to transmit. Transmit is basically giving it from one person to another person. So you are communicating the message to another person. So this is where the actual communication takes place. Next, receive. So till here, it is the responsibility of the sender. So now from here, it is the receiver's responsibility to make sure they are an effective listener. They are understanding the idea in the same sense in which the sender wants to give it. That is the receive. And then decode is, once we have heard what the sender wants to tell us, we need to decode. That is, we need to analyze and understand the sense in which the sender has given us the information. And then lastly, we have feedback and noise, wherein if the responder wants to respond with something, because communication cannot be silent, right? There needs to be some amount of feedback that needs to be given. So like we were discussing, it is a continuous process that is from the sender to the receiver, and the receiver will respond to what the sender has told. So feedback and noise basically means that this is now the receiver's responsibility to respond to what the sender has told. So even though these might look like very small steps or very small parts of communication, each of these become very essential, because anywhere if the chain is breaking, then the communication will not be complete, because the idea with which the sender is trying to give the information will not be the same in which the receiver is receiving it. So all of these become very important whenever it comes to communicating any given message. Now, so yeah, like I was mentioning earlier, we need to understand certain principles of effective communication. Basically, these will help us in knowing what will make any given communication to the point, and will also help us in satisfying whatever message we intend to give to the receiver. So let's have a look at all the principles. So first and foremost one is clarity. So when we were looking at the process of communication, we had to develop an idea, right? So here is where clarity comes into picture, because the sender needs to know what they want to deliver. So they need to be clear with exactly what they want to develop. So this is where idea comes into picture. So your idea needs to be clear, free of ambiguity. Ambiguity is somewhere where there is lack of information or something is missing. So it has to be free of ambiguity. And to make sure it is clear, it also needs to be brief. Because if we are unnecessarily increasing the length of our communication, our essence of the message might lose out. And hence we need to make sure that our communication is brief and to the point. Next, very important, conversational words over poetic words. Now, with clear, like with poetic words, there is a chance that the responder might not understand in what sense the sender is trying to communicate their particular message. So conversational words, words that are used in our daily language or that are used in the course of like ordinary business, those are to be used any day over our poetic words. Grammatical construction. So this becomes important whenever there is a written communication. So whenever there is written communication, grammatical construction becomes important. And this is to ensure that you are using. So like we were studying, there are parts of the speech, there are various punctuations that come into picture. So all of those needs to be kept in mind whenever we are trying to communicate. Next up, illustrations. So illustrations is something that will help deliver your message in a better way, because visually a receiver captures the information better as compared to orally. So illustrations can be your aid to your verbal or written communication. And techie words and jargons are something that is to be avoided, because we need to understand the mind space of the receiver as well, whether they understand these technical words, whether they understand these jargons, because if they do not, then there'll be a gap in the communication. So that's why our first principle of communication is clarity. Moving on to the next one, completeness. Now, whenever the sender wants to give out certain information, so the moment they are clear. So the first one is they had to be clear. Second one is whatever information that they are giving have to be complete. Complete in one sense. So all the facts have to be completed. Why are we saying? So firstly, it is cost saving, because in the first instance itself, you are conveying all the relevant facts. Because what happens is, in case of written communication, say for example, in the first sitting, you have just not given all the facts. So when the responder will respond again, and then the sender will respond again. So there is a lot of time and cost that is involved in making this whole system complete. Instead of that, if in the first communication itself, if we are stating out all the facts, if we are making them known of all the information that is available to us, it will be cost saving. And the chances of giving additional information reduces, because in the first instance itself, you have given all the details. And why is it so important? Because better decision making. So you will be informed of all the facts that are there, that are existing in any given circumstances. And this will lead to better decision making. Next, conciseness. So conciseness means something that is to the point without beating around the bush. So here, to understand in the literal sense, it is the least possible number of words that are to be used. So any sentence, any phrase, any paragraph, if we are able to concise it, if we are able to keep it to the point, then the communication gets easier, because there's less time involved and it does not become time consuming. Highlights the main message, because we know what we are supposed to focus on. We know the ideas that need our most amount of attention. It is more appealing because it is short, it is to the point. And lastly, it is non-repetitive, because since you are limiting your words to exactly what needs to be communicated, there will be ensure that there will be no repetition that comes into place. So far we saw that our information has to be clear, our idea has to be clear, our communication is to be complete, and then it is concise. Concreteness. So concreteness is something that is very similar to concise. So concise means using as less words as possible, whereas concreteness is using particular to the point words. So this is again in very similar lines to conciseness, wherein you are particular and clear about what you want to tell. Then there are specific facts and figures that are involved. So this is mostly factual in nature. And this cannot be misinterpreted because you have given all the information in the form of facts and figures. Next, courtesy. So courtesy is something that becomes very important. So when we were looking at the features of communication, we saw that it involves both facts. Yes, so communication involves both facts and emotions. So here is where courtesy comes into picture. So when we talk about emotion, courtesy comes into picture. And why is it so important? Two things. From the sender's point of view, the receiver is supposed to understand what is the way or the manner in which the sender is trying to communicate. And from the receiver's point of view, the sender is supposed to respect the receiver's opinion for whatever is being communicated. So consideration and courteous message, that is, you, the sender and receiver, both are considerate of each other. They understand each other's opinions, each other's viewpoints, and only then a communication will become fruitful, because both the parties' opinion are taken into picture. Next, correctness. Again, this becomes very important so that there is no misinterpretation or there is no error in your communication. So firstly, no grammatical errors. So why is grammar something that is being focused on so much? Is because if there are any grammatical errors, then the meaning of the sentence can change. And hence we need to ensure that there are no grammatical errors when it comes to your communication. It has to be exact, correct, and well-timed. Precision, that is again correctness, and greater impact, because the more correct your information is, the higher the impact is. Because if there is certain information that is not correct that is being communicated, then it will impact and it will also influence the decision that the receiver or the sender wants to make. Last one, consideration. So this is similar to courtesy, wherein we need to have consideration for the receiver. So what exactly is consideration mean? Consideration in the literal sense means stepping into others' shoes. That is, you are putting yourself in the other person's situation and understanding their viewpoint as well. You need to envisage your audience and empathize with your audience. Now, say for example, if we are in a legal setup and we are using legal jargons, but in the opposite, in the receiver's end, there is layman. There is no person who understands these legal jargons. Then we are not empathizing with our audience because we are not understanding that they do not understand these jargons. We have not envisaged our audience also in this case. So envisaging and empathizing with the audience becomes very important so that you make sure that whatever you are communicating is being understood by the receiver as well. Next, some other guidelines. So now we saw principles, 7 principles of this thing, right? So let's quickly have a overview. So what are the 7 principles of communication? So first one we had, it had to be clear, concise. Then we saw complete, then courteous. Then we had to be considerate, and a few others were correct and concrete. So to quickly summarize all of these 7 principles, clear is it has to be to the point, not ambiguous. Concise is use as less words as possible. Complete is make sure you mention all the facts that are involved in any given communication. Courteous and considerate, more or less the same, wherein you need to understand the receiver's point of view as well. Correct is making sure there are no grammatical errors, and concrete is something that is to the point with solid facts that are involved. So in addition to these 7 principles, we also have certain other guidelines that come into picture. which are just like certain help, like, a help kit to communication. So now, right, mean, and mode. So the manner in which you are communicating becomes very important. Like, say, for example, if it is a formal setup, but we are communicating it orally, then there will be no accountability in the future. So we need to understand here that in a formal setup, the right mode of communication will be written. So this way, we need to analyze the situation and see in what sense which communication is going to be better. Own your message. So this is applicable for the sender, wherein they need to own the message. That is, they need to know what they are saying, they need to believe in what they are saying, and they need to make sure that whatever they are saying is correct. Recipient, again, recipient becomes very important part of the communication, because the recipient is supposed to be a good listener. Only if the recipient is a good listener, they will be able to firstly analyze whatever the sender is telling them, and then give them the feedback. It has to be complete and relevant, like we discussed. We need to obtain feedback. So from the very beginning, we are saying that communication is a two-way process. That is, there has to be both inputs of the sender and the receiver. Now, if the sender has just communicated and the receiver has not responded or given any feedback, then our communication will become incomplete. So hence, obtaining feedback becomes very important. Verbal and non-verbal communication. So now, verbal communication is something that can be put into words. Non-verbal communication is mostly the body language that you are using. So we need to use both in place to give out a more emphasis on what we are trying to communicate. Repeat if necessary. So one key feature of communication or requirement was that we should avoid repetition, but this comes in exceptional cases, wherein if some message is really important, or if you want to capture the attention of the responder again, we can repeat. Like, say, for example, in a transport company, if there are goods that need to be taken care of. So I've already mentioned once, but you feel like this is really important, it is very fragile, it needs to be mentioned again, then you will repeat and say that please take care. So this is where repetition becomes important, if a message is really important and it can impact something. Do not judge. So any communication needs to be judgment free, in the sense that whatever opinion or message the sender is trying to give, the receiver is understanding it, and whatever feedback the receiver is giving, the sender is understanding it without any judgments in place. Because the moment a judgment comes into picture, if we are judging someone, if we are outright insulting them, then there might be emotions that come into place. Like, say, for example, any senior person at work, if they're judging a junior for not knowing something, and instead of helping them out, they bash them, then the junior is going to feel like he is not enough. He is going to feel like he's not able to understand, and this might have repercussions on the communication and the overall functioning. So that's why a judgment free communication setup becomes very important. Next, coming to Johari window. So this is something that Joseph and Harry, so this is where the name comes from their founders, Johari window, wherein there are four square panels in the picture. So as we can see here, these are four square panels, and this is just to get a better, clear understanding on communication based on what is known to the sender and receiver. Now, if you see here, there are four factors: whether it is known to self, whether it is not known to self, whether it is known to others, and not known to others. So these four, in connection with each other, we need to understand if that communication is in. So depending on the panel that they are in, they have names that are assigned. So we have arena, blind spot, facade, and unknown. Now, to understand something that is known to self as well as known to others. Now, say, for example, a very basic example could be my name. So my name is known to me, and my name is also known to those around me. So this becomes an arena form of communication, wherein in the window it comes under the first square. Second one, not known to self but known to others. So here it could be something as simple as, if while we are eating and there is something that is covered on our face, we might not know it, but somebody else might know it. Or if there is a surprise in place, so I might not know it, but the others know it. So this becomes the blind spot, wherein I, as myself, I am not aware, but somebody else is already aware about it. Next, It is known to me, but it is not known to the others. So this is something that is very common, wherein there will be certain information about me that I have not told anybody else, or maybe the person simply just does not know. Something as basic as my favorite color. If maybe my friend does not know my favorite color, then that puts us in the facade panel, which means that it is known to me, but it is not known to the others. And the last one is the unknown panel, wherein this will be certain information that is not known to both the parties. Say, for example, while conversing, they are talking to each other, like the sender and the receiver, and then they figure out something that they get to know information newly as a part of the conversation. Then that comes into unknown because neither the sender, neither the receiver were aware about it at the first instance. So with this Johari window, what we aim to do is to understand what is the level of understanding and knowledge of both the sender and the receiver, and depending on that, in which panel or window do they fall. Next, we have types of communication, that is internal communication as well as external communication. So let's map out a difference chart to understand what is internal communication and what is external communication. So we have the internal communication and the external communication. So in terms of business setup, internal communication that is done within the organization, that is within various departments, within the employees, or between the management and the employees, so on and so forth. Whereas external is something that is done with your external stakeholders. So who are our external stakeholders? So external stakeholders, say for example, will be our customers, our suppliers, or government, or any regulatory authorities for that matter. So external communication comes into picture in these cases. Now, what is the mode or method in which these are taken up? So internal communication is mostly informal and it is usually oral, because this makes the whole process very simple. Whereas external communication is formal, it will mostly be written. Here it becomes very easy because you are trying to communicate within the organization to people who are known to you. But external communication is something that is time consuming because it needs to be curated carefully. You need to understand every single point in the communication that is going out. So depending on whom you are communicating with, what mode you are communicating with, you can determine if your communication is internal or external. Yes. Now there are various flows in communication that exist. So now let's quickly have a look at all the flows. So downward flow. Downward flow is basically the traditional mode of communication wherein the information flow or the commands are coming from the top management or the senior management. But this is something that is considered authoritative, and that's why this is not preferred. This is looked down upon of late, and mainly because it looks like the senior is commanding over the junior or the subordinate, and the subordinates do not feel like their ideas are being considered. Next is the upward flow. Upward flow is a reverse of downward flow, wherein the information flows from the bottom to top. That is from the subordinates to the to the senior management. So here it this is more considerate because you are taking in the opinions of your juniors as well, and they feel like they are being heard. So this becomes very important in order to promote the viewpoints and the opinions of the juniors as well. Next up is a diagonal flow. So diagonal flow is where there is no established hierarchy or no established lines of communication. So this is something that is happening, between various departments or between the employees. So here maybe the senior management is talking to one department, the employees are talking to another department. So this becomes a diagonal flow wherein there is no established line of communication, that it is not strictly upward, strictly downward. It can be either way. And lastly, horizontal flow is something that is taken up by people at the same level. That is, if say for example, if the junior members are talking to each other, then it becomes horizontal flow. If the department heads are communicating with each other, it becomes horizontal flow. Or all the directors or the senior management of the company are communicating with each other, it becomes a horizontal flow. So this way, communication is very important, and we need to understand the types of communication and also the various flows of communication that exist. So let's quickly, before we move to the next session, let's quickly summarize what we have learned so far. So we understood the meaning of communication, wherein it was from a Latin word communis. Then we saw features of communication. We discussed how it is a two-way process. It is dynamic. It needs to be continuous in nature. It needs to be heard. So this is what are the features of communication. Then we saw the importance, that is with the growing size, the growing specializations in the industry, and in this ever growing business setup, communication becomes very important both at a business level and also at a personal level as well. Then we saw the 7 C's of communication, that is the principles of communication, wherein how it had to be concise, correct, concrete, courteous, considerate, so on and so forth. Then we saw the types of communication, wherein we saw internal and external. In addition to 7, we had the other guidelines as well. And then we saw the flow of communication, wherein we saw how there is vertical flow, the traditional method, horizontal flow, the new method or the modern method. Then we had the diagonal flow, where there is no established line of hierarchy. And last one is the horizontal flow, which is a communication between the same departments. So that's it for today's class of business communication. We will take up the remaining topics, wherein we'll see the types of communications that exist and how do you select which mode of communication you want to opt for. And lastly, what are the barriers in communication and what are effective ways in which these barriers can be overcome. So until then, thank you so much. I will see you in the next class. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Business Communication. So today we are here to learn the part 2 of chapter 4, that is business communication in itself. So to quickly recap what we saw in part 1. So in part 1, we understood what is communication, how important is communication in a business setup, what are the key features of communication, what is its process, and what are the 7 principal C's of communication. We also had a look at the Johari window for communication. And lastly, we saw the 2 types of communication, internal and external, and the various flows. That is our horizontal, diagonal, or vertical communication. So in today's class, we will be dealing with the following topics. Yes. So the last topic that we had dealt with was the flow of communication. So this class, we will be dealing with the means and modes of communication. That is what are the various means and modes that are available. And further, how do you select which mode becomes important for any given form of communication. Then we're going to learn on networks. Networks are very similar to our communication flows. And lastly, we will be learning about the barriers. That is, what are the barriers to communication and what are some key tips to get over these barriers. So without further ado, let's start the class. So yes, we saw what was communication, how it is derived from the Latin word communis. Then we saw business communication, what are the features of communication, importance, what is the entire process, the entire chat flow, the 7 principal C's of communication. We understood each of the C's in depth. And then there were other guidelines in addition to the 7 principal C's that existed. We had the Johari window, then internal and external communication. And lastly, we understood various communication flows. So in today's class, our first topic is means of communication. Yes. So our main topic is means of communication. So now let's understand what are the various types of means of communication. So the first one is verbal communication and second one is non-verbal communication. So on the face of it, the minute we think about verbal communication, it means that there are certain words that are involved. There is language that is involved when it comes to verbal communication. So in verbal communication, language becomes very important. So again, within verbal communication, we have further types. So we have written communication, oral, visual, and audiovisual. So we will be understanding all of these types of communication in detail. So let's begin with the first one. So written communication. So as we all know, written communication is something that is used in a very formal setup wherein there needs to be records of the communication maintained as like a documentation or proof of any communication that was given. So written communication, to understand, is mostly in a formal setup again. So when we were also learning about internal and external communication, we understood that external communication is usually done in the form of a written manner so as to maintain a record of the communication or the conversation. So this is usually used in the external setup, and this serves as a record. So now, here is a list of the various types of written communication that can exist. So let's quickly go through them. So we have reports, office orders, circulars, graphs or charts, staff newsletter, emails, forms or questionnaires, letters, notice, agenda, notes on the agenda, minutes of the meeting, advertisement, customer newsletter, press release, invitation, brochures, and manuals. So if you see, all of these have certain amount of written communication that is involved. So written communication helps capture the information better because it is written to us. We have a written proof of it. So just like this, let's understand what are the other advantages of written communication. And we all know wherever there are advantages, there also exist disadvantages. So let's have a look at both. So now, for written communication, so we will look into the advantages and disadvantages. So firstly, we have the advantages. So a lot of planning goes into written communication. So this will make sure that whatever you are trying to communicate is well planned in advance, because like I was saying earlier, it serves as a documentary proof. So anything that we are putting in the form of written communication, there's a lot of planning that goes into place before actually putting it into writing. Revise the content. So now if there is any error, like say for example, if we are having an oral conversation, in that case, if there is any error, you cannot go back and correct it. However, in written communication, there is scope for revision, because before you submit your final document or before you actually put out that communication, you have a chance to revise that document, and this will help in making sure that whatever information is going out is accurate and correct. Headings and bullets. So when we if there is like a lot of topics to be dealt with or too many points to be communicated, headings and bullets can come into picture, and this will help in categorizing various topics that we want to communicate, and it also helps ease the entire process of communication because we have broken down everything in a logical manner. Lastly, permanence. So yes, this is what we were talking about records. So written communication serves as a permanence. So say for example, as per the Companies Act, the minutes of the meeting, whatever board meetings have happened, need to be preserved permanently. So this way, there will be a written proof of whatever agenda items were taken up in any meeting and whatever discussions happened in any meeting of the directors or the shareholders for that matter. So now looking at the advantages. So certain advantages can also be disadvantages, and the first one is the time. So we saw in the advantages where there is planning involved. So whenever there is planning involved, it is obviously going to take a lot of time and effort that goes into written communication. As against oral communication, the time consumed here is higher, and hence this serves as a disadvantage. Limitations of the sender. So what happens is, in case of written communication, the sender might not be able to put across everything in the first document itself, or whatever the sender is putting in their document is not the manner in which the receiver is understanding the context. So what happens in case of a oral communication, there is instant feedback that is being received. There is an instant response from the receiver. So understanding it in the same sense in which the sender is giving is possible for the receiver. But in case of written communication, that is a limitation, because the sender might not be able to express themselves entirely in the written format. And even when the responder has doubts, that comes in a written format, and this whole process becomes very time consuming. And similar to limitations of sender, we have the next one, that is inadequacy of the first message. So now once the first message has been sent out, and if the responder has any queries, they will have to put back a written communication again. So whenever in cases where the first message is inadequate, in order to get clarity on it or get it clarified by the sender takes a lot of time. So any form of communication will have its own advantages and disadvantages, but based on the situation, based on the context, we need to select which mode we have to go forward. Next one, we have oral communication. So oral communication is something that does not involve a lot of writing, does not involve a lot of planning, because it happens immediately. Like whenever the sender is saying, the receiver is right there. So the ability to respond is faster and immediate. So let's have a look at what are the different types of oral communication that exist. So the first one is one that is the most commonly or frequently used. We have the telephone or the cellular phone, messages, intercom, face-to-face discussion, meetings or conferences, presentations, dictation, conversation, radio, teleconferencing, speeches, brainstorming session, grapevine, and interview. So all of these are usually conversations there wherein the sender and the receiver can respond to each other quickly, submit feedback quickly, and hence whatever the sender is trying to say, the responder will be able to understand in the same sense because they're able to give us the context. However, all of these communications can be captured in a written form as well. Like say, for example, whatever communications are taking place in the meetings might be oral, but if there is a need to capture it, we can also document it in the form of a written communication as well. Now, let's understand what are the advantages and disadvantages of oral communication. So here we are understanding the advantages and disadvantages of oral communication. So let's have a look at the advantages first. So advantages saves time. So timing was an issue with the written form of communication because it was a very lengthy process. However, oral communication saves time because there's immediate feedback that's coming into picture. If there are any doubts, the receiver or the sender can clarify it almost immediately, and hence this saves time. Feedback. So like I was mentioning earlier, if there is any clarity that the receiver wants, or if there is anything the receiver wants to give their opinion on, they will be able to do it immediately, and the sender will also be able to capture it immediately. So the whole process of having to write written documents again and again is saved. Next, tone. So again, what we are trying to communicate, if we want the receiver to understand, there will be a certain tone. Like if there is appreciation, if the sender wants to appreciate the receiver, then the tone matters. If the sender wants to, provide some critique to the receiver, then the tone matters, which is something that is not possible in case of written communication because there is no modulation, no tone that is actually involved in any sort of written documents. Persuasion. So persuasion becomes very important in case of like client meetings or like meetings with customers, wherein we are trying to persuade the customer or persuade the client to understand our point of view. So this becomes easy in an oral conversation because you will be able to understand the receiver. If the receiver has any doubts, they'll be able to clarify it in a quicker manner, and you will be able to understand what exactly the receiver is looking for. So persuasion becomes very easy when it comes to oral communication, and that is why something that is done in meetings, like any client meetings or any review meetings, anything as such. It's also very economic because there's not a lot of documentation involved, there's not a lot of time involved. So overall, it is very economical. But like we know, if there are advantages, there will be disadvantages as well. So let's have a look at the disadvantages. Listening. Yes. So again, when it comes to oral communication, while we were saying that the receiver will be able to respond almost immediately, what becomes important is how good of a listener the receiver is. So if the receiver is not paying attention to what the sender is trying to say or what the sender is trying to convey, then there'll be a gap in the communication because this is not recorded anywhere. The receiver cannot go back and have access to what the sender has told. So good listening skills become very important. And if that is not present, then oral communication might serve as a disadvantage. Next, it is very lengthy. So since there is liberty of answering almost immediately and having a conversation freely, there is a chance that oral communications become very lengthy. It extends beyond the point. So what happens in case of written communication? The points are documented, the points are concise and clear. So whenever the receiver is responding, they will respond to the point. However, that is not the case of oral communication. There are chances that the conversation might continue to a long extent. Then there is no record. So this is something that we had discussed earlier. If we need reference to what was discussed in that particular conversation, or if we need a documentary proof of what was decided in that particular meeting, then that is not possible in case of oral communication. And unfamiliar accents. Unfamiliar accents is something that happens when the receiver and the sender are not able to understand the accent in which they are talking with. And this way, there might be certain points that are lost in communication or lost in understanding itself. So again, oral communication is something that is used in a very informal setup, because you don't have to necessarily capture what was discussed. And this happens when there is internal communication. That is, if two employees, if they have certain doubts on a particular project or a particular activity, they can get it cleared orally instead of having to actually document the entire procedure. So depending on what the situation is, we can choose like written communication or oral communication. Next, next to are visual communication and audio-visual communication. So the name itself indicates that there are certain visual representations in addition. So when we talk about written or oral communication, there are just words that are involved. So there's only grammar that is involved. But when it comes to visual communication, we have various options such as graphs, tables or charts, maps, models, demos, slides, flip charts, neon hoardings, printed pictures, internet without the use of multimedia. So now why is visual communication important? So visual communication helps capture the data easily, capture the data, because the moment we see something in a pictorial representation or graphical representation, we have the ability to capture that and retain that in our memory for a longer time as compared to looking at words or lengthy paragraphs. So it helps us capture the information and makes it more interesting. Now, if we have various statistics in place and we have provided endless number of sentences for that, instead of that, if the same statistics is put in the form of probably graph or tables or chart, and we have categorically sorted them, then firstly, reading that would become very easy. Secondly, understanding after we have read is also pretty easy. And thirdly, once we've read and understood, our ability to retain it also increases. So anything that is visual, our mind tends to capture it better, and that's why it becomes very important. But one more thing that needs to be understood is visual communication is something that is taken in addition to our written communication, because we need certain base, a certain draft to which we can add on using the visual communication. And lastly, we have the audio-visual communication. So again, we know our visual form exists, but in addition to having visuals, we also have audio in picture. So it is like there are certain visuals or graphics that are being represented and also being supported by a voice. So again, there is voice that is involved. There is a voice that is telling you what we are trying to communicate, in addition to having visual representations. So our most basic example here would be our television, video, or cable, because we have both graphics going into picture and we also have the audio. Next up is cinema, internet with multimedia, video conferencing, presentation using visual aids or electronic presentation. So in this manner, with audio-visual communication, not only will we be able to capture the attention of the reader, but we will also be able to make sure that whatever is being represented in the visual form, we are also able to communicate verbally or using an audio that is in place. Yes. So far we saw the types of verbal communication that exist. So let's just quickly have a run through. So under verbal communication, we have written communication, oral communication, visual communication, and audio-visual communication. So again, verbal communication forms a part of the type of communication. So first we have verbal, and now we will be looking into non-verbal type of communication. So let's quickly get back. Yes. So under non-verbal type of communication, we have facial expressions. So facial expressions. So like I was saying, in oral communication, our tone becomes important, our modulation becomes important, and that's where facial expressions come into picture. That is, while we are trying to converse, if we are using the help of facial expression, that becomes non-verbal communication. Just like facial expression, we have gestures, movements, eye contact, nodding the head, and physical appearances. So, nodding the head becomes very important for a receiver or the person who is listening, because this will reassure the sender that whatever they're trying to say, the receiver is understanding it, or at least they're paying attention to it. But another thing that needs to be understood here, non-verbal communication is something that cannot be performed standalone. This needs to be aided with our verbal communication. So whenever, say, for example, we are having an oral conversation, then our eye contact becomes very important. That is, if we are maintaining eye contact with the person who's trying to talk to us. What are the gestures? So our gestures, our body language also helps in understanding whether we are, paying attention to the communication, whether we are understanding what the sender is trying to say. So this way we have both verbal communication as well as non-verbal communication, and depending on the scenarios, we need to choose which form of communication we want to go for. And non-verbal communication will always be an add-on to our verbal communication. Yes. Now that we know that there are various modes that exist, what is it that helps us in choosing the mode of communication? So we have understood the types of what we saw examples, we saw advantages, disadvantages. Now that we have all of this analysis in place, let's see how to analyze which mode of communication to go for. So first one, organization size and policy. Now, say for example, if there is a small firm that is in place with just 2 to 3 partners, then usually oral communication is what is sought for, because everybody is right there. It gets easier. So let's say, for example, the size of the firm or the company is small. Oral communication becomes something that is preferred. However, if it is huge, there are multiple departments. So like we were saying earlier, communication is very important because of the growing specializations. So in specializations where there are multiple departments and there are multiple people coordinating across the departments, it becomes important to document everything, because there might be various topics that are being discussed, various questions that are being answered, various issues that are being addressed. So that way, depending on the organization size, if it is small, oral communication is something that would be preferred. If it is huge, written and documented form of communication would be better. Again, nature of message. If the message contains something very important, if it contains something very confidential, we need to see which form of communication we are taking. So if there is say any sort of confidential information, then we won't take the help of a circular or a memo, because this is something that is publicly available and it will defeat the purpose of the confidentiality of that message. So in that case, maybe email to that specific person only to whom we want to give that particular confidential information. That becomes important. So we need to understand what is the nature of the message that we're trying to communicate. Next is the distance involved. Now, if the communication is happening, say, within an organization, maybe going in person and talking to them would help us in saving a lot of time and effort instead of having to manually write it. However, if we are talking to a client whose office is far away from us, or if we're talking to regulatory authorities, it would be better to choose written form of communication, because actually going there would not be a very helpful and beneficial. Cost factor again comes into picture. That is whether we would like to send out written communication in the form of post, or if an email would be sufficient, or if there is a need for a person to go there and be in person. So all of this again depends on the cost. And lastly, the resources that are available. So what are the facilities that they have access to? What are the modes of communication they have access to? All of this becomes very important when it comes to choosing the mode of communication that we are going for. I hope we are clear with whatever topics. We just have a few topics left before we conclude this chapter. Yes. So again, something that has been in trend of late, something that has been catching up really is digital form of communication. So as we all know, we are in the virtual era, we are in the digital era where everything is being digitized. Digitalization is something that is gaining a lot of prominence because of its obvious advantages. So communication has also paved its way into the digital era. And let's have a look at various forms of digital communications that exist. So email. First one is email. This is the most common form of digital communication that any business organization uses. So again, this emails are written from the sender's email ID to the receiver's email ID, wherein internet is being used and any files can be attached and any number of characters can be written. So again, email is the most commonly used form of digital communication. We have instant messaging. So instant messaging is something that is a little informal. It is not very formal, not usually used in a formal setup. However, if two employees are trying to contact each other or if they're trying to understand something, instant messages is something that can be used. Mobile phones, again, similar to instant messaging. Again, within the mobile phones, there are various applications that are there currently for communication. Those can be used as well. Then we have personal digital assistants, which help us in sending out emails, sending out messages, scheduling reminders for any events, so on and so forth. Forums or news groups. So this is very interesting because this involves creation of a group of people or adding ourselves to a group wherein certain topics are being discussed. Say, for example, if we want to have updates of any specific topic, say companies act. So if we have joined a forum or a group wherein all the companies act are being, updates are being posted, then this becomes a form of digital communication because without having to actually meet each other, there is exchange of information that is involved. Blogs. So blogs is wherein one person writes on a particular topics and the others can read and probably comment on it or email their views to the person who's written to the blog. So this is something that is gaining a prominence. Then we have Skype. So Skype and video conferencing. So these are also not new, but I think post COVID is where the whole concept of video conferencing became just as important as emailing is, because since the concept of work from home was introduced and people preferred working from their houses, video conferencing was a very important, it removed a big barrier of communication that existed because people were not coming to office. So video conferencing acted like a clearer of the barrier, wherein people could meet online, discuss online, share documents, share their views, all of them without having to sacrifice on the authenticity of the discussion at the meeting. So this way, all of these digital communications have gained prominence in the digital era, and these have become just basic forms of communication at this point. Yes. So now we have various networks that exist in communication. So this is something similar to our flow. So let's understand what exactly networks are. So network basically is when two things are connected to each other, and we are trying to understand what we are trying to understand here is the manner in which business communication is taking place. What is the network that is being followed? First one. So as the name indicates, vertical network. Vertical network indicates that there is a top authority and there's a subordinate or a junior authority that exists. So supervisor and subordinate. So if the conversation is happening just between the supervisor and the subordinate, then it becomes a vertical network because there are only two hierarchies that are involved. Next is the circuit network. So circuit network is something that is very prominent in our oral form of communication, because the first person is giving out the message to the receiver, then the receiver is providing immediate feedback, and this process keeps going in until a logical conclusion is being derived out of the conversation. Next up is chain network. Chain network is where there are multiple levels of hierarchy that exist. So in our first case was vertical network, wherein there was one subordinate and one superior. So there are only two parties that are involved. But in case of chain network, there will be multiple levels of hierarchy. Say, for example, if these are our board of directors, and then they are communicating something to the other senior management. Then the senior management is communicating it to the managers, and the managers finally are communicating it to the employees. So here there is a fixed hierarchy that is being established, and there are multiple levels of hierarchy that exist. So this becomes a chain network, as the name indicates. Next up, we have a wheel network. So this usually happens in a team setup where there is an identified team lead or a manager in place here. So this manager or team lead gives out instructions to the other team members, and then there is exchange of ideas and information between the lead and the other team members. Yes. So now star network is something where there are multiple parties that are being involved and discussions are happening across. So this could be within various departments or across various departments, wherein all of them are in touch with each other, all of them are seeking clarification from each other. So there is no fixed hierarchy or fixed path of communication. So this becomes our star network. Yes. So far we understood what are the types of communication, that is our internal and external. And then we also saw the principles of communication. Then we saw the various forms, that is mode of communication, wherein we saw verbal communication, which included written, oral, visual, audiovisual. Then we saw the non-verbal form of communication. Then we saw the various networks that exist. So we had the vertical network, the circuit, the chain network, and the star network. So now we have come to the last topic of this chapter, that is the barriers to communication. So let's understand. So now that we know how important communication is, what are the various methods in which we can communicate with one another, let's understand what makes the process of communication difficult or what makes it slower than expected. So first one, there is lack of planning. So now if the sender is not clear with what they want to communicate, then it becomes a barrier to communication, because firstly, there is not enough planning that is being done. Secondly, the sender himself is not clear as to what has to be communicated. So lack of planning acts as a barrier to communication because it becomes very time consuming, and it also does not provide clarity. Next is false assumptions. So false assumption also act as a barrier in the sense that, say for example, if the sender is trying to communicate something to the receiver, and he has assumed that the receiver is already aware about that particular topic. However, if the receiver is not aware and the sender continues to give them that information, then the receiver won't be able to understand, and the sender will also not know that the receiver is not understanding because he actually does not know about that topic. So whenever false communication comes into, false assumptions come into a picture, there will be a gap in communication. Ambiguity. So when we were looking at the seven principal C's, two of them were concreteness and conciseness, wherein we had to know that whatever we are trying to communicate has to be to the point. But if anything is ambiguous, then it creates a gap in understanding. It creates a scope of misunderstanding. So it is always to be made sure that whatever you're trying to communicate is clear, and it is complete in all the senses. So distortions. So we have distortions and semantic distortions, wherein while communicating itself, the message becomes unclear, and because of this message becoming unclear, the communication is not complete. So that is why distortion as a barrier to our communication. Next one is passing judgments. I think in a previous class, we also dealt with an example of how a superior bashed out on the junior person and the junior person was affected emotionally. So if, say, for example, there is a conversation happening between a senior and a junior, and if the junior is not aware about something, the senior should not be judgmental about it. They should not pass judgments. They should provide a safe space for the junior to ask any questions. Next up is implied meanings. So implied meanings, again, like false assumptions, the sender might have understood a certain thing in an implied manner in the implied context. However, the receiver would not have taken it in the same manner. So this creates a gap in communication. And second one is the lack of trust. So lack of trust is wherein if the, say for example, the senior management wants to communicate something to the employees, but they're not doing it because they don't trust their employees, then there will be a gap in communication because there is something from the senior management side that needs to be communicated, but it is not reaching the employees because they do not trust in them. So these are all the barriers in a business setup that we face while we are having a conversation or while there is any communication that is taking place. Now let's understand how to overcome these barriers to communication, because there is not a possibility that there won't be any barriers at all. But once we've become aware of what are the barriers, let's see how we can get over them in order to ensure a smooth flow of communication. So first one, clarify ideas before communication. So we saw how ambiguity was a barrier. So this is a way to remove your ambiguity. That is to be sure about what you want to communicate. What is your main idea behind the communication? So ambiguity. Second one, communicate according to the need of the receiver. So this one solves the problem of false assumption, because you will be understanding what the receiver actually wants to hear, actually wants to know, and depending on that you are communicating to them. Consult others before communication. So now if there are multiple parties that are involved, multiple departments that are involved, and if the information is coming from all of them, then we need to understand their viewpoints, we need to understand the facts that they have, and only then pass on the communication. Be aware of the language, tone, and the content of the message. So to make sure that we are communicating in the right sense, we need to understand our modulations. We need to understand what method of communication we need to choose. Convey things of help and value to the listener. So this is according, again, similar to the second point, wherein we are saying we need to understand the listener's point of view. We need to understand the receiver's point of view, and accordingly provide them with the details. Ensure proper feedback. So proper feedback becomes important in ensuring that whatever the sender is trying to communicate, the receiver is understanding in the same sense. And also, if the receiver is giving feedback, the sender will also find certain scope of improvement and see where they can have a better look at things. Consistency of a message. So now, say for example, the management has to convey a certain change in HR policy, and they have to make sure that they are doing the same message. They are giving out the same message to employees of all the departments, so as to avoid any confusion. So this way, consistency of message needs to be this thing. That is, even if they're taking up oral communication or verbal communication, they need to make sure that that message is consistent across all. Last one, for last second one, follow-up communication. This is similar to feedback, wherein once we have communicated something, if we've received any response in return, or if we've received any critique, we need to provide them with further information, or we need to check with them if they need any information. And last one, be a good listener. So it is not only the sender's responsibility to make sure that the communication is right, but it also becomes important for the receiver to be a good listener, because only if they are listening in the right sense, if they're trying to understand what the sender is trying to communicate, then there won't be any gaps in communication. So with that, we have come to the end of chapter 4, that is business communication. So I hope we are clear with the entire chapter. We've understood the types of communication, the principles that need to be taken care of, the whole process, various networks, and lastly, we also saw barriers in communication. So yes, that's it for chapter 4. Thank you so much for joining this class and being a part of it. We will be back with chapter 5 now. Thank you. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Business Communication. So today's topic is the chapter 5, that is listening skills. So far, when we were talking about communication, we were looking at what are the right methods of communicating, how do you communicate in a professional setup, in a non-professional setup. We were understanding how to use the correct grammar. So now we are here on the other side of communication, that is listening. So now all this while we're understanding as a speaker, what is it that becomes important when it comes to communication. But in this chapter, we are going to understand that as a person who's listening, who's on the other end of the communication, what is it that they have to keep in mind to ensure that the communication is effective. So now let's start with chapter 5, that is listening skills. Yes. So, before we begin with the chapter, let's understand what exactly listening is. So, like I was saying earlier, listening is basically the other part of communication, wherein once the person has communicated, or while the person or the speaker is communicating, it will be the listener's responsibility to ensure that they are paying attention to what the speaker is saying, and they're also understanding the sense in which the speaker is saying. Quite often listening is used interchangeably with hearing, but these are two different things which we will take up at a later part in this chapter. So let's begin with this chapter. Yes. So like we were saying, to understand listening is basically giving attention to sound or action. Yeah, giving attention to sound or action, and it is the second part, or the listening. Yeah, it is giving attention to sound or action, and it is the second part, that is the receiving part of the communication. So the speaker is the one who gives out the details, gives out the information, and the listener will be the one who will be on the receiving end of the communication. As I was saying, listening is not only hearing what the speaker is saying, but it is also understanding. So we can somewhat term listening as hearing plus understanding what you are hearing. So understanding becomes a very important part of listening, because only if you are understanding, then the communication will be effective. Yes, like we were discussing, it is not the same as hearing. It is different from hearing. It requires interpretation and inference. So interpretation and inference becomes important, because that is when you will be able to understand what the speaker is trying to say, in what sense they are trying to say, and you will be sure that you are understanding it in the same context and sense as which the speaker is saying. And lastly, it comes to active listening. So listening can also be just listening for the sake of it, or not paying complete attention to what the speaker is saying. So in that case, active listening becomes very important, because only if you're listening to what the speaker has to say actively, you will be able to firstly understand everything that he's saying, and secondly, intent behind the communication also you will understand. Yeah. So what is the purpose of listening? So why do we listen as a part of communication? Let's have a look at it. To specifically focus on the messages being communicated, avoiding distraction and perception. So this comes back to our point with respect to attention, wherein we need to pay 100% attention. That is, without any distraction and preconception, we need to listen to the speaker completely, and only then will we have understood what the speaker is trying to say, to gain a full and accurate understanding into the speaker's point of view. So this becomes our interpretation and inference, wherein we are understanding the speaker's point of view, we are understanding what he is trying to say. To critically assess what is being said. So once you have heard, once you have understood, you will then analyze, saying, okay, now this is what my speaker is saying. What does he mean? What is the intent? To observe the non-verbal signals accompanying what is being said to enhance understanding. So like we all know, so this is in case of verbal communication, wherein the person is face to face, or they're able to see each other, say in a video conferencing setup. So in that case, not only to the words that they are using, but also the non-verbal signals become important, because people use a lot of hand gestures, and that will also indicate the tone in which they are trying to communicate. So in addition to verbal, non-verbal signals are also to be understood. So both verbal plus non-verbal signals are to be understood. Next up, to show interest, concern, and concentration. So a speaker will be motivated to communicate the message only if the listener is actually paying attention to it, only if the listener is actually showing some amount of concern. So showing concern and interest becomes very important, so that the speaker feels heard. If the speaker does not feel heard, then there will be chances where he will not continue with the communication. To encourage the speaker to communicate fully, openly, and honestly, like the previous one that we mentioned. To develop a selflessness approach, putting the speaker first. So listening as against to just hearing and responding becomes very important, because you are allowing the speaker to complete their sentence, you're allowing them to complete their idea first, and only then you will respond, so that the speaker feels heard. Lastly, to arrive at a shared and agreed understanding and acceptance of both sides of views. So when is a communication set successful? When the speaker has communicated effectively and the listener has understood it in the same sense that the speaker is trying to tell. So this becomes very important, because only if both of these things are complete, if both of these things are done by the speaker and the listener, then the communication will be effective, and then there will be an acceptance of both side views, because the listener gave the speaker some amount to talk, and the speaker was also heard, and the speaker also ensured that whatever he is communicating, the listener is understanding to it. So this becomes our purpose of listening. So just to quickly list down, firstly is to pay attention to what the speaker has to say. Secondly is to understand both verbal and non-verbal signals. Thirdly, we have that you have to show interest and concern when the speaker is communicating. And lastly, when both the parties have exchanged their ideas, there needs to be an acceptance of both side views. So now, yes. So like we were discussing, listening and hearing are often used interchangeably. They are used instead of each other, but there is a fine line of difference between the two. So first, let's understand hearing. So now, here could be sounds that enter your ear. So even when you are in a conversation, there could be a lot of background noises that are happening. There could be a lot of communications happening side by side. So all of those sounds will enter your ear, and that is when you will be hearing those sounds. You won't be actually listening or paying attention to it. So we could just take the example of background noise. Say for example, in a classroom setup, the teacher is trying to communicate something to the student, but outside the classroom there is a lot of other noise happening, so that will be something that the students will hear, whereas what the teacher is saying, that is what the students will be listening. So then listening becomes the ability to receive and interpret messages. So when will you be able to interpret messages? When you have actually heard or actually paid attention to what the speaker has to say. Hearing is involuntary. So whatever sounds that are happening around us, whatever noise that we get around us, is something that we don't have a choice. It is involuntary. By default, we will be hearing it. However, listening is a voluntary activity, because it requires the speaker to pay attention to what, listener to pay attention to what the speaker has to say. Hearing is a physical activity, because all that hearing requires is for the sound to enter your ear. So it becomes a physical activity, whereas listening becomes a mental activity. So it is like a physical plus mental activity. Both are involved. And this becomes important because physical part will be where you are hearing what the person is saying, and the mental part will be you're actually listening, paying attention, and analyzing what the speaker has to say. And listening is also focused on concentrated effort. So this effort becomes important wherein we talk about interpretation, wherein we talk about acceptance of both sides of ideas. So this is where hearing and listening have two different meanings, often used interchangeably, but for effective communication, listening is what becomes important. Yes. So even in types of listening, there are multiple types in which a user can, in which a listener can listen. So now say for example, first one we have the discriminative type of listening. So discriminative type of listening is wherein the listener will be able to differentiate between the different sounds that are happening in a conversation. So that is the ability to differentiate. So this could be in terms of what parts are the one they should actually be paying attention to, what parts are the one where they are not supposed to be paying attention to. So this becomes discriminative, wherein between different sounds you are identifying which sound is relevant and important to that particular communication. Second one is comprehension. So comprehension is understanding what the speaker has to say. So this becomes a pretty detailed type of listening, wherein you are analyzing everything that the speaker is saying, and you're also trying to understand and comprehend what they are trying to say. Next up is biased listening, wherein you pay attention to only what you wish to hear. You pay attention very selectively only to the points that you want to listen or you want to hear. Like say for example, if in a classroom setup, again, if the teacher is advising the students on on some manners or anything, if the students do not want to listen to this, then they would not listen to this, and this would happen biased listening, that they're paying attention to only something that they actually want to listen to, and they're ignoring the others. Next up is evaluative listening. So evaluative listening is like a subset of comprehension, wherein in comprehension you are trying to understand, but when it comes to evaluative listening, it is like you are analyzing what is being said. So you have understood. So the first step is done. First step of understanding is done, that is comprehending is done. Now out of the comprehension, you are analyzing what the speaker has to say. You are analyzing, like say for example, you could analyze the tone they're talking in, or you can analyze or summarize what the speaker has to say. So that becomes evaluative listening. Next up is appreciative listening, wherein you are giving the speaker a sense of appreciation so that the speaker feels heard. Next is sympathetic listening, wherein you care for the speaker, you care for the situation that the speaker is in, and you are sympathizing with the speaker. So that becomes sympathetic listening. Next up is empathetic. This is very similar to sympathetic, but empathetic becomes a way wherein you put yourself in the shoes of the speaker and you are thinking. So you're empathizing them to an extent wherein you are trying to understand their point of view, that from the speaker's point of view, what does this communication demand? Next up is therapeutic listening, wherein this is very similar to sympathetic and empathetic listening. That is, you're not only resonating with what the person is saying, but you are also making sure they are feeling better. So that becomes our therapeutic listening. Dialogic listening. So dialogic listening derives its this thing from the term dialogue. So as we all know, dialogue is something that the speaker has to say. So dialogic listening becomes wherein both the speaker and the listener are providing their contributions, and depending on that, there is an exchange of dialogues. So this becomes more like a conversation wherein it is not only the speaker talking. Once the speaker has completed, the listener also proceeds to talk. So this becomes more of a conversation. Next is relationship listening. So relationship listening indicates the listening wherein it is between two people who care for each other. It could be any sort of relationship, siblings relationship, friendships, parents, or like a romantic relationship, wherein you are making sure that you are understanding everything that the speaker has to say, wherein you could go on talking about the topic whilst also understanding each other. So that becomes our relationship listening. Next is selective listening. So selective listening is very similar to our biased listening, but biased listening is where you have an opinion. Selective listening is where you are not actually paying attention. You are, say for example, in an in-person conversation, the speaker is talking and the listener is just nodding their head, trying to indicate that they're actually listening. But in the real sense, they're not paying attention. They are just nodding their head to show that they are listening. So that becomes our selective listening. And next up is active and effective listening. So active listening is wherein you are actually paying attention to what the person is saying. You are responding. You are making the speaker feel heard. And that same active listening becomes effective listening when you are understanding, when whatever the speaker is trying to tell, you are able to gain it in the complete sense. So that becomes our active and effective listening. So far we understood the meaning of listening. We also understood what is the purpose of listening. Then we saw the difference between listening and hearing. And now we saw the 12 types of listening that are there. Moving on to the next part. So this is types of listeners. What we saw earlier was the type of listening, that is in which way you listen. And this is coming to the listeners. So what are the various types of listeners that are there? So first one, like we were just discussing, active and effective listener. So active listener is someone who involves themselves. That is, they're making sure that they are an active part of the conversation. Content and manner. So they don't only focus on the content, that is what the speaker is trying to tell, but also the manner in which. So is the speaker disappointed? Is the speaker happy? What is the speaker intending to tell? They empathize with the speaker, that is they look at situations from the speaker point of view and also try to understand. And there is mutual involvement because both the speaker and the listener are actively involved. So active listening is somewhere where both the speaker and listener will be involved. Passive listening is exactly the opposite of active listening, wherein it involves only hearing. So passive listening can be called hearing as well, because you are just hearing what the speaker is saying without actually paying attention or understanding it. It lacks sensitivity. So prima facie, this is very understandable, wherein you are not being sensitive to what the speaker has to say. You are not paying attention to them. You are just hearing to what they have to say. This conversation becomes futile and incomplete because the purpose is not served, because the listener is passive and they're not paying attention. Non-listener. So non-listener is someone that is, they're not even hearing, they're completely disinterested in the subject, and they are incapable of understanding others. So this happens where there's already a conflict in place and you do not wish to listen to what the speaker has to say. So what happens is, even in organizations, if there is a conflict of interest between, say, two employees, so if the one employee does not want to understand the viewpoints of other employee, then he becomes a non-listener, wherein he is not paying any sort of attention to what the speaker has to say. Then there is marginal listening. So this is slightly more than hearing, because you're actually listening to what the person has to say, but you are not analyzing it. So the comprehension part of it. So in our listening, types of listening, we saw that comprehension was required and evaluative listening. That is, we had to also analyze. So once we had to understand and then we had to analyze. So none of this is happening in case of our marginal listening. What is happening? We are hearing, we are just paying attention, but not analyzing it. And lastly, we have our evaluative listening, wherein this becomes sort of an analysis, wherein the listener understands everything logically but does not connect emotions with them. So this might be important in a business setup, wherein over emotions you need to choose a practicality, you need to choose logical solutions. So this becomes important from a business perspective, but while having a personal conversation, evaluative listening is something which will not help out, because you will not be taking into consideration the human emotions that are involved. Yeah. So now we saw what is active listening. So active listening is wherein the person is involved completely in the conversation, wherein the conversation is complete and there is a mutual agreement in the end. So now, what are these barriers? What is it that stops a person from being an active listener? So first one, inadequate language base. So this happens wherein the speaker's language is not being understood by the listener entirely. So in this case, even if the listener wishes to pay attention, they will not be able to do so because there is a inadequate language base. Then there is partial listening that, like we just saw. Disinterestedness. So this is wherein they don't want to pay attention. So this becomes our non-listening. Next is prejudging the speaker or the speech. So one very key element of listening is that you should not have any preset notions. That is, you should listen to the speaker with an open mind, be open to their approach as well. Only then you will be able to understand. If even before having a conversation with the speaker, if you have a preset notion in your mind, then in that case, you will not be able to understand their point of view, because you have already set a notion in your head. You have already judged the speaker even before you've actually had the conversation. So this then prohibits a listener to be effective. Negative towards the speaker, in the same manner, like if you have judged the speaker, if you have some amount of negativity towards the speaker, that also becomes a barrier to active listening. Diffidence is wherein you have already set your mind that you are not going to understand anything that the speaker has to tell. So a classic example of this could be like student conferences, or lectures, seminars, or like webinars, wherein the students are disinterested from the beginning, thinking that whatever the speaker has to offer, whatever the speaker has to say is something that they are not going to understand. So in this case, so it's like even before trying to understand, the person gives up. Over enthusiasm or intolerance. So this is wherein you are listening, you are paying attention, but you cannot wait to provide your inputs. It's like even before the speaker has completed talking, you are providing your inputs. So what happens in this case is, the speaker will not be able to focus on their idea or communicate effectively, because the listener is always barging in and providing their ideas. So there has to be a balance between having a dialogic conversation, whereas on the other hand, being over enthusiastic about it. Then we have deep rooted beliefs. So this is something like the prejudging part of it, wherein you are so stuck to your beliefs or something that you think is right, that you are not keeping an open mind to what the speaker has to say. So now all of these barriers, given one or all of them together, these form a barrier to effective listening, and this will hamper the quality of communication. So now we have understood what are the barriers to listening. Now let us understand how to overcome these barriers, or what are the principles to effective listening. So these are like some guidelines. First one, stop talking. So this becomes a solution for someone who is over enthusiastic and doesn't listen to the speaker entirely. So as a listener, the first step is listening, giving the speaker their time. Only once the speaker is done, you will be able to talk. So while the speaker is talking, you need to ensure that you stop talking. Prepare yourself to listen. Be focused. Make sure that you know you are ready to give the energy to the speaker, wherein you are ready to give them the time to be able to pay attention to what they are saying. Put the speaker at ease. So this happens in a conversation wherein there is a seniority involved, like a junior is talking to a senior. So in that case, if the senior is the listener and the junior is the speaker, in that case, if the senior tells the junior that it's okay to express their opinion, nothing, no opinions are wrong, then in that case, the speaker will be at ease. And because of this, whatever they have in their mind, they will be able to communicate effectively. Remove distractions. So this is something a thing that's very common these days, is when somebody is talking to you, you are actually looking at your phone, or while you're talking on call, you are not paying attention to what the speaker is saying, but you are looking elsewhere, you are surfing through the web. So in that case, you need to make sure that you have removed all the distractions so that your focus is completely on what the speaker has to say. So this will ensure focus. Next, be empathetic. Empathetic becomes very important because it is not only like you're understanding, but you are seeing it from the speaker's point of view. Be patient. So this again leads to our over enthusiastic, wherein you are so enthusiastic of replying or providing your opinions that you are actually not being patient enough to listen to the speaker. So in that case, being patient becomes very important. Avoid personal prejudice. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier, like in our barriers of barriers of effective listening. That is, if you have certain pre-notions set, if you have certain deep-rooted beliefs, then you will not be able to understand what the speaker has to say. Listen to the tone. So this becomes a part of active listening. So wherein you are not only understanding the content that they are saying, but also the non-verbal challenges. That is, whether their tone is disappointed, whether they sound happy, whether they're concerned. So that's why tone becomes very important. Listen for ideas, not just words. So this is like, if a speaker is trying to communicate something, you need to get the crux of it. What is the idea behind this whole conversation? And then wait and watch for non-verbal communications. So this is again the hand gestures. How are they communicating? Are they fidgeting? So what happens is, when somebody is nervous, they tend to fidget a lot, like they play with their pen or probably their hair. So in that case, what happens is, you need to understand that is a signal that the speaker is nervous. Then it becomes the responsibility of the listener to put the speaker at ease. So these are all certain principles that you have to ensure that will help you with effective listening. Yes. Now, barriers to effective listening. So we have a further list that is available. So the first one was our active listening, and next up is our barriers to listening. These are all very similar to what the list we saw earlier, but let's go through it and see if there's anything additional here. Preconceived ideas or bias, interrupting previous experiences. So say, for example, you have had a conversation with a person earlier, and with them the conversation did not go quite well. So this time also, because of that previous experience, you have set your mind that this conversation is also not going to go well. So in that case, what happens? Because of a previous experience, because of something that happened in the past, you are not allowing room for improvement in the future. So this will become a barrier. Preoccupation. This is with respect to your mind being preoccupied with something else. Like say, for example, your manager is asking you to focus on a certain task, but your mind is preoccupied with another task. So what happens is, whatever your manager is trying to communicate, you will not pay attention to it because you're already bothered about something else. Having a closed mind. This is deep-rooted beliefs where you're not ready to understand the other person's this thing. This is not being empathetic. Bringing in emotions. So this becomes very important in a corporate setup, especially, that is wherein say for example, there has been some error by a particular team member and somebody is trying to rectify them or trying to advise them. So if the team member is being emotional, is feeling sad about this error that is being done, then they will not be able to understand the advice that their fellow team member has to offer. So bringing in emotions are absolutely important, but you need to regulate them, especially where you are in a professional setup. When there is a lot of noise involved, this is something very logical. Taking attention, that is, you just want to show to the speaker that you are listening while you're not actually listening. So this involves just nodding your head while the speaker is talking. So you think that the speaker will think that you are paying attention. Becoming emotional. So this is similar to bringing in emotions. Avoid jumping in conclusions. That is, even before the speaker has completed their part of communication, you are jumping to conclusions, you are forming opinions, and that will become a barrier. Lastly is distraction. Yes. So now last part. So firstly, we saw guidelines to effective listening. And now we will just see how you can improve your communication skills. So provide clues that you are actively involved. So now this is something that you should not be taking attention, but you should actually be able to listen what the person is saying. So provide clues can be ask questions. Once the speaker has completed, if there are any doubts, if there are any concerns, you should ask questions so that the speaker will know that you are actually involved in the conversation. So this will be provide clues that you are actively involved. Concentrate, that is make notes, understand what the speaker has to say. Refrain from formulating an immediate response. So this is again jumping to conclusions wherein you have not even heard the speaker entirely, but you are already forming conclusions about what they might have to say. Try to prepare beforehand. Be prepared to accept revisions. So this will be in a dialogue conversation wherein it's not that whatever one person has said is final, but you need to understand that there may be revision in opinion, there may be revision in what was communicated. And be sure the environment is conducive to listening. So say for example, this will be, say for example, there is a virtual meeting that is happening. So make sure you are seated in an area where you will be able to completely focus on what the speaker has to tell. So choose a silent place or choose a place wherein there are not a lot of distractions. So this way, summarizing the entire chapter. So let's see what and all we have understood. So first thing, we understood what is listening. So listening is basically paying attention to what the speaker has to tell and understanding the intent of their communication. Then we saw the purpose of listening, why listening is important. Then we saw listening versus hearing. That is, what is the difference between the two, wherein hearing was more of a physical and involuntary activity, whereas listening was more of a mental and a voluntary activity. Then we saw the different types of listening. That is wherein we saw discriminative, sympathetic, empathetic, biased, non-listening, and so on, different types of listening. Then we saw barriers to effective listening, saying wherein you are not paying attention, you already have certain pre-notions set, or you are just faking your attention. So these becomes barriers in listening. And lastly, we saw ways to overcome our barriers. So this is, since we had understood what are the barriers, we also had to understand what are the ways in which listening can be improved, or you can remove the barriers in listening. So this chapter is very important from a company secretary career-wise of view, because you will be involved in so many discussions, so many conversations wherein there will be constant exchange of views, be it with the board of directors or with your fellow company secretaries or anything for that matter. Not exclusively to the CS field, but very important in the CS field as well, because there will be a lot of interpretations. When you're interpreting law, there will be different opinions. So as a listener and both as a speaker, you need to make sure that you are giving each other a chance to communicate. And while the other person is communicating, you are making sure that you are paying attention and you are understanding their point of view as well. So thank you so much. This was our chapter 5, that is listening skills. And we will soon be back with chapter 6. Thank you. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Business Communication. So today's topic is business correspondence, that is chapter 6 of this particular subject. So earlier, just to quickly revise, we saw in chapter 4 the concept of business communication, how communication is really important in a business setup. Next, we saw chapter 5 listening skills, wherein we understood that as much as speaking and knowing the right usage of grammar while speaking or communicating is important, equally, listening is also important so that the communication is complete. So now, when we say this mostly comes when we are talking about listening. That mostly comes in a oral communication setup wherein the speaker and the listener are communicating verbally. But when it comes to written, especially in a business setup, then we use the concept of correspondence. So correspondence basically is writing or giving out information in the form of letters. So that is what will be covered in this chapter primarily, wherein firstly we'll understand the concept. We will have a look at a few sample letters, the type of letters that exist, and what are certain elements that becomes importance in our letters. We'll also have a look at a concept of management information system and the reports pertaining to that. So let's begin with the chapter. Yes. So the topic that we have today is business correspondence. So like we were saying, business correspondence involving communicating information in letters. So business letter is basically a letter from one business entity to another. So this could be inter entities, that is between two entities between. So this can be between two different entities or within the same entity. Now, any business given letter should have certain key elements, and here are all the key elements that I have listed. So firstly, we have letterhead. Now, to understand the concept of letterhead, let's quickly have a look at. So letterhead is basically a header of the company wherein we have the following components. So when we speak about letterhead, the first and foremost thing is the logo, because that serves as an identification for the company. That becomes the representative of the company. Then we have the name. So even the logo is there, it becomes important to mention the name of the company, the complete name. Then we have the SIN. That is our corporate identification number. So SIN is basically issued by the registrar of companies. That is, whenever a company is incorporated, every company gets a unique 21-digit alphanumeric code that serves as the SIN of that company. Then we will have the office address, that is both the registered office address, and if there is any corporate office, then we will have the corporate office address as well. Then we will have the contact details. So firstly will be the telephone number or any other contact number. Then we will have the email ID. And lastly, we will have the website if the company has any. So what we're going to do to understand the concept of business letter better, I have prepared a sample document, like just drafted one, and we will be building on it as and when we understand the various elements. So here is my letterhead, wherein on my right hand side, I have my company's logo. Then we have the name of the company here, the complete name. Then we had the SIN, the registered office address, telephone, and email ID. So this serves as a letterhead, wherein this will be the identifier. So what happens, any letters or any document that you are issuing in the name of the company needs to be on the letterhead to prove its authenticity. Coming to the next element of business letter is a reference number. So reference number serves as an identification of the document, wherein you will be able to refer to this particular letter any given point of time at a later point, and then you will be able to give reference also. So in this format, if you see, I have entered a reference number here, which has the name of the company, the date on which it was issued, and the first document that I have issued as on today. So this way, reference number is something, the pattern of which the company can choose and add by itself. Next is date. So again, because these letters will serve as a proof of these documents and will go on the permanent record of the company, date becomes very important. That is date of issue of letter. So you will be able to understand the chronology in case there are multiple letters that for the same subject matter that are being introduced. Next up is special markings. That is, say for example, if this letter contains something very specific, say if for example, the details are confidential or you do not want any other department to have access to it. So in that case, you will write the special marking. So say for example, I have my reference number here. I have my date that I have entered. Again, the format in which date is written is something that is up to the company. Keeping it on the left hand side, right hand side will depend on the format. So we can say, please note that the contents of this letter are confidential. So what happens is, even before the reader reads it, they are aware that this is confidential and this should not be shared with anyone. So this becomes our special marking. The next part is the inside address. So to whom is this addressed? So here will be the complete address of the person. So we can say to. So say for example, let us understand the context. So we will take up any. So now if you want to, so if you are a subsidiary company and you have a holding company, that is somebody who is a company which holds more than 50% of shareholding in your company. So you want to provide an update about the happening in the subsidiary company to the holding company. So now I am addressing this to the director of my holding company. So say for example, Mr. ABC, director, then you can have the name of the holding company. So I am going to say BCD Private Limited, which is my holding company. And then I will input the address, whatever is the address of that particular company. So this becomes our inside address. Next. So the next part of it is the attention line. So say for example, in addition to the person that you have mentioned in our inside address, you can also have an attention line if it is specifically addressed to any particular person or any particular department. Then will be the salutation, which is before beginning any letter, you are providing your greetings. You are greeting and showing your courtesy to the person who is reading. So this can be dear sir slash madam. So this is something that is commonly used in any given letter. So we could also use respected sir, respected ma'am, depending on the situation. What is the relationship that the sender and the receiver have with each other? Next will be the subject heading. So subject heading becomes important. That is before the reader begins reading the letter. Subject, if they have a look at the subject, then they'll be able to understand the context in which the letter has been sent. So here I'm going to say subject, update on the business activities of the subsidiary company for the financial year 23-24. So this, when the director is having a look at it, they will be able to understand well in advance what is the topic of this particular letter. So subject becomes very important. And one more thing that needs to be made sure is that subject is supposed to be very concise, to the point, because this is just a brief, and anyways we will be including the body at a later point. Then main body. So now here is where you will include the details. All right. So now say for example, this letter contains the details of the business activities of the company for the financial year 23-24. A detailed report regarding the same has been attached. And since this is formal, we need to have our salutations in place always. So request your kind review and confirmation on the same. So this will be our main body, or anything, any other specifics that we need to mention. Then as a part of it, we'll have the complementary clause. That is, at the same level of professionalism that you have given your initial salutation, at the same level of professionalism, you need to give a complimentary clause. So if it is an informal setup, so if your salutation is very important, saying hello, hello, sir, then our complimentary clause can also be informal. But if we are saying respected sir, respected ma'am, then our complimentary clause will also be as formal or as professionally as that. So we could say yours sincerely. All right. And then you will have a signatory that you have to enter. So signatory basically is your name. So if I am saying my name, then will be the designation. So I'm going to say my designation and the name of my company. And here we could include other details such as contact details or email address or address for that matter. So whoever the person is receiver of this particular letter, if they want to write back to me, what I can write back, where they will be able to write back. So this can be added in the address. And lastly, enclosures. So if you saw here, in my letter, I have said that a detailed report regarding the same has been enclosed. So in that case, I will mention what are the various enclosures that form a part of this report. So I am going to say detailed report for financial year 23-24. So this is how I write my business letter, wherein all of these will become very important. So to understand, firstly, we have the letterhead that is here. Then we have the reference number. Then we have the date. And then this is our special marking saying the content of this letter are confidential. Then this is the to address or the inside address. And next will be our salutation and subject, the main body, closing remarks, signatory, and enclosures. So this is how any given business letter should be written. So this was just a sample that I thought we could create while the class is going on. So we will be able to understand every element as and when we understand it. Yes. So now coming to the different types of business letters. So business letters could be formal or informal. So like I was explaining earlier, depending on the type of scenario, you will be able to choose whether the letter is formal or informal. And depending on that, your content will also matter. So this will influence your content, your language, and whether you have to be formal or you have to be friendly with the person whom you're addressing it to. Then this is layout of letters wherein we have blocked or semi-blocked. So layout. So when we come to formal or informal, that is basically understanding the context in which you are writing. But layout is more of the format that you will be following. That is whether, like I was saying, the date is something that can be written on the left-hand side or the right-hand side. But depending on the layout, you will be able to choose which format you wish to go ahead with. So let's quickly have a look at our module wherein we will be able to see wherein we'll be able to see what are the difference between the two modules. Yes. So like I was saying, we have two modules here. So one is our blocked module and second one is our semi-blocked module. Blocked module and semi-blocked module. So now to understand. So first one is the blocked format. So in blocked format, the date, references, subject, salutation, paragraphs, everything will commence on the left margin. So here a main identifier here is that everything will be there on my left margin. So say for example, so this is our letterhead. So let's quickly identify and revise all the elements that we had gone. So this is our letterhead. Then this becomes our reference number. Then we have the date. Then this is the address, that is whom you are addressing this to. So if you see here, all of this is coming on my left hand side, which means this is a blocked format. That is, everything is hard coded in a way where it is the left hand side. Then we have the salutation here. Then this is our main body. This is our close. This is our signatory. So if you could see here in the block format, everything is left aligned. That is, everything starts from the left hand side. On the other hand, speaking of semi-blocked format, semi-blocked format derives its essence from the blocked format itself, just that this is a little modified as compared to the block. So what is modified? Date, conclusion, and signature are something that is aligned to the right side of the letter. So like I was mentioning, date is something that you can decide what is the format that you're going to follow. So in that case, you can have it on the right side as well. The subject is centrally aligned. So this is specific. In blocked format, we saw that everything was on the left-hand side. But in the semi-blocked format, we are seeing that certain things are on the left-hand side and certain are right aligned and certain are also centrally aligned. So say for example, we have our letterhead here, and as you can see, the date is right aligned here. So this is an identifier that this format is a semi-blocked format. So our date is right aligned and our subject matter is centrally aligned. Next, we have our salutation. Then this is our main body. Then this signatory is again right aligned. So this becomes a semi-block format. Now, an important thing to understand is either of the two formats can be used while drafting letters. So now, if you are following, say, one format, please ensure that that format has been followed overall. So this helps in maintain consistency. That is, any person who's referring to the format, they will be well aware of the format well in advance, and they don't have to keep adjusting to different formats that the user goes for. Yes. Next up is essentials of a good business letter. So what is it that a good business letter should have? So firstly will be completeness. So completeness becomes very important. That is, it should contain all the relevant details for that particular subject matter. Again, if something is incomplete, then coordination becomes difficult, wherein the receiver or whom the letter is intended to, they will again write back to the sender saying this particular information is missing. Then the sender has to send back the updated information. So in this case, what's happened? There's a lot of to and fro. And with this, because of this, there will be an unnecessary delay in communication. So it has to be complete. The sender has to be very clear about the matter that is to be included. So even if the receiver has any doubts, and the sender will be able to clarify them immediately because they're pretty clear about the content. It has to be simple to the point, wherein you don't complicate it, because like we saw, there were multiple bifurcations. So all of them have to be included, and whatever you're including. So it would be suggested if you could include pointers in it, so it becomes simple and easy to refer and understand. Next up, it should be accurate details. So say, for example, you are sending your financial figures for approval. So make sure those figures are accurate. If they're estimates, make it a point to say that these are estimates. Or say, for example, you are writing as a company secretary, you are writing to the directors saying this is my schedule of my board meeting for the entire year. Please confirm on this. So now if the dates are not finalized, if they are tentative, please make sure you mention that the dates are tentative so that directors are well aware. So any data that you give out, make sure it's accurate. And if it is not possible to give out accurate data at the moment, put a caution in place. Next, brevity. So don't this would mean don't include words that are not required words to just add to the content of the letter. Keep it simple and to the point. Sincerity, because a business correspondent comes in a very formal and a professional setup, you need to maintain sincerity and also give respect to the person. So this means that your salutation should be in place. You cannot write a letter without addressing the person first, without greeting them first. So this is something that you'll have to be formal. Courtesy, again, say for example, now in our example that we saw, we wanted our holding company to review the business activities of the subsidiary company. So towards the end of it, we use the word request. So wherein we said request your kind review on this. So we are expressing our courtesy. It's not something that we are demanding from them. That is something that we are requesting from them. And then style is something that should not be too complicated to understand. And even when one company adopts a particular style, it is advised that they go ahead with the same style at all times to make sure it's consistent. So the style should be kept simple, and it should also be maintained consistent to ensure that the receiver is well aware and they don't have to navigate across multiple styles. So this is the characteristic of a good business letter. So two things. First is we have to make sure all the elements are present, and plus all of these essentials. So that is the essentials of a good business letter are also mentioned. So this will ensure that our report, our letter contains all the points, and whatever point it contains are enough and clear enough to understand the context in which the person is sending the letter. Yes. We just saw this. Next, business messages. So when we were talking about letters, so letter is something that needs to follow a particular format, has to have essential elements. But when it comes to business messages, that is a informal method of communication wherein, say for example, messages from chairman of the company to the employees or to the shareholders, or a message of the HR team to the employees. So all of these are business messages that is used basically for internal communication itself. So let's quickly read this. Messages from the chairman of the company to the shareholder, employees, or related to sales or purchases, products, services, confirmation of orders, company announcement, notifications, employee related news such as promotions, awards, increments, bonus, resignation, termination. So like I was mentioning earlier, this is something that is used for internal communication. This is not used in external communication because messages is a pretty informal way of communicating something. So this is very informal, and this is an easier way to communicate as well, because the person does not have to form a draft letter as such, like a formal letter, but they can use the method of messages as well. So business messages will be used more in an informal setup. And even while we are, giving out these business messages, a you attitude comes into picture, wherein if we are using the word you, it emphasizes the reader than the writer. So as a director, if I am the director of a company and I am writing a message to the shareholders, so if I am saying, I present to you the report of my company. So then it gives a selfish approach wherein I'm addressing the company as mine. Wherein if I am saying, presenting you the report of your company, thank you for placing your trust on us. So in this, the user or the reader feels heard. That is, the reader will feel that they are a part of organization as well. So this way a you attitude becomes very important, wherein it emphasizes the reader rather than the writer. Establishment of mutual trust. So it shows that the company is not, even though the company is run by the directors, the other stakeholders are equally valued and important. Enhances goodwill, creation of friendly atmosphere, and motivates the so this is motivation for the reader, wherein it is like treating the reader as a part of the organization itself and paying more attention to the reader and recognizing their importance in the organization. So now just to understand a few examples, let me just quickly open the module again. Yes, so when we come back to our module, we'll be able to see a shift in the you attitude. So now, for the same example, so now we are saying I or we attitude. So in that case, we are sure that our new discount policy will attractive to you. Same sentence, if we are giving out with a you attitude, you will surely appreciate the new discount policy. So in this one, if you see, the emphasis is on the sender, or the emphasis is on the person communicating it. Whereas in this case, the emphasis is on the reader. So the minute the emphasis is placed on the readers end, they will feel valued. Then I am happy to hear that you have selected our company. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve you. So here there is a superiority in terms of the company. However, in this case, it is the reader who has been given the respect. It is the reader who has been considered valuable. Similarly, I will give you a 10% discount on credit card purchase is showing that I am giving it to you. You can get a 10% discount. So here, if you see the shift, there is a shift in the importance in the sentence that we are saying. So here it becomes you can get a 10% discount on credit card purchase. So the minute we address the reader, the reader feels important and they become more involved with whatever that we have to communicate. Yes, coming back to this. Next up, we have the types of messages. So under types of, just give me a minute. Yes. So under types of messages, there are three major types of messages: positive, negative, and persuasive. So listening to the names, these are pretty self-explanatory, but let's have a look at the specifics of these types. So first one is the positive, wherein we have routine or good news. So routine news is something that, say for example, there is something that the company undertakes on a regular basis and they just want to give an update regarding that, that will become routine. So there is nothing negative in that, because the say for example, if you're communicating with employees, it will be something that the employee is already aware about, and then there's nothing negative that can happen, or good news. So examples could be congratulations, confirmations, directions, simple credit requests, credit approvals. So these three become our positive or good news. And here is where this is something that is routine. So what happens is, this is something that already happens in the business on a day-to-day basis. So there's nothing negative that could happen here. Next up is the negative one. So as the name indicates, this is completely opposite of positive, wherein this is something bad news has to be communicated. So say, for example, if the customer had requested for a refund, but for some reasons they did not satisfy the conditions, so you have to refuse them, then this will become a negative message. Cancellation of an event, inability to support an event. So in this case, a negative, we have to be careful while giving out negative messages, wherein we have to make sure that we are understanding the requirements of the reader, but we also have to give out the negative message. Lastly is persuasive. So this could include both positive as well as negative messages. So the audience is expected to need encouragement in order to act as the sender desires. So say for example, this becomes, say if the employee is not working hard enough, or the employee has not delivered the results as expected. So in that case, this will be something that the manager has to convey in a persuasive way, wherein you are making sure that the employee is understanding your communication in the way you wish to. So this is, audience is expected to need encouragement. So in this case, the employee is going to need encouragement because the manager is saying that they need to perform better. So these are the three types of messages broadly. Next up is a business report. So first we dealt with business letter, wherein we saw that as a formal method of communication, either within the business entity or across entities. Next up is a business report. So now, leaving aside business report, any report, to understand it, it is basically a collation of various details. So this could be collation of any particular event, any particular happening, any particular business. So this details could be something that depends on what report you are issuing. So to understand, yes, business report is basically a description of an event. So here the event could be, say for example, for the entire financial year, you have given out a boards report saying in the year 22-23, these are all the data that has been taken up by the company. These are the activities. So that can be the event. Or say, for example, there was any research that was undertaken by the company. So research becomes the event, and description of that particular report becomes a research report. Next is conveys information to assist in decision making. So say for example, if any investor wishes to invest in a company, they'll have a look at the annual report, and having a look at the annual report. So annual report will contain all the details relevant to that particular company, right from the business to the financials. So in that case, the investor will be well informed and they will take a better decision depending on the annual report. Means to present this information. So a report will help the company in categorizing what is the information that is required to be submitted, what is voluntary to be submitted, and this category will help in presenting a better and a more structured report. Lastly, orderly and objective presentation of information that helps in decision making and problem solving. Again, the manner of this report. So the report can be entire textual. It can have pictorial representations depending on what level of report you are preparing. So now certain categories of business report just to understand. So firstly, we have compliance report. So as company secretaries, there will be a practice wherein to your board of directors, you are giving an update on compliance. Say, for example, for the year 23-24, what are the compliances that the company has undertaken? What was something that was mandatory by the law? What was something that was voluntarily taken up by the company? If there was any non-compliance, anything as such, that will become a compliance report. Then is our corporate governance report that will contain again various details with respect to the business carried on by company, whether you are following ESG measures and whether you have complied with all the applicable laws. Similarly, there are other reports: sustainability, recommendation, investigation, feasibility, research, periodic, and situational reports. So this is just to give an idea of the various reports that exist in any given business setup. Yes. So now what are the elements? So just like we saw the elements of a business letter, we also have a business report in place. And what are the elements? So executive summary. So since this report will contain a lot of details, it will be pretty detailed and it will go on for pages together. So at the beginning of the report itself, if there is a executive summary, so this will just be like a gist saying these are the contents of the report. This is what the company has done throughout the year. If there's anything in detail that you would have to, if you would like to have a look at, then you can read further details in the report itself. So this will give a crux of the report wherein even if you don't want to go into too many details, then you can read this summary and you will get a gist of the report. Next will be the body. So these are all the details and the entire detailed report. Key findings, that is, so firstly, you will state the first, we'll have the summary. Then you will state the facts. So this will just be you presenting all the information and facts that you have collated. Then out of this, you will create an analysis. The business will create an analysis. Say, for example, if you are giving out an annual report. So now you have stated the facts that this is how much profit I had. This was my net worth in this year. How will you analyze? As compared to the previous year, the profit has gone up by 10%. The turnover has gone up by 3%. So this way, using this information, you will be able to analyze and give out the key findings of the report. And lastly will be conclusion. So conclusion is something that could, summarize all of this, saying that if the company performed better, then you would mention that in the future years, you would take better measures to perform better than this year. And if the company did not perform very well this year, so in that case, you will place identifiers saying these are the reasons the company could not perform greatly, and we have identified that, and here are the actions that we propose. So this way, a business report should contain all of these elements to make sure that any type of reader, so if there is someone who's interested in going into the details, then they'll be able to have a look at the details from the body. If the reader just wants a comparative analysis of this year's report and previous year's report, they can go to key findings. And if the reader is just interested in getting an overall view, they can always have a look at the executive summary. Now, we have understood the elements. So including the elements becomes mandatory. Now, while including these elements, how can you make the report effective? So let's have a look at that. So you need to have an objective of the report saying with this report, what do you intend to convey? What is it something that you are planning to convey? So if we speak about the annual report of a company, so annual report is mainly issued to give a summary of all the business activities that were taken. It will also contain the financial, the board's report. So that is your objective, to give an update to your shareholders about the financial year that had gone. Next up is the format. So you need to make sure that there is a set format in place. So firstly, there has to be a set format in place, and this format is easy to understand. So like I was mentioning earlier, the report can contain like just text, or if you require to make it simpler to understand, you can also include graphical representations or like graphs or anything of that sort. But again, while including pictures or pictorial representations, you need to make sure that the format is not difficult to understand. So there has to be a balance between the two. Then is user. You need to see who will be the user of this report. That is, what is the purpose. So when you are identifying the objective, you also need to identify who will be the end readers of your report. Requisite information, you need to make sure all the information is present. Otherwise, there will be a lot of to and fro in trying to get information. Collection of data. The data that you collect should be collected from authentic sources. Those data should be verified before you put across in any report. There has to be an analysis and there has to be an executive summary. So any key business report, the data needs to be as authentic as possible, and there should be enough evidence to back up the data that you have provided. Yes. Now there is a concept. So like in the beginning only when we saw about correspondence. So it can be either from one entity to another, or it could be within the entity itself. So as the name indicates here, interdepartment and intra-departmental communication. So inter is something which will be between two entities, between distinct entities, between distinct departments. So in that case, the communication is going to be very formal. It needs to be well thought out. Whereas intra is something that is within the organization or within the same department. And this can be informal just to ensure a smoother flow of information from one department to another. So we'll go back to a module wherein we have a certain samples for the various types of intra and inter form of communication. Yes. So now let's quickly have a look at it. So now inter and interdepartmental communication has largely been a formal affair always. The CEOs assume that they were expected to be direct, brief, functional. Employees were usually taken for granted because their opinions were not considered. And that's why the documents were pretty standardized. Now, there has been a greater appreciation of the role that the staff has to play. So what happens is earlier the management would decide something and that is something that the employees were bound to follow. But now there is an increasing importance being given to the employees. So in that case, their opinion also becomes important. So that's why there is a difference in now inter and intra-departmental communication. So when we talk about interdepartmental communication, so like I was mentioning, it is mostly a formal affair, and then it will be effective when it is supported by good infrastructure and facilities. That is, there should be effective channels of communication that are already established. So now there are various documents used in the interdepartmental communication. Okay, so now let's have a look at this. So firstly, we have the memorandum. So we are talking about interdepartmental communication. So we have memorandum. So memorandum or memos for short is basically a note or record that is there for future use. So again, it becomes internal communication. So it is very easy to circulate memos. So what happens is the format is set. All you have to change is the communication details. So have, say for example, let's have a look at the memo that is there. So few specimens of memos are given here. So memos are very short and concise and to the point. So as against business letters, which becomes more formal, we can use memos. So you can have the name of the company here. Then you will have the reference number, the date. So the elements will be pretty much similar to that of a business letter. Then since this is a memorandum, you need to mention that this is a memorandum. So with reference to his request for grant of special casual leave, Shri P. Sachdeva is informed that special casual leave has been granted to him for 4 days from so and so date for enabling him to participate in the district. So see, this was something that everybody needed to be informed of because an employee is going on 4 days leave. So this is the person who is writing or issuing this memo, and this is the person whom the memo is being issued to. So in that case, you will have the from or the signed by the person on the right hand side and the to address. So this becomes an office memorandum, wherein if you don't want to capture this in a letter, you can always send out a memo for this. Similarly, there's another specification here. So the features and the elements are pretty much same. Just let's have a look at the content. Shri Mukesh is hereby informed that the office has no objection to him pursuing the part-time MA degree course. However, grant of leave is subject to exigencies of office work. So now, so what we understand is Shri Mukesh would have requested for the company's approval for pursuing MA. And in that case, they have granted the approval, but they are saying that leave is something that they'll have to check. So in that case, you can use a memo format. So when it comes to memo, of late, this is something that is done by way of email communication itself, but this will help us in understanding the various forms of communication that exist. Similarly, we have various other specimens wherein the format changes. Like say, for example, here there is a memo number that is there, but otherwise everything is the same. So memos are issued in case of disciplinary actions to be taken against employees, replies. These include memo relating to show cause notice, etc. Next up is office circulars. So memo was intended to a specific person, but office circular is something that will include a lot of employees. So office circulars are for disseminating information to a large number of employees within the organization. This will be brief because it is within the company itself, and it will be devoid of salutation because salutation is something when you are addressing the document to a specific person, salutation becomes important. But since this is to a large number of employees, salutation is not that important. So we have the first one of inviting suggestions. So in that case, you write the name of the company, the date. The manual of instruction, which was last revised in June 2017, is proposed to be updated. Constructive suggestions are welcome from employees. Suggestions are to be sent to the undersigned latest by 30th of April. So as you can see here, these suggestions are welcome from employees. So they have not been specific as to which employee. So this is something that is at large. So you don't have to specifically mention every single employee. The minute this is a circular, it is applicable to all. Next one is for a circular on insisting punctuality, wherein this company is saying that employees are requested to strictly adhere to office timings. Tendencies to move around unnecessarily in corridors and canteens would be viewed seriously. Cooperation of all employees is solicited in maintaining decorum and discipline in the office premises. So maybe there would have been an issue with respect to decorum. So that is when the company has issued this particular circular. Then if there is any annual day celebration and you want to keep the employees informed, you can use the circular format. A bonus scheme for employees. So now next is office order. So now office orders have a formal format very similar to that of memorandums. So now this is what makes a difference is the tone. So now here is where you will decide the affecting the rights and privileges of employees. That is, the language is going to be very formal. Now let's have a look at one of the office orders to understand. Mr. J.K. Saxena, Friends Colony branch, is transferred to the regional office on the same rank and pay. He shall hand over charge to the chief manager and report at the particular office by 10th of March. So this is basically like an order wherein the decision has been made and you are communicating decision. So this is basically mostly involved in communication of decisions. Let's have a look at another one. So order posting a new recruiting to a department. So this person has been posted to the accounts department as assistant accountant. So this way you will be able to use so now there is a transfer order in place. Various specimens are available. We can go through all of this. So then there is a promotion order. Lastly, we have office notes. So office notes are basically exchange between two different departments. So within the same company, within two departments, we have office notes that can be used. Again, so this one thing that needs to be understood is this is a matter of individual style and preference. There is no set format that is prescribed. So say, for example, here they have included the name of the company, the date, the reference. So whatever elements we saw in a business letter are all the elements that need to be captured here. So now the EGM of the company is to be held on 18th of July. Therefore, two very urgent board meetings are need to be held. The preparation of relevant papers is to be given on priority. Considering the workload, an additional stenographer may be please posted to this department for a period of 1 month. So you are writing to the other department saying our department requires a stenographer on priority. So please help us out with that. So this way within two departments, if there has to be any communication and the same has to be captured on record that we have communicated this, then you could use the office notes also for this. Yes. So now to quickly summarize the four types of communication that we saw. So firstly, we had our memos. So which was a more formal setup and it was addressed to individual employees. Then we had circulars wherein there was no salutation and it was mostly intended for a large number of employees. Then we saw orders wherein this was a communication of an important decision. So communication of decision. And lastly, we saw notes, which is mainly for our interdepartmental communication. And again, the content of this was pretty standard. That is, all the features of our business letter is something that had to be included here. Great. Now we will move on to the next part of this chapter, that is the management information systems. So to quickly summarize what we had before we proceed with MIS, because that is a whole topic in itself, we will quickly summarize what we have learned so far. So firstly, we understood the concept of correspondence, saying what is the meaning of correspondence and what is that a business correspondent means. Then we saw the meaning of business letter, the concept, then what are the elements? And how do you make sure that your business letter is effective? It contains all the relevant documents. And then you had the business report, wherein we saw what is a report, what will be the content of that report. And then we proceeded with inter and intra-departmental communication. So why, as a part of this particular subject, are we reading all this? Because company secretary as a career is very document oriented. Is communication is something that is really, really important, because you'll be liaising with various departments within the company, outside the company, with the board, and with the regulatory authorities, with the employees. And so there will be a lot of to and fro communication that will be happening. And so one needs to know and identify which form of communication will be adopted in which scenario. So whether, say, for example, within office, like we just saw, we had notes, orders, memos, or circular. So one needs to understand what is it that they will adopt depending on the situation, and how is the communication supposed to be put, whether it is a formal setup, whether it is an informal setup. So this is why, as a student, as a beginner, we need to understand this well beforehand itself. Yeah. So the next part of this chapter is the Management Information System, or widely known as the MIS. So now what happens in MIS is, in any given business, there is a lot of planning, structuring, organizing that is involved. That is, to manage any given business, there has to be planning. Once you have established a plan, you need to implement that plan, make it effective. Once you have implemented the plan, you need to have control over it. That is, identify the gaps. That is, what was the original plan, and if the implementation is going as per the plan or not. And depending on that control, depending on that analysis, you will make corrective actions. So this way, management information system is mainly aimed at giving out details with respect to the activities of the organization, understanding the implications, whether those activities have been done, whether it's not done. It's something mostly will indicate about the performance of the organization, saying this is what was expected, this is what was planned, and this is what has been done. So this is what our management information system will help us out with. And this will be something that will be very useful from a top management point of view, saying at any given point of time they want to understand the situation of the business currently. Then management information system is something that will help them out. So let's quickly have a look at the module. So executives in an organization provide leadership and director for planning, organizing, staffing, supervising. Each of these activities involve a lot of decision making. So now, for making decision, executive needs the information. So now the information is provided by a specialist. So now what happens is, there will be multiple people working on the documents of a particular company or operations of the company. And in that, what happens is, the management will require various different types of information. And now various information systems are there in place. Like, say, for example, if somebody wants to have a report, some employee would have maintained a report right from the beginning. Some employee will create a report when it is required. So now let's understand what exactly management information system report is. So information of MIS is periodic, exception, and based on demand. So periodic is, like I was mentioning, if the employee is continuously updating it, it becomes periodic or regular. Exception is only in exceptional circumstances, if that information is required. And lastly, based on demand, say, for example, there is a company that is to be acquired, and a due diligence has to be made. So in that due diligence, as a part of the due diligence, the legal team will require a lot of documents. So this will become a demand based document, giving the documents. That is because the due diligence is happening. Then information formats are pre-specified and fixed. Information is provided by extraction and manipulation of operational data. So MIS is not producing information as it is, but it is using the available information and extracting an analysis out of that and providing. It provides information about the performance, supports intelligence and implementation stages of decision making. So as the top management, depending on the information that they have received in the MIS, they will go ahead with further decisions. It supports structured decisions for operational and tactical planning and control. So now moving on to understand the purpose of MIS. First one, to report the organization performance. So like I was mentioning earlier, there will be a lot of regulatory authorities with whom the company secretary will have to liaison. So in that case, you will be able to report the performance to tax authorities, shareholders, regulatory authorities, and any other stakeholders. So now what happens is when your investor wants to invest, if you have given them a report saying these are the activities of the company, this is how we have grown, then for them it will become very easy to take decisions, to prepare future plans, to exercise day-to-day controls, to allocate different types of resources to different functional areas. So depending on the MIS, we will be able to get a hold on the activities of the company and will be able to understand saying which department needs what resources, to allow the management by exception, to develop database of business partners and devise procedures to deal with them, to develop training tools for new recruits. So whenever new recruits come, if we already have this information in place, then we will be able to understand what is it that they have to be taught about. Now, as the name indicates, there are three key elements to the MIS. So management, information, and system. So management is basically, let's understand the term management. Management is the art of getting things done through people. So you have resources. It could be human resources, capital resources, or any other physical resources. So you need to deploy all of this and get things done. So set of functions and process designed to initiate and coordinate group efforts. So this gives us the meaning of the management. So now it's a sum total of all of these activities that are involved. So now once you have set the goal, you have to put those goals into implementation, check the performances, and then give out response or feedback based on that performance. So next up is information. So now information is basically a source for knowledge. So now processing data into a form of meaningful to the user. So now say for example, if any investor is seeking whether or not they should invest in the company. So if you are giving them out the entire financials without giving any performance indicators, then they won't be able to understand or make a decision. But instead of that, you give out specific figures saying the profit for this year has been so much, the turnover for this year has been so much, and the net worth of this year has been so much. Then in that case, what happens? The shareholders can have a look at those indicators and make their decisions accordingly. So processing the data. There will be a lot of data, but identifying which data is important. So firstly, you will have your collated data that you have. Out of that, you should identify the important data. The important data. So in that case is when you will be able to produce a MIS, because MIS is not a dump of data. It is analysis of the dump of data that is available with the company. And lastly, system is basically having a set procedure established well in advance. So say, for example, if there is a MIS report required by the accounts department. So now specifically to produce to the accounts department, if there is a format of the MIS report that's already available, then the person producing the report won't have to sit and create the format every single time. They'll be able to use the same format earlier. So this is basically setting a format in place, setting a procedure in place. So physical system is a set of components that operate together to achieve a common objective. These objectives are realized in the outputs of the system. So system basically ensures that all the processes are effective, all the processes are standardized and well documented. So these are the three components of the MIS report. Now, structure of the management information system. So now, like I was mentioning, this is something that is primarily useful for the top management. So now, there are three different types of activities. So we have strategic planning, tactical planning, and the actual operational planning. So strategy is basically setting the vision or mission. That is identifying what is it broadly that the company wants to do. So this is something that the top management will have to work on. Tactical. So depending on this vision, they have to formulate plans or strategies and ways to implement this strategy. So this is something that the middle level, that is basically manager level people that will be able to do. And lastly is operational, is actually performing it. So based on the vision and mission of the company and the strategy set in place by the top and the middle level management, this is something that it's not called the lower level of management, but the employees at large who will be performing the functions. So now, yes, so the three levels, top, middle, employee, these are the three levels. So say, for example, top management is all the management position. So it normally consists of chairmen and the member of the board of directors, the CEOs, and the head of major departments. So if you can see here, there's a hierarchy set in place that the people with the power or the decision-making power is somebody who will form a part of the top management. So now what is the main responsibility of the top management? It is determining the direction of the overall goals and objectives. So like I said, the vision and mission has to be set in place. So top management needs the information on trends in the external environment and on the functioning of the internal environment. So now trends in the external environment is basically like a SWOT analysis wherein you are understanding what is happening in the external environment, and in response to that, what is it internally as a company that we are doing. Then we have the middle level management. So say, for example, they are a group of management positions, not necessarily their head, but somebody who, makes plans, communicates it to the lower level of management. So that will be middle level management. So it consists of heads of functional departments and chiefs of technical staff and service unit. So middle management, so common people here are the manager of sale, manager of purchasing, finance manager, manager of personnel, etc. So various departments that are there in organization, like the finance department, sales department, legal, secretarial, HR department. So the head of this can form a part of the middle level management. So if they are concerned with the task of formulating operating policies and procedures for the guidance of the supervisory management. Next one is basically middle management is fed with the information from both top management and supervisory management. Supervisory is basically the employee level who will be working. So they will be like a bridge to communicate between the top management and the supervisory level of management, wherein they'll be receiving information from both ends and they'll have to navigate through various challenges that they face as middle level management. Then much of the information used is internal in nature. That is, they don't require futuristic information. The simple reason being, futuristic planning is something that the top management will have to do. The middle level management will just have to take their inputs from the top level management and accordingly formulate plans. For example, the information needs of a sales manager are, what are the goals? So this is something that the top management will set. What are the strategies for operating them? Then the sales potential, so on. So this way, this is something that he will get from the top level management, saying what are my sales, and what information they will get from the supervisory level is how much sales has actually happened. So what happens? Our top management will give my sales target, and my supervisory management or my supervisory employees will give out the actual sales figures. So as middle level of management, you will be able to bridge the gap, identify gaps firstly, and then accordingly communicate with both. So in case of like regular meetings, they'll be able to tell the top management that this was the sales target and this is the actual sales that have happened. So this, and even for supervisory level of management, a communication is required saying these are your targets for this year. So this way they act as a liaison between the top management and the supervisory management. Coming to the supervisory management, so it is a team of management positions at the base of the hierarchy. So now section officers, office managers, superintendents, foremen who are directly responsible for instructing and supervising the effort of all the employees. So they will be the person directly coordinating with the employees, or they could sometimes also be the employees itself. They are the operation management. So now they are responsible for routine day-to-day decision and activities. So now how the hierarchy goes? So the top management will set the goals. The middle level management will break down those goals and formulate plans for that. And the supervisory level management will ensure that these goals given by both the levels are understood, communicated, and the employees are also doing them correctly. Now, what are the various characteristics of MIS? So let's have a look at that. So first one, it is comprehensive. So this is something that is very comprehensive in nature, because firstly, information is coming from all the levels. There are 3 levels involved, and this includes a lot of information or a dump of data that is required. Next is it is coordinated. So now what happens is, like, say, for example, while we were discussing about the middle level management, so there has to be coordination between all the three levels. Only if the three departments are coordinated, or three levels of management are coordinated, only then the operations of the business will be smooth. Next one, it is a subsystem. So management information system is a subsystem. So say, for example, if information with respect to only sales is required, so this becomes a part of the entire activities of the organization. So that is why it is a subsystem. Now, integration. So what happens is, integration of data will help it in becoming more meaningful. So what happens is, passing data between these systems. Say, for example, if data is already available with one department, it could be passed on to the other department. So there is integration between these two. So now what happens, the same base data does not have to be generated by two separate departments. One department can generate it and it can produce it to the other department. So this way integration becomes very important. Transformation of data into information. So like I was mentioning earlier, MIS is not a dump of information. It is rather taking the dump of information and converting that to something meaningful with an object. So say, as the supervisory level of management, you want to report to your middle level saying what is the sales achievement. So what you will do, you will have all the sales figure. So you will place an analysis saying, as compared to the previous quarter, this is my sales. As compared to my targets for this quarter, this is my sales. So you will transform that data into information. So any person having a look at your MIS will be able to derive an understanding out of it. Next, it enhances productivity because data is easily available. All you have to do is pick the data relevant to you. It conforms to the management's styles and characteristics. So now again, MIS will be depending on the unique managerial styles that are there in place. So now it will be tailored in a way wherein the middle management will require details from the supervisory level. Supervisory level will require it from the employee, and top level will require it from the middle management. So the depending on whom this particular MIS is going, you will be able to customize the format. Next up is relevant information. So information in MIS that is to be included should be relevant, should be to the point. There should not be any unnecessary data in place, so that the minute any particular reader looks at that information, they'll be able to derive a conclusion out of it. Next up, user established quality criteria. So basically, MIS must be designed to be required tolerance for timeliness, relevance, and accuracy of data. These relevances vary from task to task. So quality criteria comes in places. You don't include anything and everything in your data. You make sure that this will be useful to the reader in some way or the other. Next, feedback. So a MIS should provide feedback about its own efficiency and effectiveness. The reporting of computer malfunctions and transactions is a simple task, a simple example of this feedback. So when you are giving a MIS report, there must be chances of error. So if there is human intervention involved, then there might be chances where a particular employee or a particular manager has missed out on something. So in that case, you need to show how accurate your MIS is, what are the various errors that have been there in place. So the reporting of computer malfunctions and transaction process is a simple example of this particular task. Statistics prepared by the system about who uses each system facility and how much they use is one more sophisticated form of feedback. So this is again a data analysis that is there in place. Now, flexibility. So now the MIS structure or the method of obtaining MIS should not be rigid. It should be flexible depending on the changing needs of department, changing needs of management. The MIS should be tailor-made. And now modularity. So the MIS should be composed of many modules or subsystems rather as designed as one. So now, say for example, the directors of the company want to have a look at the entire functioning of the company. So in that case, they can generate one report that is applicable to the entire company. However, within a company, they just want to have a look at the finance department's activities. Then module wise, the MIS should be composed wherein they can have a look at only the financial department or the company. So it should be flexible and in a way where it promotes ease of doing business. Next, selective sharing of data. So now, say for example, now if there is one department, but 2 to 3 managers want to have a look at it, then in that case, you should be able to select the people with whom you want to share this data, who want to have access to this data. So say, for example, 2 or more managers often need to utilize the same information. So the system should have features which allows ready access to information by multiple managers. So it should not be configured in a way wherein it is very rigid, where only one person will be able to say if it's a report, download that report. And then it is important to reserve certain information for exclusive use of only selected managers. So say, for example, there is financial data involved and you do not want the HR department to have a look at the financial, HR manager to have a look at the financial information. So the system should be designed in such a way wherein you can restrict the access of the financials only to the finance team. So there is no leak of information. So this way, selectively, you can select the data that has to be produced to any given manager. So this will ensure that only the people who are required to have access to the data are being given access. Now, next one is computerized. So now, the minute we computerize the MIS, it becomes very simple to use. There is very minimal human intervention involved, and also it becomes error-free, or the chances of error are very less. Now, basic requirements of a MIS. So now, coming, what are the requirements of a computer-based MIS? Now, if like we were mentioning, computer-based MIS, since IT is something that is taking over the entire industry now, the businesses are focusing on digitizing everything, digitizing processes. So in light of that, MIS is also something that can be computerized. And if we aim to computerize, what are the basic requirements? So firstly, we have hardware. So this is pretty obvious, wherein we require our physical computer equipment and all the related devices. So it provides 5 basic functions: input of data, secondary storage for data and programs, the central processor, basically, which will process the entire data, and lastly, communication. Next one is software. So software is something that will be supported or in addition to the hardware of the company, of the computer that exists. Database is basically whatever data is required to be processed by the software that has to be there or available in this database. Next is the procedures in place. So now, formal operating procedures are physical components because they exist in physical form. So say, for example, if you are using any software, then there has to be a help guide or a user manual, which will show you how that software has to be used. So now there has to be user instructions, that is instruction of how to record data, instruction for preparation of input of data, and then operating instructions as well. And lastly, you need an operational personnel, that is computer operator, system analyst, developers, programmers, to make sure that this whole system works smoothly. Yes, and as a part of the last topic of this chapter, we have the limitations of MIS. So now, MIS is basically taking information that you have available and producing a usable output out of it. But the limitation comes in place wherein if the input given is incorrect, then in that case, the output will also be, incorrect to the extent the input is incorrect. So quality of outputs is basically governed by the quality of inputs and processes. MIS is not a substitute for effective management, so it cannot replace managerial judgment. So it is like a aid to the management or something in addition to the management. It cannot be a substitute to the management, because while making decisions, human intellect is required. MIS may not have the requisite flexibility to quickly update itself, because what happens is, until the data is input by the user, the MIS won't update by itself. It cannot provide tailor-made information packages for the purpose of every decision. So MIS, you will be able to configure it saying what is the data that you want, but you will not be able to give any decisions. MIS is not capable of producing any decisions. MIS takes into account mainly quantitative factors. So now, when it comes to place, so every time we were discussing examples, it involved a lot of numbers. But when it comes to the qualitative part of it, that is something you will not be able to capture using an MIS. It is less useful for making non-programmed decision making. So if there is a big decision that is coming up, then that is something that you will not be able to do using MIS. The effectiveness of MIS is reduced in the organization, where the culture is to hold information and not share with others. So the primary purpose of MIS is to capture information, use it across departments wherever it is possible. But if information is being withheld, information is not being communicated, then in that case, MIS system is going to fail. And lastly, MIS effectiveness decreases due to frequent changes in top management. So this is something that is not under the control of the company, wherein there are frequent changes. So these are the cases in which the MIS is going to fail. So this was a whole overview of MIS and why MIS is important. So let's quickly just summarize everything that we saw with respect to MIS. So we understood that MIS consists of three main things. The components are management, information, and system, wherein we saw MIS is not just providing a bulk of data, but an analysis or a useful way in which you can give out your data. Again, in management, we have three types of management. We have the top management who formulates the mission vision, the middle management who formulates strategies, and the supervisory management who, after getting the aims from the middle level management, will ensure that the employees, or if they themselves are the employees, undertake and complete these activities on time. And then we saw the components of MIS and what are the basic features, characteristics, and how computerized MIS will be able to help us out. And in case of computerized MIS as well, what were the requirements, that is the hardware, software, and the basics. And lastly, we saw what are the limitations of any given MIS. So now, to summarize the whole chapter, we saw the concept of business correspondence, wherein we understood letters. We created a sample letter and understood various elements, right from our letterhead to reference number to date, salutation, our subject line, main body, closing remarks, enclosures, and signatory. So these form a part of letters. And then we saw business report. So what is it that a business report should contain? How to make a business report effective? Then we saw intra and interdepartmental communication, wherein we dealt with office orders, office circulars, memos, and office notes. That is the interdepartment form of communication. And after that, we had a detailed look at the entire MIS system that exists in place. So thank you so much. I really hope all of you have understood this chapter. This chapter is a little heavy with the amount of content, but it is pretty simple to understand if we understand the objective of all the given topics. So thank you so much for joining this class. I will see you in the next class, that is the chapter 7. Thank you. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Business Communication. So today's chapter is E-Correspondence. So going back to what we saw in the previous class, we dealt with business correspondence, wherein we understood the concept of business letters, business reports. We also understood what are the key elements that form a part of these letters and reports. We saw a few samples that were there in our module. And we also went ahead to understand the whole management information system, or widely known as MIS. So as a continuance to that, today's chapter is going to be e-correspondence, wherein owing to the amount of digitalization that is going on in the 21st century, electronic medium of communication, or internet for that matter, has become something that is accessible 24/7 by any given person around the world. So earlier it used to be a necessity. It never used to be a necessity. It would be a luxury or a privilege, but now it has become a necessity to an extent that businesses are also dependent on the availability of internet for their day-to-day functioning. And that is the primary reason we have this in our syllabus, that is e-correspondence. So e-correspondence, like the name indicates, talks about the electronic mode of correspondence, wherein we will be seeing how we can access the internet and what are the various terminologies involved. So let's begin with the chapter. Yes. So today's chapter is known as e-correspondence, wherein before beginning with, we will understand two main things that form a part of this chapter. Yes. So there are two things that are often interchangeably used with each other. We have the first one, that is the web, and second one, that is the internet. So as we all know, internet is something like the network of networks. That is, we need to be connected to the internet to access anything on the web. So internet connection is something that becomes primary. So internet is a platform to share resources and application, and it is a global system of interconnected computer networks. That is, it gives a platform for any given person to host their data on the website if they wish to do so. Coming to web is a way of accessing information over the internet. So now there is a HTTP protocol, that is, it creates a website wherein you will be able to add any data, and that will be accessible over web. And to access this, internet is something that becomes a necessity or a need. So now web is ways through which information can be disseminated over the internet. So we can say safely that web is a part of internet. Internet is the larger module here. That is, only if internet connection is available, anything on the web can be accessed. So web, basically, internet gives a platform and web is where the data is hosted. So this is the primary difference between web and internet. Now, coming to the next one, browser. So please excuse this, I think the text has been hidden. So browser displays information available on the World Wide Web, and it uses a HTML, that is a hypertext markup language. So as we all know, we use browsers in our daily life, the most prominent one being the Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge. We also have other browsers such as Internet Explorer, Mozilla Firefox, Safari, and Opera. So browser is something I think everybody, all of us, be it professionals, non-professionals, students, or people of any range of age that they are in, everybody uses internet and a browser especially to search across topics that are available. So now within a browser, what are the elements that are present? So first one, on the browser, we will have the back or the forward button. So basically, back button will enable you to go to the previous page that you were in, and forward button will help you go back to the next page that you were in. Next up is the address bar. Address bar is where the web page that you are in, the address appears there. So say, for example, you are accessing the Ministry of Corporate Affairs website. So then it will be www.mca.gov.in. So this is the address of this particular website, and this is how you will be able to access it. Next up is the recent history. That is, these browsers maintain a track of what are the various searches or various websites that you have visited on that particular browser. So along with the date at which you have accessed this. So this is something that will help us go back to any page that we were looking at earlier. Refresh button is basically used to reload the page that you are at. So say, for example, any information is updated or anything needs to be changed on the page. There is a change, but it's not reflecting yet. Then if you refresh the page, that will get updated. Next one is the tabs. So tabs is, within a browser, there will be multiple tabs that you can open. So instead of having to open different browser windows, what you can do within the same browser, you can open multiple tabs and you can navigate across various websites. Then there is a stop button, a home button, and a search button. So now home button is where you will go back to the home page of your browser, and then search button is where you will be able to enter any text and search as a part of the browser. So yes, coming to our topic in hand today, that is e-correspondence. So as the name indicates, e-correspondence is nothing but email or electronic correspondence, as the name evidently indicates. So it is a process of sending or receiving any file or message by computer modem over telephone wires to a pre-selected mailbox or address on another computer. So there are three things involved. So you are sending across a message or a file, and this is accessed between various computers, and the requisite is a mailbox address. So you have to have an email ID or an email address to be able to send a mail to that particular ID. Next one, is single mail or mailing list. So now while you are sending out an email, you could use either one of this. So if the email is intended to one particular person or a couple of people, like say 2 to 3 people, then you could have their email IDs typed out. However, if there is a campaign email or if there is an announcement or a marketing email as such where the audience is much larger, then what can be done? A mailing list can be created wherein all the email IDs of the recipients can be added, and the minute we select this mailing list, that one email will go to all the participants. So what will happen is, instead of having to send multiple emails, because this mailing list range around hundreds or thousands depending on the target audience. So instead of having to send across 100 separate emails, you could send in one email to this mailing list and it will get sent to everybody. So definitely it has an edge over regular emails, because in regular emails there is a lot of time and cost that is involved, wherein say for example, if you have mailed somebody by way of post or like courier, so in that case they will receive it, and if they have any clarifications they will again mail it back, and in that what happens, there will be quite a few days that will be involved. However, with email it becomes very easy, because you will be able to access your email at any time, even on your phones, for that matter. Now there is an option to download the mailboxes to your smartphone as well. So in that case, it has an edge over regular emails, wherein it is much faster and much more cost efficient, because all it takes is a device which everybody already owns, and a internet connection and a mail ID that they have to create. So this way, e-correspondence as such is has a edge over our regular correspondence. Now, going back to the history of email, so to understand how was the origin of email, where did it start, let's go back to our module. Yes. So first one, to begin with, let us understand that in the year 1965, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or the MIT, was the first to demonstrate the use of the email system known as the mailbox. So let's create a flow chart. So first one, we have 1965, the MIT was the first one to demonstrate the email system. Now, the history of email addresses can be attributed to Tomlinson. He chose the @ symbol to provide an addressing standard in the form of user @ host. So host is basically the domain or the company whose email ID it belongs to, which is in use till date. This is why Tomlinson is called the father of email and is credited with this invention. So now 1965, it was MIT, and we also have Tomlinson, who invented the @ and is also known as the father of email, not the mail, but email. Then, in the year 1974, email in its improved form was being used by the US military. By 1975, efforts to organize the email bore fruit. A general operating area known as email account was created for users who wanted to avail the mail service. So Tomlinson gave in the idea of using @ to identify that this is an email. Then in 1974, US military started using an improved form of email. Then going ahead next to 1975 is where the concept of creation of email accounts came into existence. So now access controlling was done by giving the user a secret password, which only he or she would know. Separate folders were created depending on the purpose, like inbox for incoming messages and outbox for outgoing messages. So this way, emails gained shape. That is, firstly, a @ was identified. That @ will be the indicator for any given email address. And then there were email accounts created for every user along with the password. And within the mailbox itself, there was an inbox, that is for incoming message, and an outbox for outgoing messages. So currently, for outgoing messages, the messages that have already been sent is known as a sent box. Outbox will have those messages which have not been delivered yet. Next. So next up, we have the year 1976. So we had 1974, 1975, and 1976. So 1976 was a watershed year in the history of email marketing. Okay. So email service was being offered in commercial packages, and per minute charges were applicable to using those services. This led to the requirement for offline reading, which meant that users could then download their emails onto their personal computers and read them leisurely without paying for the airtime. This led to the development of applications which were similar to what Microsoft Outlook does today. So what happened is, now that we had a set concept of an email ID and a mailbox, so now in 1976, marketing was done by way of email. So in that case, what was happening? Per minute charges were applicable, and this was pretty high. So that's why the concept of downloading came into picture, so that the user could refer to this even if they were not connected to the internet, and hence the charges would be much lesser. Requirement for protocols was felt almost immediately, and in 1972, file transfer protocol was put in use to send email messages. The main drawback here was that FTP created a separate mail for every recipient and then dispatched it. It would result in loss of memory space. So then there was a more efficient SMTP, wherein a standard protocol was built to send email messages. So again, here also it failed to control the cases of forgery. That is because it was being sent to multiple people. So then the problem of email viruses, worms, and spammers began exploiting this. Now, if SMTP is used to send messages, Post Office Protocol is a standard for receiving emails. This protocol is used by email clients to retrieve messages from the mail server using a connection. Again, there is a drawback here that it does not support offline retrieval of messages, which was a concern because the airtime was being charged. Now, this demerit has been overcome by more capable IMAP, whereas Internet Message Access Protocol. So here is wherein offline messages can also be accessible. So now moving from 1976, after having these issues, by the early 1990s, free and user-friendly email service providers had taken the industry by storm. So earlier, as we also in 1976, per minute charges were being levied. But by the time 1990 came into picture, free email service providers started. So again, the beginners were Yahoo and Hotmail, and they were the ones that were competing for market share. It was this decade that saw the .com boom to the extent that almost everybody wanted an email account. Today, there are more than 600 million email users across the globe, with newer players like Google and Rediff entering. So again, currently prominent is Microsoft Outlook or Google Mail. Even Zoho Mail is something that works. Now, just to analyze and understand the history of any given email. Yes. So what we saw is, for better understanding, let's chalk it down here. So 1965 is when Massachusetts Institute of Technology had the first email ever sent. And then there was Tomlinson, who invented the concept of this will be an identifier for an email address, and he is known as the father of email. Then 1974, US military adopted it. Then we have in the year 1975 is where mailbox originated, email account with password, and the concept of inbox and outbox. Then in the year 1976, email marketing came into picture, where there were per minute charges. And to solve this, then downloading of email was also made possible. Now, because per minute charges was something that was too much to deal with, by early 1990s, free email services started, with players like Yahoo and Hotmail competing. And now, as we all know, there are around 6 100 million users of emails around the world, and currently Gmail or our Microsoft Outlook are something that is being used widely as compared to Yahoo, Hotmail, or Reddit mail. So this is how the history of email looks like. Yes, so now let's quickly get back to the next part of the chapter, that is features of email. So now all of these are quite apparent, but we need to understand what makes email different from the regular mail. So firstly, as the name indicates, this is electronic form. That is, you don't have to actually physically post any letter. You just need an email address and an internet connection, and you will be good to go. So the requisite is email ID or email address and internet connection. It is cost effective. So like we were discussing earlier, that this has the edge over the regular email because it is much faster and the amount or cost involved is much lesser. Next, there are packages. So again, packages refers to the varied, like multiple emails that you can send. So firstly, for any given domain, you could purchase packages wherein for that domain, you could have say up to 20 email IDs created, 25 email IDs created. And also you could create mailing lists wherein instead of having to send it to one, you will be able to send it to everybody. And then we have a user interface that comes into picture. And then there is an option to attach. So say while emailing, if you wish to send across any document, then you will be able to attach that document to the mail. Spam mail is something that became relevant because email IDs are so easily accessible. So then spammers and hackers is something that became very relevant. But what happens is after a point wherein the email is being identified as spam, the users will get notification that this is a spam email. This could be something that is not intended for you. Then just like how we sign off any physical document, we also have an option to append an email signature wherein you could mention your name, designation, and your phone number. So this is something that forms a standard part of any given signature. Then there is a facility to search wherein within the mailbox, if you wish to search, you'll be able to search. Again, there are multiple features like if you want to search an email from a particular person to a particular person by its subject or by the content of the email, that is possible. And then this is cloud storage. So basically it will the storage limit is on the cloud. So depending on how much limit you have, you will be able to store the data. And workplace changes. So what happens is even if any person is leaving the organization, if you have access to their emails, you will be able to search and retrieve any data. Now, what are the various folders that form a part of any given mailbox, and what are the options available while you are writing an email? So firstly, email folders. So like we discussed, so inbox, outbox was something that was discovered in the year 1975. So inbox is where the messages sent to you are stored, or messages that are marked to you. So also one more thing that we need to understand. So here we can see in email option, there is a to field. So to is the person directly to whom the email has to be sent. If any other person has to be sent the same copy of the email, then we can mark them in CC, where that is the carbon copy. That is same email will go to them, but you don't have to add them in the to address. And there is another one, BCC, blind carbon copy, wherein you want them to have a copy of the email, but you do not want to disclose their email ID owing to the confidentiality. So in that case, you will be able to mark that particular person in BCC as well. So in inbox, those emails which is either sent to you or you are marked in CC or BCC, any of these emails get captured in the inbox. Sent box is something that you have sent to another user. So from your outbox. From your outbox or mailbox, what emails have gone. So draft is something which you have not sent yet, but you have prepared. Like say, for example, you have added the subject and the body of the email, but you are yet to send it, then that will be sent in a draft stage. Spam, like I was mentioning, this is in case what happens is due to continuous email marketing, some companies' messages also get captured in spam. So that will go to your spam folder, and this is not a part of your inbox. And lastly, we have the trash. So this is the ultimate place where if you have deleted a mail, it goes and sits in trash. And there are also options wherein for the next 30 days, you will be able to restore those emails as well. So these are the various folders that form a part of any given email interface. Next is the email options. That is what, while creating an email, what are the options that are available? So compose is something wherein once you click on compose, you will get a fresh mail, a blank mail, wherein you will be able to enter all the relevant details. Then is contact. That is if you have mailed a person already, then that mail ID gets captured by default, wherein the system will identify if you are entering their name. To field, like we discussed, it is to CC. Subject is just like any correspondence. Even in business correspondence, we were understanding that in any given letter, the subject becomes very important. So in a similar manner, the email also should consider, contain a subject so that the user is aware of what the email might be about. Then text or body of the email, and then send, that is where you will finally send it. And group contacts is if there are any lists that are identified. So these are the various things when it comes to email. So we understood the meaning of email. We saw the history of it right from 1965 to now, how it has evolved. And then we saw email folders, and then we saw what are the various options that are available as a part of email. Prior to that, we saw what is the difference between web and internet, what is a browser, and what are the various options available in browser. So let's move on to the next part of the chapter. So what are the basic guidelines while following email? So sometimes what happens is any person, be it in a professional or a non-professional setup, they would think that email is something that is negligible, that it is something that should not be paid much attention to. But what we need to understand is this email is a formal way of communication. If you are using emails in a business setup, then it accounts to a formal way of communication. So where it will be documented, so wherein the contents are documented. So you need to make sure that you are carefully, that you are carefully including the content of the email, carefully reviewing the subject, the content, the attachments and everything, because anything that you send out will be captured, will be stored, because email are stored until the email ID is active. So here are a few guidelines that you need to follow while sending out any emails. So firstly, proper grammar. This being a formal setup, you need to make sure that there are no spelling errors as such, and there are no grammatical errors as well. Avoid emoticons. So this becomes a very informal setting, and like I was saying, email is a very formal setup. So emoticons will give off a wrong impression that this person does not respect the recipient of the email, or they are not behaving in a formal manner. Work and personal emails are to be kept separately. So usually what happens at a workplace, they have their own domain that is identified, and every team member gets an email ID of that domain itself. So in that case, it's very important to use the work email ID only for work related matters, and avoid using the personal emails for work as much as possible, because then that might lead to spam. Avoid spamming. So as a sender, if you are sending out multiple emails over a period of time, then your email ID was going to be captured as spam, and there is a likelihood that the recipient won't even get the email to their inbox. It will directly go to the spam box. Yes. Limit the size of attachments. So what happens, say for example, currently in Gmail, there is an attachment limit of 25 MB overall on your file. So what happens is anything more than this, you will have to share it as a drive link. So make sure that the attachment that you are sending is actually required, and limit the size of it as much as possible. Standard signature. So within your emails, there is an option to preset your signature, wherein every time you're writing the email, the signature would appear at the bottom of the email. So you should set a standard signature to make sure that it is consistent across all emails, and also that you don't have to create a signature every single time. Respond promptly to official messages. So given the convenience of email, that is, we could have our emails viewed on our laptops or even phones for that matter. So it is advisable to respond to official messages promptly. That is, within a period of 24 hours, you could respond. And if there is some inability to respond, wherein you don't have data that they're asking for, or you're not clear on what they're asking for, keep them informed that you might take some more time to reply to this email. Otherwise it may look like you are not paying attention to what the sender has to say. So the easy accessibility that serves as an advantage also can serve as a disadvantage, because emails are now available at our fingertips, so you will not be able to give a reason as to why you are not be able to answer it. Efficient daily email practices. So you need to make sure that you are checking your emails on a regular basis. Do not leave any emails unread in your this thing, because it might contain something very important. So make sure you are regularly checking your mailbox, and you are also replying to the emails promptly. Delete old messages. So this will be the messages that are no longer useful to you, or that are no longer relevant or required. So in that case, it would be advisable to delete all messages, because it would free up space. Yes. Next up, as a recipient of the email, if you wish to reply to an email that was sent to you, there are two options available: reply or reply all. So in case of reply, it will go to the person from whom the email had come. In case of reply all, it will go to the person from whom or who was marked in CC as well. So again, you need to be very careful while choosing which option you are selecting while replying, because if you want to reply to only that person who has sent you the mail, you have to choose reply. If you wish to keep everybody informed about your reply, then you need to click reply all. Lastly, like we discussed, we have two: carbon copy and blind carbon copy. So depending on whom the email has to be sent to, we can choose these options. Now, email correspondence. So when it comes to email, so now we have understood the guidelines that are there for any particular, sending out an email. But again, the content of the email is something that we need to be careful about, because like I was mentioning earlier, this gets captured, this gets stored as a proof. So say for example, here there is a situation that is there on my screen, wherein there are two possible responses. So the situation is, a customer is very upset with a certain business, organization, because, they were not responding to the calls, and he had also written a mail twice, but there was no response with them. Naturally, anybody is going to feel frustrated because you do not hear from the company. But the minute you are writing an email, you need to understand that this is going to be a professional conversation, and expressing emotions over email, especially harsh ones, is something that is not preferable. So let's see at two possible responses to this situation, wherein the customer is now frustrated and they're trying to reach out to the company for the third time. So first situation here is, I will never do any business with you again. You are deaf to my phone calls and emails and insult my intelligence. I demand my money back. You are a thief and should not be in business, and I will get to the bottom of this. So here the frustration of the customer is seen, and they're also trying to let the company know that they have reached out to them by way of phone calls or emails. However, we are not sure why the business has not responded. So outright getting frustrated on them is something that would not look good on our part also when we are sending out an email. Now let's have a look at the other situation here. Gentlemen, I am writing this email as an addition to my other two. So there is a reference to the previous two emails that have been sent. It would be better if you could date the mails as well, give a reference saying email dated so and so. I have not received the item I paid for. It should have arrived 2 weeks ago. So they are explaining their concern. So in the first case, they were only explaining, making sure that they express their disbelief. But here they are stating the facts as well, that there were two emails that were sent. Items should have arrived 2 weeks ago. I am concerned that it may have gotten lost in transit, or perhaps was overlooked with the many deliveries you are responsible. So here what the customer is trying to do, they're also trying to empathize with the company, saying it may have gotten lost in transit or it was overlooked. I have also tried to contact you by phone twice, but there was some difficulty and my calls never get through. Again, there is a fact being mentioned here that they have called by way of a phone call twice. I would appreciate hearing from you regarding this matter. So the customer is sending a follow-up email. Even though they are frustrated, they have made sure that they have regulated their emotions and written this email in a way which they were considerate with. So now looking at this, so what would have been the possibility that the company would not have had access to their emails, or somebody would have hacked into their accounts because of which they were not replying to any emails. So in situations like this, it is important to take a step back, look at the situation, keep the emotions aside to an extent that you are frustrated, and type out an email in a manner which will not look bad on you also as a sender. So given the two circumstances that are there here, the second one is always something that we should go ahead with. Yes. So yes, as a part of the previous this thing, so second option was wherein certain email etiquette was followed, wherein you are stating facts, you are expressing respect for the person, and you are also encouraging their response to your email. So firstly, the first thing that comes into place is mind your manners. That is, even though as a customer you might be frustrated, know what is the proper way in which you can write an email. Always write salutations. So here, calling somebody by Mr., Miss, Mrs., or Doctor for that matter, because important, because do not call someone by their name or address someone that by their first name directly unless they're absolutely okay with it. So if it is the first time you are reaching out to someone by way of email, use any one of these. And then tone of the email also becomes important. It is always supposed to be polite and kind. So even if you request somebody to take it up, take up any work, it has to be polite, no matter what is the situation or the superiority you are in. It is always better to be polite over email. Be concise, because what happens is emails are easily accessible and you can send multiple emails. Users tend to send out long lengthy emails. What happens is the recipient might or might not pay attention to it. So in that case, it is always better to be concise and send to the points. Be professional. Again, mind your manners, be professional, because like I was saying, email is more of a formal setup, formal way of communication. Always advise to be professional. To address, make sure your to address is correct, because if this is not correct, the email ID, the email is not going to get delivered to the recipient. Correct spellings. So correct spellings, proper grammar. So even though this might seem like very small details to even actually pay attention to, this is something that the recipient might, comprehend about you. Saying if you have used proper grammar and all the spellings are correct, it leaves out a good impression in the mind of the recipient, especially if you are trying to reach out to them for the first time. Then proper grammar becomes very important. Now, like I was saying, quite a few advantages of email over our regular form of mail. So firstly, managing email is easy because it is easily accessible. That is, you can access it at any given point of time if you have the internet connection. And also there is an option to delete or move emails to spam that are no longer required. So in that case, you will make sure that the inbox has only emails that are actually relevant to you. It is much faster, so it is not time consuming, happens like within matter of minutes or even seconds for that matter. It is inexpensive because even if there is a lot of to and fro communication, it is not going to cost you every single time you have to send out a mail, unlike in the case of an actual mail, wherein you will have to send out the mails every single time. Email is easy to filter. That is, if you wish to filter emails from a particular person or with a particular subject, then searching across the emails becomes very easy. Transmission is secure and reliable because there is a need of an email ID. Without an email ID, you will not be able to. So you will not have the worry of compromising on your confidential data, because you will be the person entering the email ID and you will be assured that this email is going only to that particular person. Now, everything that has advantages definitely has disadvantages. That is, so let's see what are the various disadvantages that it comes in email form of communication. So as compared to our informal communication, email is very time consuming because there's a lot of data that goes. No doubt in compare to our physical method of communication, email is much more effective in terms of the time involved. But say, for example, if you are communicating within your department, it would be better to complete the communication face to face or via a phone call than having to send out emails for that. Security becomes a concern. That is, if your email ID it has somebody has your email ID, then there is a chance that they will be able to send you continuous emails and spam your mailbox. Impersonal communication cannot be done over email because this is something that is available more in a formal setup. Misunderstanding is possible, that is in terms of the content, the tone. This is something that could be misunderstood. Vulnerability and connectivity. So vulnerability, again, who has access to the emails, who will be able to send you the emails. And a lot of email fraud also happens, wherein these companies with not correct intentions, they send out links, malicious links on internet, and if you access them, there is a chance that your computer gets contaminated with virus. So in that case, it is slightly unsafe, because you would, unless you are not sure, it is advised not to open any link or access any email for that matter. And lastly, connectivity. Connectivity is something. So this will be a challenge in remote locations wherein internet connection is not available very easily. So in that case, emails will be something that will not be accessible. You will, however, be able to view your older emails, but any updated emails, any new emails or responses, you will not be able to see unless you have proper internet connectivity. Lastly, we have intranet, wherein this is something that is within the organization that if you wish to communicate it. So to explain the concept, intranet is basically a server wherein employees or people only in that particular organization can have access to that data. So in this case, it becomes very easy to communicate within the organization, because first, only employees will have access to this server, and secondly, it is pretty safe because nobody from outside will be able to have access to this server. So yes, intra basically means internal. So this is used for internal communication. Within the organization, access to the server is very important, very secure, because no outsider will be able to have access unless they have the email ID of the company. Central communication, this is everybody across the company will be able to communicate. So the communication becomes much simpler as compared to our emails. It is open to all employees. And in case certain amount of information has to be provided to an outsider, then in that case, partially we can give access to the outsiders as well. So it is not rigid, it is flexible depending on the situation. And lastly, we have the advantages of intranet, wherein workforce productivity is increased because the amount involved in communication and coordination has reduced. It is very effective in terms of the time that it takes. Communication, it ensures a smoother flow of communication. That is, instead of having to send across mails continuously, you can communicate using this intranet itself. Web publishing, that is, your server will be required. Business operation and management, overall the team will be able to focus more on the operations instead of having to spend their time on communication. Cost effective, because again there are no multiple emails that are involved, there are no physical documents that are going. Enhances collaboration, that is interdepartment, across teams. Employees will be able to work with each other better, because they are using intranet, wherein information is easily accessible. Promote common corporate culture. So like we have the concept of central communication, that is everybody will be able to address and talk to each other. Immediate updates. So instead of having to type out a detailed email, you will be able to get immediate updates. And supports a distributed computing architecture. That is basically all you require is your organization email ID, and this way you will be able to focus on the work instead of having to spend so much time on communications within the department. So this is a part of the email correspondence chapter. So let's quickly have a look before we conclude and understand what are the topics that we dealt with in this chapter. So firstly, we understood the concept of internet versus the World Wide Web, or WWW. Then we understood what is a browser and what are the various options available in the browser. Then we saw the history of email, which consisted of the father of the email and how on outbox, inbox was started. Then we saw the components of email box, components of the mailbox, which consisted of our inbox, sent box, draft, trash, and spam. And then we saw the options available in any mail, wherein we had the compose, to address, subject line, signatory. Then we saw etiquettes of email, That is, we need to be mindful of what we are sending. We need to be professional. We need to, send attachments and keep in mind the size of the attachments. And then we also saw email correspondence, wherein we saw two options with two possible responses, and we also saw which response would be better. Then we saw disadvantages and advantages of mail. Disadvantages and advantages of email. And lastly, we saw intranet and its advantages. So this chapter, even though being very simple, it is very important given how internet is something that has become a necessity in the 21st century, and how it is something that is being extensively used across business organizations. So now we have only one more chapter remaining in business communication. That is the last chapter, chapter 8. So once we will complete that, we will be done with the syllabus. Thank you so much all for joining this class. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Business Communication. So today we are here to discuss the last chapter, that is chapter 8, Common Business Terminologies. So to understand the rationale behind including this chapter, so the moment we speak, the moment we go into the business world, be it just as a student who's trying to understand, or as an entrepreneur, or even anybody working for that matter, certain terminologies become a part of the daily vocabulary of any given individual, and it's important that we as students start learning these terminologies well in advance, so that we are well acquainted with it by the time we are actually working. So this chapter entirely consists of terminologies and the meanings attached to it. So let's quickly begin with the chapter. Yes. So common business terminologies. Yes. So the 10 basic but most important terms when it comes to business. So first one is management. So this, as the name indicates, it is somebody who manages the business, or who is in charge of running the business. Next up, we have business, the core center of the whole discussion. That is the activity of providing goods and services involving financial and commercial industrial aspects. So financial aspect is something that becomes important as a part of the business, because if there is no money, there is no business. Marketing is basically promoting your business. So once you have established your business, marketing is something that will help the customers in knowing about your product or service. Profit is the whole point of business. So this is the main or the primary intention of business, that is profit. Telecommuting is basically working at home, usually on a computer. So this is the concept of work from home that has gained prominence ever since COVID has come into picture. Downsizing is basically reducing the number of employees, because this will help in cost cutting, wherein they don't have to pay a lot of salaries because the business is not, running profitably. So that is when an organization downsizes. Outsourcing is something that for a particular activity, you are appointing or hiring someone else to complete that activity. So say, for example, you do not have a HR department in your company. In that case, you can outsource the HR activities, wherein there are well-established HR or consulting firms with respect to HR, who will do the hiring process, interview process, everything for the company. Next up is the R&D, or the research and development, basically wherein the team undertakes a lot of research and identify areas of improvement for the business. Headquarters is basically the center primarily where the core of the business is located. So like the administrative center of the enterprise. And then we have market. Market is where all the activities take place in terms of the goods and products being bought and sold. So now let's get into the various terminologies that form a part of business, and that is very important. So first one, acceptance. So this is in relation to bill of exchange. So acceptance is basically, so in the common sense, it means to accept something. When it comes to bill of exchange, it is the assent given by a party by signing across the face of it. Acceptance may be done online by clicking on the accept buttons. So there are two things. You can either sign the physical document, or you can click on the accept button. Next, we have acknowledgement. So acknowledgement is basically that the signature of the clerk or attorney certifying that the person signing the document has signed by his or her free act and for the purposes set. So acknowledgement is basically acknowledging that this document has been received and you are aware of the content of the documents. Acquisition costs are basically when you are acquiring a new customer or anything new for that matter, what are the costs involved. Act of God, even though this might not sound like a business terminology, this gets very important in terms of an insurance setup wherein any activity that is an act of God, like say, for example, a natural calamity, which is not under man's control, that is something that is act of God. So action. So this is a legal action that they're talking about in the legal terminology, which is nothing but a case or a lawsuit as well, wherein a civil judicial proceeding wherein one party sues another for a wrong done. So one party has taken action against another. ADB is a short form for Asian Development Bank. Then adjournment basically is postponement of a court session until another time or place. So this is when the court hearing or proceeding was decided on a particular date and the judge says it's adjourned. So then this will be pushed to another date. So this also happens in case of our board meetings that are being held. Like say, for example, if the board wants to take up the matter at a subsequent board meeting, then they can adjourn the board meeting as well. Adjudication is a decision or sentence that is imposed by the judge. So that is why if when we start reading Companies Act, there will be a lot of references saying adjudicating authority means the authority who has the decision making power. Then we have affidavit. Affidavit is basically, in legal terms, a written statement signed in the presence of a judicial officer or notary public or an oath commissioner that is admissible as evidence in a court of law. So affidavit is giving your consent to something, marking what you are saying is correct to an extent where that will be a valid evidence in the court of law. Affirmation. So affirmation in the common sense means something that is positive, accepting something that's positive. In the legal sense, it is declaring something to be true under the penalty of perjury by a person who will not take an oath for religious or other reasons. So basically, you are accepting that something is true. So that is affirmation. Next is agenda. Agenda is basically the point of discussion. So if I am saying the agenda for today's class is understanding terminologies, it is basically the list of items. So in coming to a business setup, it is a list of items that are to be transacted in a meeting. Next up is agent. So agent is somebody who has been hired by the principal to work on behalf of them. So the principal agent relationship comes into picture. Allegation is something wherein you are accusing somebody of doing something. So saying something that is true, the assertion, declaration, or statement made in a pleading. Next is allotment. So say, for example, you have issued shares, somebody has purchased shares of your company, you allot the shares to them. That is, you say that shares number so and so are allotted to this shareholder. Next is amalgamation. So amalgamation is wherein two or more entities become one entity, that is one single undertaking. American depository receipts. So there are two things. So one is GDR, that is global depository receipts, and then there is ADR, that is American depository receipts. So this is basically a receipt that shows the evidence of a US of a foreign corporation that is held in the control of a US banking institution. Amortization. So two things, one is depreciation, one is amortization. So as we may all be aware, depreciation is the diminishing in the value of certain physical goods. Amortization is the same thing, but in the form of intangible goods. So the extinction or gradual writing of a liability or debt over a period of time. Next up, we have annual return. So annual return is something that comes from a Companies Act perspective, wherein it is required to be filed every year by every company. So it will contain details like names of the company, who are the shareholders, how many meetings were held in the year, what was the attendance of the director. So this, in other words, is also known as Form MGT 7. So this is the annual report form, annual return form. Next is annuity. Annuity, as we all know, is a fixed sum of money payable for the whole or part of person's life under the terms of an insurance or a will. Next, appeal, where appeal is basically once a decision is passed by a court, if you want to object to that decision or if you want to go against that decision, then you go to a court that is higher than the court which had passed the decision and you appeal. So say, for example, if you want to appeal against the decision of the High Court, you will have to go to the Supreme Court. So appeal is always placed before a superior court than the one who has passed the judgment. Appearance. So appearance is basically you have to be present in front of the court while you are representing any case. So say, for example, appearances can be taken up by way of representatives as well. So in that case, representative will be the one who will go to the court in lieu of the person who is in the case. Yes. Appellant. So basically, when we saw appeal, the party who is taking the appeal is known as appellant. Then we have arbitrage. So arbitrage is basically obtaining the benefit of two or more prices available for any given security in a stock exchange, wherein you purchase the security in a stock exchange wherein the amount is very low and you sell it at a place where it is very high. So for the same security, within almost minutes or seconds itself, you will be able to get a price advantage. Then we have arbitration, wherein so this is a concept wherein a person known as the arbitrator is appointed. So arbitrator can be any person who is not known to any of the parties involved. So basically the chances of biasness will be zero because you are picking a completely independent person, and this will be much easier and cost effective than having a court proceeding involved. Arrest is basically when for a certain act wherein the person who is accused has been proved guilty, then in that case, this person will be taken into custody by the police officer. Asset is something that a business owns, a business values, like say, for example, fixed assets, any furniture, any buildings. So that will be asset. So that will be tangible assets. And when it comes to intangible assets, we have various intangible assets such as trademark, goodwill, patents, and so on. So asset turnover, as the name indicates, is basically turnover divided by total assets. So assets turnover is turnover divided by the total assets. So just to see over the assets that you own, how much is the turnover? So is it more than the assets that the company owns, or is it less than the assets that the company owns? Assets we have already discussed. Assignment is basically, this in legal terms means if a person holds any right, if they are assigning that right to someone else, then that becomes a assignment. Basically, you are transferring your right. This is a short form for the Associated Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is a judiciary, which is a government regulated body under the Indian industry. Next one. Assurance. So say assurance, as the name indicates, is a protection against events which must happen. So now insurance was used for cover against loss linked with contingencies such as fire or lightning. So assurance is very similar to insurance. Next up, attachment, a lien on property or assets to hold it to pay or satisfy any final judgment. So what happens? Attachment, this is not the email attachment that we were talking about. This is about property attachment. So say, for example, a person has been accused and they are asked to pay a penalty, but they do not have that amount with them. Then in that case, their property is being attached, wherein the property, so say, for example, if it is a rental property, then the rent that comes to the property will be used to pay off the penalty. Or if that is not possible, then the property will be sold to pay off the penalty. So that is what attachment means. So attestation is basically authenticating the document either by a oath commissioner or a notary public, and this is only to be done by someone who has the necessary authority. Attorney is like a representative, wherein you have appointed another person to represent you in any for any given purpose. Attorney on record. So this is the person who is permanently decided as the attorney for a particular case. Auction. So it is a public sale conducted by an auctioneer. So basically, the items are put up on bid, wherein a base price is set. But depending on the interest of the customers that are there, the prices can go up higher and higher. And the person who has put in the highest bid will get to keep the article. Audit. So, as we proceed further, we will be dealing with a lot of audit related terminologies. But to understand the basic, it is just a verification of the books of accounts primarily when it comes to our statutory audit, wherein the books of accounts are verified. And if there is any inconsistency, that will be, brought to the notice of the company. Bad debt is so debt is something that somebody owes to the company, and bad debt is something that is likely not to be paid by the person who has borrowed the money. So bail is basically a temporary release wherein if the defendant is held in the custody or has been arrested, then for time, for time being, they will be let out of the jail. Next is a balance sheet. So balance sheet is basically, like we all know, a statement which contains the details of the assets and liabilities of the company. Bank account, as we all know, will be account created specifically for the company with any particular bank. Bank rate is basically the lending or borrowing rate that is determined by the RBI. Bank statement shows the transactions or the debit or credit entries that has happened in any given any given date. So what happens is, if say for example, the customer has said to the company that the amount has been deposited in the bank account, then the bank account will request for so the company will look into their bank statement and see if the amount has actually been credited to their account. Next up is bankruptcy. Bankruptcy is a condition wherein a person or even a business for that matter, they do not have the ability to pay off their debts. That is, their assets are not equal to pay off their liabilities. So this will be a case wherein the liabilities are more than the assets. Book value. Book value speaks about the value of any asset that has been entered in the books of accounts. This might not actually be the market value, because the market value keeps fluctuating and changing as days pass by. But book value will be something that is entered in the books of the company. Bookkeeping is basically a practice wherein all the transactions of the company are recorded as and when they are happening. So this will give us a detailed record of the transaction. Bounce check is usually in a case wherein a check is issued, but the person who has issued the check, their bank account does not have sufficient funds. So when the person to whom it has been issued, they go to the bank to deposit this check, the check will be bounced because the person does not have sufficient funds. Next, break-even point is a point wherein there is zero profit. Basically, whatever expenses have been there have been recovered, and their income is equal to the expenses that have been put into place. So expenses is equal to income. So buy-sell agreement is an agreement designed to address situations in which one or more entrepreneurs want to sell their interest in the venture. So when an entrepreneur has, say for example, invested time and now he wishes to exit from the venture, then they'll have to enter into a buy-sell agreement with the person to whom they are selling the part of the venture. Call. So this again is not the call that we use in general sense. The meaning is the same, the essence is the same. So the businesses call for money. That is, if there is certain amount that is unpaid by the shareholders because the company has not called for it yet, they can call for it, and then the shareholders will have to proceed with payment of the money. Capital. Capital is basically the amount that the business had started operations with. So this will be the initial investment that is involved, and as and when the business progresses, the capital amount can be increased. That is, the entrepreneurs can bring in more amount if they see a better investment opportunity. Capital expenditure are expenditure that is like mostly a one-time expenditure and something that is also very large amounts that are involved. Say purchase of land or purchase of some machinery which is going to be there with the organization for years. So this is something that's not recurring, that is more event based. Case is a lawsuit or a action in court. Case laws, so this becomes important whenever, even from an exam perspective and even from a practical perspective, wherein if any case is being going on in the court and you want to have references to the earlier decisions on similar lines that were passed, you can always go back to the case laws, wherein it will contain details as to in which court it was passed, who was the plaintiff, who was the defendant, or in case there was an appeal, who was the appellant, what was the decision. So these serve as a good reference material for any upcoming cases. Cash discount. So cash discount is a discount that is offered when the customer chooses payment by way of cash, because then credit, cash is a much simpler and a faster way of payment. So owing to the liquidity of cash, they give a discount. So cash flow statement is a part of the financials of the company only, wherein the flow of cash, that is inflow and outflow of cash, is determined to understand what is the daily flow of cash, or how liquid is the cash of the organization. Cause list. So cause list is something that is issued by the registry on every given day. So say, for example, there is a case in the National Company Law Tribunal that is happening. So say if it is happening in the NCLT Bangalore bench. So in that case, NCLT Bangalore bench, every day, like at least a day prior, they would issue a cause list, wherein the next day's list would contain the list of all the cases that will be taken up on that day, who's the representative of the case, who is expected to be there. So along with the date and time and the sequence at which their case would be taken up, the cause list is issued. Then caveat emptor is more from a consumer protection perspective, that is, let the buyer beware. So caveat emptor means let the buyer beware, so that the buyer should not come into the words of the seller easily, should be able to exercise independent judgment without completely agreeing with what the seller says. Next up is check. So this is something that we all use very commonly. So it is a form of a negotiable instrument, wherein there is a certain sum of money that you wish to pay to the person. So that person, when they deposit that check, the amount will be credited to their account. Collateral. So where borrowing or any amount or taking up any loan, so collateral serves as a security. So say, for example, you are taking up a gold loan. So in that case, the bank will provide you a loan with an amount, and you will have to in turn give them your gold as a security. That is, if in case of inability of being able to pay the lower amount, the bank can proceed with selling that gold that you have provided as a collateral. So commission is like a percentage of amount that is being paid in any business transaction. Say, for example, there is a agent that takes up selling of your company's goods. So depending on the amount of goods that he has sold, you can pay him a certain amount of commission. Common law is something that comes by way of practice. That is not something that has been enacted by judicial bodies, but that is because of something that has been developed by the judges itself. Complaint is wherein you will detail to the court. So as we all know, complaint is when you are not satisfied with something, you report that matter. So in a similar manner, if you are writing to the court, you will write the details of the case and plus the relief that you wish to seek as a part of this complaint. Condition is like a binding. Say, for example, while drafting any legal documents, there'll be a lot of terms and conditions that will be involved. So it is a stipulation that is binding on the signatory. So the minute any person signs on the document that contains the conditions, it shows that they have accepted the conditions that form a part of that document. Next up is consignment. So it is transferring the title of goods, the details of which are given in the pro forma invoice, to an agent for sale. So consignment is basically handing over a certain amount of goods to the agent. Consortium. Consortium is when two or more companies collaborate for just a specific project or just a particular activity. So this is to utilize the resources of both the companies instead of having one company to do everything. Contempt of court. So say for example, whenever proceedings are going on in the court, if any person or any participant is not abiding by the code of conduct that is required to be followed in court, then they will be said to have done a contempt of court. So there is an example here, that is being loud or disrespectful in court. So you are not abiding and maintaining the court's decorum. Contract, an agreement between parties in order to create obligation under a seal. So contract is wherein there is a offer, there is an acceptance, and this is also enforceable in the court of law. Conviction is wherein a person who is accused of having to done something by the court gets proved. That is either in a criminal format or a civil setup. Cost is the expenses that will be taken up. So costs in general parlance, it's expenses. But when it comes to court, it also includes the cost that is involved in fighting that case or hiring a lawyer for that case, for example. Cover note is a document issued by an insurance company to provide cover to the insured till a formal policy document is insured. So as we all know, obtaining an insurance is a time consuming process. So until we have the final document, the company will give us a cover note wherein it will serve as good as a formal policy document unless it is actually issued. Credit is wherein you are obtaining goods without actually paying for them with a promise that you will pay the same at a later point of time. So what is a credit note? So the seller sends this credit note to a buyer to rectify an overcharge in invoice. So as a seller, if I have charged the amount exceeding, then I could rectify it by issuing a credit note wherein they don't have to pay me that additional amount that I have charged. CRISIL is basically Credit Rating and Information Service of India. This is the one that will provide us with the credit rating, the credit scores. So crisis basically means a situation which is unforeseen, which is difficult to handle. So let's have a quick read at this. Reckless, heavy short sales leading unduly to depress prices. In such a situation, the governing board of stock exchange may prohibit short sales, fix minimum prices below which sales are not permitted. So what happens is whenever the price goes beyond a certain limit, the amount of sales increase. So then the stock exchanges will issue a rule wherein below this certain price, the prices can't go below. So to make sure that the market does not fall into a crisis. Cross-examination is basically wherein if any particular party is presenting their case, then you question that party against the fact that they have mentioned. CRR is the cash reserve ratio. So that is the amount or a percentage of assets or cash that they will that the commercial banks will have to keep in reserve so as to meet any emergencies or as a security. Current assets, as the name indicates, are short-term assets. Current debt are again short-term debts. Current liability or short-term liabilities that the company owes to somebody else. Damages is damage in the legal sense is wherein the compensation that you will have to pay if you have lost the case as a part of the court proceedings. Day order, an order which remains valid for the day it is entered and unless match is automatically cancelled at the end day of the trading. So this talks about order in terms of the securities that you are dealing with. So it remains valid for the day and it automatically ceases at the end of the trading. So debentures or debt in its commonly used terminology is basically a method of obtaining money from debenture holders or shareholders as against the interest rate that you would pay. So this will not give the person a shareholding right in the company. They will be treated as loan givers itself. Debit note is when the seller has undercharged or they have not charged enough for the products that they have offered. So they will issue a debit note wherein whatever amount they have charged less, they will input that amount there and issue the debit note. Debt and equity. So like we saw, debt is nothing but debentures and equity is wherein the shareholders will become members of the company that they will have voting rights as well. Debt financing is again very similar to our debentures, wherein you have borrowed money from a lender and you will repay the principal with interest. Coming to declaration. So declaration is an unsworn statement of facts made by a party to the transaction or by the one who has an interest in the facts that are recounted. So declaration is a sentence that is said to be true by the person who is giving that particular document. Deed is a legal document in writing, signed, sealed, and delivered by the person making the deed. Default is to fail to respond or answer to the plaintiff's claim by filing the required court document, usually an appearance or an answer. So when the plaintiff has filed the document, if the defendant has not filed anything in that, then it amounts to a default. So as a part of today's class, we will be dealing with these words, and with next class, we will take up the remaining words. Thank you so much. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Business Communication. So we are here now to discuss the part 2 of chapter 8, that is common business terminologies. So in the previous session, we had a look at what are the requirements of these common business terminologies. Why is it that we need to understand that? And secondly, we also started off with a few common business terminologies. So in today's class, we will be continuing with the terms, understanding their meaning, all the terms that have been provided in our module. So let's quickly get back to it. So in the previous session, we had discussed until default. So default is wherein the person who is required to respond has not responded, or they have not performed their part of the duty. Moving on to the next one is the defendant. So there will be, in any given civil cases, there will be two parties. So one will be the plaintiff and the other person will be the defendant. So basically, defendant is someone who will be responding. So they can also be known as a respondent. So plaintiff is the one who is the first party in the case, and the one who responds will become the defendant. So in civil cases, the person who is given court papers, the one to whom court papers are issued, and in criminal cases, the person who is arrested. So depending on which case you are talking about, the defendant will be decided. Next up is dematerialization. So dematerialization, or commonly abbreviated as DMAT, is converting physical securities to electronic form of securities. So what happened is, earlier unlisted public companies were required to convert all of their physical share certificates into dematerialization form. But now there has been an amendment that has been issued by the MCA, wherein both unlisted public companies as well as private companies now have to issue shares in demat form. So dematerialization involves a whole procedure wherein the company enters into an agreement with the registrar and share transfer agent and the depository. The physical certificates are entirely converted to electronic format, and going forward, any sort of issue or transfer will happen only in the electronic format, not physical format. So dematerialization is the process of converting physical shares into electronic shares. So depository, so this will be the person who will be maintaining the securities or maintaining a record of the securities. So like I was mentioning earlier, we will have to enter into an agreement with the registrar and share transfer agent and the depository. So depository is someone who will maintain a record of the securities, which are in electronic or dematerialized form. Next up is depreciation. So like we had discussed amortization, wherein it was reduction in value of intangible assets. Depreciation is reduction in value of tangible assets. So the fall in value of a fixed or movable asset. So as you can all know, this is any tangible form of asset. Due to wear and tear or passage of time, such amounts may be written off or provide a replacement to another fund. Next is a derivative market. So here this market refers to stock markets, and derivative markets are those markets wherein futures and options. So these are types of shares, types of orders that you can place. So this is where you will be able to deal with futures or option contracts for that matter. So now next up is differentiation. So now differentiation, let's quickly read it. It is an approach to create a competitive advantage based on obtaining a significant value difference that the customers will appreciate and be willing to pay for, and which will ideally increase their loyalty as a result. So what happens is, say for example, in comparison to the competitor, if you are offering a better price, then there are higher chances of you acquiring that customer. Disbursement is nothing but a legitimate payment of money out of some fund. So if you are disbursing funds from your bank account, it means that you are paying funds from your bank. Next is discount. This is something that we all know. So basically, it is an amount, a reduced amount as against the actual amount of any given product or service. Discounted bill. So discounted bill here refers to a bill of exchange. So bill of exchange encashed for a charge by the banker before the date on which it becomes payable. So what happens is, if the bill of exchange was, say, supposed to be made payable on the 30th of April 2024, but the person has requested this be made payable on today, so 21st of April 2024. So now, because this has been done 9 days earlier, a discount will be charged. That is, instead of the whole amount of money, you will get a discounted money in hand. Dismissal is a judge decision to end the case. That is, the case is dismissed and it will no longer be taken forward. Dispose is ending a legal case or judicial proceeding. Disposition is the manner in which a case is settled or resolved. So that will be like a conclusion or what is the result of the case. Dissolution is the legal end of a marriage, also called a divorce. So dissolution also comes for companies wherein the activities will be dissolved. That is, they will no longer be performing the business activities that they had established the company for. So dividend is something that is paid to the members of the company. So on the shares, on the shareholding rights that they have, they will get a certain percentage of their holding as dividend. So to understand it better here, debenture holders will get interest because this is in the form of loan, and shareholders will get dividend. Shareholders or members for that matter, they will get dividend. So this is like a return on their investment, and this is like an interest on their loan. Documents of title is basically documents which evidence the title of any given particular asset. So documents which provide conclusive evidence of ownership of an asset usually denotes non-negotiable documents such as bill of lading, delivery, challan showing the transfer of title. So in international trade, it is usually attached with the bills of exchange. So this will show whom the asset belongs to, who is responsible for that particular asset. Next up is domicile. So domicile is where the person resides. So the permanent home of a person. A person may have several residencies, but only one domicile. So residencies may keep changing and fluctuating, but domicile is permanent. So just to understand, domicile is something that is permanent, and residencies or residential status is something that is temporary and can be changed or will keep fluctuating. Next up is draft. So this is in banking terms. So when we talk about letters or reports, draft is when and it's not a final version of the document. But coming to banking terms, draft is a document requiring one party, a bank, to make payment to another from the funds which are held by the borrower. So the person one will instruct the bank to make payment to person B's account, and this will be done by way of a demand draft or a draft. Dumping. Dumping is selling goods in a market, usually overseas, at a price well below cost, usually with an intention to ruin the indigenous market or competition. So what happens is, as we all know, when multiple players or competitors in the market exist, gaining monopoly becomes very important. That is, becoming the sole player in the market is something that gets very difficult because there are so many players. So in that case, what happens is, the companies sell this goods for a much lesser price with an aim to acquire the customer base, to have a control over the customer base. So what will happen is, it will reduce the competition, and usually this happens in overseas market because this is something that is not possible in the domestic market. Coming to the next one, earnest money. So earnest money is nothing but a refundable security in the form of a DD or a demand draft or bank guarantees to keep off non-serious applicants, usually for tenders. It is also given by a buyer to the seller to bind the bargain and maybe adjusted later with the cost of the purchase. So what happens is, say for example, to make sure that the transaction is happening between the two parties, one party may pay some amount of earnest money. So this you could understand at the deposit also, like a refundable deposit, wherein if the transaction is happening, you will go ahead with this. If the transaction is not happening, your amount will be refunded. Earnings before interest and tax. So this is while you are computing the profit after tax for the company. So what you have before interest and before taxes. So interest is something that needs to be paid to the debenture holders, like I was mentioning earlier, and taxes are to be paid to the government. So earnings without subtracting these two will lead to EBIT. Next up is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. So in this case, in EBIT's case, our depreciation and amortization was already deducted, but in this case, it is not deducted. So first we will have EBI, TDA, then depreciation and amortization will be reduced. Then we will have EBIT. And then once we have subtracted our interest and taxes as well, we will have our profit after tax. So here, to give a better understanding, we will have EBIT minus the interest. It will give us profit before tax, minus the tax. It will give us profit after tax. And then economies of scale is basically wherein you obtain the benefits of a larger production. So benefit that the large production volume allows fixed cost to be spread over more units, lowering the average unit cost. So what happens is, if say for example, you are procuring any goods and you are procuring it in a bulk manner. So what happens, per unit cost will be increasing. So as the volume increases, the per unit cost will decrease. So this is the advantage of economies of scale. ED is basically the Enforcement Directorate. So this is a authority established by law, wherein this authority will look into violations involving foreign exchange specifically. Next. Encumbrance is a liability which is attached to a property and thereby imposes a burden on the owner. So this is again very similar to cases wherein you have to provide a security before you opt for any loan. So encumbrance becomes a right that is attached to your property. So in that case, the opposite party will have a right over your property, and for you, it will become a liability. Next one, endorsement is a writing on the back of a bill of exchange that is authorizing the bank to pay to the bearer or a specified person, or prohibiting further endorsements. Endorsement basically includes a transfer of a right or making it very specific, saying to whom this particular amount has to be paid. The effect of endorsement is to vary the terms of the document. So original payee would have been different, but you could change a payee. So example could be change in payee. That is, instead of, say for example, A owed B some money. So A issued a check to B. Now further, B owed some money to C. So in that case, B will endorse the check issued by A in favor of C. So in that case, A's money will directly go to C's account. So entrepreneur, this is a very common terminology. So it is almost synonymous with a businessman. So a businessman could be someone who has taken over a business as well. But entrepreneur is somebody who initiates it or who starts it. So starting or initiating the business is very important. So it is someone who recognizes and pursues opportunities other may not see as clearly. So entrepreneur is said to be successful. It's said to be visionary when they are identifying the opportunities that are there in place. Next up, we have EPS, that is earnings per share. So this is basically our profit after tax divided by the total number of shares. So you will be able to understand. So this becomes helpful from a shareholder perspective. Say for example, if I hold 1,000 shares, then 1,000 shares into our earning per share will give my total earnings as a shareholder of that. Escrow is basically a legal document kept in the custody of a third party, taking effect or available only when some conditions are satisfied. So this is, you are setting aside some fund, but it will be put to use only when the conditions are satisfied. ESOP is employee stock option scheme. So ESOP, to give a concept understanding, is basically a way to retain employees, a way to encourage employees. So why so is that ESOP will have certain conditions saying if the employee has completed a year in the organization, then they will be given ESOPs. And what is the effect of ESOP is that the employees don't have to pay actually for the stock of the company. Because of their hard work, they will be rewarded, or in that case they will have to pay a much lesser amount at a price that is predetermined. So irrespective of the market value of the share at the later point of time, if you own an ESOP, then you will get it at a very marginal rate as compared to the actual rate of the stock. So this will help the employees be retained within an organization, because usually ESOPs have a vesting period of at least like 2 to 3 years, and it will also encourage them to work better, because if they work better, then they get a chance to be a shareholder of a company. Estimate is basically a forecast, and this could be in any term, saying quantitative terms, for example. So say, for example, my sales forecast for April to June quarter is so much. So in that case, that will become an estimate saying this is my estimated target for this month, or the estimated cost involved in any project, wherein you can make an assumption and get a particular figure, but the actualness of it will be finalized only once the transaction is actually done. So evidence in common man's language is basically proofs, wherein if you produce proofs, you will be able to prove your point and make a stand, especially when there is a proceeding that is going on. Ex gratia, so some action, normally payment of money, taken when there is no legal necessity to do so, but where some moral obligation is recognized. So there is actually no requirement to pay money, but you are paying money, so that will become ex gratia. Ex parte is done for at the request of one side in a case only, without prior notice to the other side. So what happens is, say for example, any order was passed ex parte, which means that so now say for example, there is a plaintiff and a defendant, and the defendant has not been responding to any summons by the court. So in that case, the court can pass an order ex parte, wherein they will consider the points of only the plaintiff because the defendant hadn't responded. Exchequer is basically the treasury of the government. Yeah. Next is ex dock, ship or warehouse. So this is the prices which exclude all expenses after goods have been delivered on the docks, the side of the ship, or at a designated warehouse. So this usually happens in case of our import or export. So that is the case of EXIM, wherein the price of the goods. So what happens is, even before the goods are actually put to the ship, a lot of expenses are involved. That is, say for example, transportation from the storehouse or the go down to the ship. So in that case, after deducting all of these expenses, what is the cost of goods delivered on the docks? That is something that is the ex-dock, ship or warehouse. Executor is a person named in the will of the deceased testator to administrator carry out its provisions or directions. So execute means perform. So execute is to perform. So executor in the legal terminology will be, say for example, in a will, the person who is creating the will has stated that so and so amount will go to so and so member of the family. So executor will be someone who will make sure that the will is being executed as per the conditions mentioned in that. Expected return is so return is basically like a reward. So this comes wherein a shareholder has invested in a particular company. So over a period of time, say down the line, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, what is the amount that they are expecting in the form of a percentage of their earning is something that expected return deals with. Next is extrinsic value. So amount by which the market price of an option exceeds the amount that could be realized if the option were exercised. So basically now currently if my option is exercised at this moment, right, and then as against that, what is the market price? So difference between these two will become the extrinsic value. Face value is someone that is not include the market value. So this is just a base value. So say for example, the face value of a share can be rupees 10, but at the same time, if after valuation you have found out that the market value is actually 250 rupees. So face value is something that is mentioned in the books of accounts. So it is also known as nominal value. Next is a factor. So factor is a mercantile agent who deals in his own name but enjoys the right to hold and dispose of goods on behalf of the principal at pre-negotiated terms. So how is this different from an agent? So agent is something wherein there is a principal agent relationship that comes into picture, but factor works independently. So in common language to understand, wherein we are freelancing, that is, we are not obligated to one person in terms of that person being our principal, but you can do the things independently. However, whatever transaction you are doing, whatever activity you're taking up, it will always be on predefined terms and conditions. Next up is FEMA. FEMA is basically the Foreign Exchange Management Act. So we had a act previously known as FERA, Foreign Exchange Regulation Act. But what happened is that the act did not consider the latest changes that were happening, the overall digitization that was going on. So that was replaced by FEMA, and FEMA is a guiding provision, especially when transactions in foreign currency are involved. FICCI is Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Fiduciary is the person who imposes the obligation of a trust. A fiduciary relationship imposes a legal as well as a moral relationship. So if a responsibility is being bestowed on a particular person on behalf of the trust, then fiduciary is someone who will be imposing the obligations that the trust has laid. Financial statements, as the name indicates, is a statement, a detailed statement which contains the details of all the financials. So this would contain our balance sheet, then our profit and loss statement, our cash flow statement. So financials consist of all of this, wherein it should be such a way that it gives out a true and fair view of the business of the company. An integral part of the loan application process is furnishing information that shows that your business is a good credit risk. So standard financial statement packet includes 4 main reports. So we have the income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, and statement of shareholders' equity if you have shareholders. So income statement is nothing but our profit and loss statement. So now lenders and investors. So yes, this becomes very important, but because say, for example, as an investor, if I am putting in capital to a particular company, then I need to make sure that the company that I'm investing in is well balanced, the future is well planned out, and they are in a good position financially as well. And similar for lenders, the concern that the company may or may not be able to pay back the amount that they have been lending is a serious concern, and that's why lenders make sure to check the financial statements before actually providing a loan to the company. Finding is basically like a result, that is the outcome or the result. So this is used in a court setup wherein the courts or jury's decision based on the facts that were involved is known as finding. Then we have FIPB, which is the Foreign Investment Promotion Board, which clears proposals involving foreign direct investment into India. So say, for example, if any foreign company is investing in an Indian company, so this will go through our FIPB, that is Foreign Investment Promotion Board. So to understand this better, so investment, if a person is investing in India, and if you are investing, who will promote it and what is the authority that promotes it? So this becomes our FIPB. Firm is basically whenever a partnership is established, instead of having to call it a partnership, you can call it firm. So this will be as against a company. So company is an established body of individuals that has a legal identity, and firm is like a collation of all the partners within an organization. Firm offer is a commitment to sell at a certain price subject to acceptance of offer within a specified time. So now, say for example, you have quoted a price or agreed to a price much lesser than its actual value. So in that case, you would give us a condition that this price will be valid only before a certain date. So that becomes a firm offer. Fiscal is basically raising and use of money by the government. So fiscal relates to money. Next up, fixed assets. So basically, these are long-term assets or current assets. That is, they are not purchased and sold quite frequently. This is a one-time decision. So examples of this could be land or machinery for that matter, wherein for the processes you have purchased some machinery or any assets of the company that stays for a long time. So this becomes fixed asset. The word fixed itself indicates that this is not going to change that often. So now, land, real estate, machinery, equipment, furniture, etc. Yeah. Next one is fixed interest rate. So the interest rate on a loan that is established in the beginning and does not change for the lifetime. So that is why this is known as fixed interest rate. That is, there will be no change in our interest rate of any loan. Floating interest rate is, this is opposite to the fixed interest rate, wherein the rate will also change. What will be the factor that will impact the change? It will be the market fluctuations that are there in place. So depending on that, a floating interest rate will be possible. Next, we have foreign exchange. Foreign exchange is basically like we were talking about earlier when we spoke about FEMA, Foreign Exchange Management Act. So in that case, foreign exchange is when the currency of another country is being dealt with. Foreign exchange rate is the price of one currency in terms of another. So say for example, currently if one USD, US dollars equals to 80 INR or Indian rupees. So this is the exchange rate, that is to procure one US dollars, what is the amount of Indian rupees that you will have to pay. So that becomes a foreign exchange rate. Forward contract is a contract where a party agrees to deliver at a specified future time a certain amount of specified securities at an agreed date. So our time, our number of securities, and our amount, this is something that is already determined. So this is a future forward contract wherein you have already decided that at so and so date you are going to deal with so and so securities at this particular price. So now forward delivery is very similar to a forward contract. So forward delivery is a term which implies that goods transacted will be delivered at a future date. So anytime the word forward comes into picture, you need to understand that this pertains to the future. The transaction is not happening real time. Forward trading, it means deferment of contracts traded at present time to some future date at current prices itself. So this way your prices will be fixed. So if as a seller you want to make sure that the price does not go down further and you want to lock it at this price, it would be beneficial. And as a buyer, if you see that the prices are increasing, then what you could do, currently at the low price, you can fix the price itself and purchase it at a later point of time. Next is freight. So freight is basically a consideration paid for the carriage of goods, and account of freight payable is known as freight note. So this is the cost or the amount that you pay. Pay for what? For carriage of goods. Coming to the next one, futures is the purchase of commodities or currencies or financial instruments for delivery at some future time. It protects the buyer against a possible rise in prices. So this is something that is very similar to forward contract. So this you will fix the price before it actually increases. GAAP is generally accepted accounting principles. So these are some guidelines issued in the term of accounting. That is, what is the manner in which accounts will have to be maintained, and if audit is happening, what will be the procedure of that. GDP is gross domestic product. So it is the total value of the goods and services produced by every given country for a particular period. So if you are saying my GDP in the year 23-24 increased by 2% as compared to 22-23, then that is for a particular period. In the previous class, we saw ADR, which was American Depository Receipt, and now we have Global Depository Receipt, where it is not only limited to the US financial system, but any financial system that is outside of the home country. Yes. So goodwill is an intangible asset. So in common terms, to understand, this is reputation. That is, say for example, if the company has been in the business for say over 20 years now, and now they have established its own name in the market. So any given time this company is being sold to another company or being acquired to another company, goodwill is also something that will be calculated, because people stick to the goodwill, people stick to the reputation that has been created by the company. So it is an intangible saleable asset. So like I was saying, if there is any transaction happening between two companies wherein one company is being acquired by another, then in that case, goodwill is something that will also be charged for. Grievance is basically, in common terms, it is a complaint. So this is a complaint lodged with a regulatory authority or a person who has been authorized to receive complaints. Gross profit is basically our just sales or income minus expenses. So this is a just gross profit, that is without including everything. You will just input the sales and expenses and get the gross profit. Next up, so net profit is something that will be after your taxes are deducted, after your interest is paid off. But gross profit primarily will just be sales minus expenses. Next is a guarantee, wherein, say for example, if Mr. A is borrowing amount from Mr. B, and Mr. B says that I need some amount of guarantee for me to be able to give you that loan. So in that case, A's friend Mr. C steps in and guarantees Mr. B that if A does not pay, then the C, that is the guarantor, will pay the amount. And on this confidence itself, B will lend the money to A. So guarantor, like we spoke earlier, here C is the guarantor. So he is the one who creates a trust and takes responsibility. So this is a huge responsibility because you are guaranteeing the payment by another person. And in case that other person does not pay, it immediately becomes your responsibility to pay the amount. Guardian. So what happens is, in case of minors, if they for some reason their parents are not there, so in that case a guardian comes into picture, that is the person who has the power and duty to take care of another person. So usually this is a concept which is prevalent in case of minors, that is a minor needs a guardian. Now the guardians can be parents as well, or any other person who is appointed as minors as guardians. Next up, we have a legal term again, that is habeas corpus. Habeas corpus is basically a court order used to bring a person physically before a court in order to test the legality of the person's detention. Usually, it is directed to the official of the person detained in another, commanding him to bring the person to determine if the person has been denied a liberty without due process of law. So sometimes what happens if a person has been arrested? Then his limits are confined, his liberty has been constrained. So to make sure that the arrest warrant that has been given is valid and they are not detained without purpose, or they are not denied liability without purpose, you perform habeas corpus. Then hedge is reducing risk by taking a position which offsets an existing or anticipated exposure in financial operations. So this is like a safety measure taken while any trading is going on. Yes. Hire purchase agreement. So now hire purchase is, so say for example, if you want to purchase an asset. So say there is a machinery that is really required by a company. So what they can do, they can pay in installments. So and towards the end of the payment of last installment, so if the person has paid all of the amount, all of the installments as required, so in that case, they will be able to purchase this asset and make this asset. So it begins off with hiring, wherein you are paying some amount of installment or rent, and towards the end of it, if you have paid all the installments as required, then you will be able to purchase and own the assets as well. Holding company is wherein one company controls activities of another company, and to understand it from a Companies Act point of view, is a company which holds more than 50% shareholding in another company. So the person who holds 50% shareholder will become holding company, and the person and the company in which the shares have been held will become the subsidiary company. Hypothecation is the act of pledging or mortgaging movable or immovable assets. So again, say for example, you are obtaining a car loan. So what happens? You can hypothecate your car, or say for example, you are obtaining a land, you are purchasing a land, so for that you are borrowing a loan. So in that case, you will be able to hypothecate your land, wherein if you are not able to pay back the loan, then the land will shift to the bank, wherein bank will gain control over that land, and to recover the amount of loan that is being paid, they can either use the proceeds of the rent that comes from this land, or they can sell off the land to recover the amount. IAS is International Accounting Standards. So this is something that is prevalent at a global level. To understand at the Indian level, we have IND-AS, which is the Indian Accounting Standards. IMF is the International Monetary Fund. So this is something that is established by the United Nations. So income statement is basically our P&L account. So P&L is a profit and loss statement, wherein you will show first all your incomes or your turnovers. You will reduce all your expenses, be it in the form of daily expenses or your taxes, and then you will have the profit or loss statement. That is, if your income exceeds your expenses, it will be profit, and it will be a loss in case your expenses exceed your income. Income tax is basically a direct tax that is levied by the government. This could be on your salary, on your earnings from house property, depending on the type of earning that you have. Indemnity is a contractual obligation to compensate other person in the event that a loss is suffered by them for a specified cause. So if you are indemnifying the loss of any person, that becomes indemnity. Indent is an order sent to the agent to buy goods. It may mention specific goods or source from which to procure. Alternatively, it may be left to an agent. So this one, it will be to the agent. Whom will it send? So principal sends it to the agent and advises them as to what are the products that are to be procured. Next up is indenture. Indenture is basically a deed that is signed between two or more parties as opposed to the one made by a single party. So this involves multiple parties, and whenever you are submitting or signing an agreement with respect to multiple parties, so indenture will come into place. Inflation is an increase in money supply without a corresponding increase in production. So this leads to an increase in prices. So what happens is, say for example, currently if the price of a particular article is 50, say you will be able to obtain 2 units of that particular article. Going forward in the future, for same rupees 50, you will be able to obtain only 1 unit. So what you could obtain 2 units for currently, in the future, you may be able to obtain only 1 unit for. Or to even understand this better, probably earlier, like say 20 or 10 years back, for 50 rupees, you could obtain only already 4 units, but now you are able to obtain only 2 units. So there is an increase in the value of the price or cost of that commodity. Then is when we have injunction. So injunction, whereas there is a restraint on a certain activity that is to be done by a person. So say for example, if there is a music show that is going on and that is disturbing the surroundings, so what happens is the persons who are being affected by it would file a complaint, and in that case would file a case in the court of law. And if the court, until they reach a decision, wants to make sure that the music show does not happen again, then they will issue an injunction wherein it will refrain the company from playing music. Insider trading is, to understand the concept of insider. So insider will be any person involved in an organization who will have access to unpublished price sensitive information. That is, in trading, these informations will become very important to decide whether or not you want to invest in the shares of that company or not. So insider is someone who has access to this unpublished price sensitive information, and depending on that, if they are being influenced by this price sensitive information that they have, if they are deciding to either sell because they see a further downfall in the price, or if they decide to buy because they see a rise in the price, then this will amount to insider trading, which is completely illegal. Next up is insolvency. Insolvency is basically a stage wherein the company will not be able to pay off all its liabilities. So a case wherein your liabilities are greater than your assets. So as per our balance sheet, our assets and liabilities are to be equal, so that you are assured that the company will be able to pay off its liabilities at any given point of time. But the moment it has reached the stage wherein their assets are not sufficient to pay off all their liabilities, it becomes an insolvency. Instrument is a formal or a legal document. Insurance is basically a coverage that will be provided to the person who is insured, and until then they will have to make payments of premium. So premium is something that the insured person will make to the insurer, and then insurer insurer will pay this amount back whenever there is the uncertain event that is happening. So say if you had obtained fire insurance for your goods, then until the fire actually happens, you will be paying all the premiums. So the insured will be paying. And once the fire has happened and there has been some loss of goods, then the insured will pay the amount. Intangible assets, like we were discussing, this is no physical asset. So mostly it is our goodwill, trademark, which cannot be seen and felt physically, but they exist and are equally important as physical assets. Intellectual property is a type of intangible asset. So intellectual property involves various types such as patent, trademark, wherein these are very valuable assets to the company, but that is something that cannot be felt or seen. Next up is interest. So, like I was saying, debenture holders are paid interest because it considers that as a loan. So, debenture holder is somebody who will be paid interest. Bank loans also you will be paying interest. So, interest is basically a percentage of your principal amount, wherein you have to pay the interest every single time on the regular basis. So, say if it is a monthly interest that needs to be paid, then you need to pay that interest every single month until the loan is actually paid off. Interest rate is the percentage at which these interest has to be paid. Internet banking, as we all know, it is banking by way of internet usage. So this could either be online or in the form of mobile applications that the particular bank will have. Inventory is basically the stock of goods, that is how much goods you own as a business at any given point of time. Invoice is Invoice is where the seller will give to the purchaser description of the goods. So invoice will contain all the relevant goods that are important to finalize the deal and also secure the payment from the purchaser. IRDA is the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. Judgment is the final decision or ruling of a court of law. Jumbo certificate is a document issued by consolidating or aggregating a large number of market lots into a single composite share certificate. So what happens is, in case of multiple market lots, instead of having to issue a certificate for every single lot, if you combine all this, collate it and issue one certificate, it will be known as jumbo certificate. So as the name indicates, this is something that is huge, something that is big, because it is a culmination of all the separate certificates. Jury is basically the deciding authority. So it will be the, say for example, in a court setup, it will be the bench who will be the jury. So it is a body of persons appointed to hear evidences and give their verdict in a criminal trial. Next is kind, the basis of payment made in the form of goods or services rather than money. So what happens when two businesses are dealing with each other? So instead of having to make payment by way of cash, the businesses can provide a payment in kind, wherein, say if the one company is providing any goods, the other company could probably provide their services to this company. Labor intensive is any work, any form of business wherein a lot of labor is involved as against a lot of intellect being involved. So labor intensive work is usually, say for example, construction work, wherein even though there are minds planning out the whole construction, the entire procedure of constructing a building is done by laborers manually, physically. So that becomes a labor intensive job. Next is the landing order. So landing order is basically an order to facilitate the delivery of a ship's cargo issued after the completion of formality. So what happens is, before even actually going inside the port to give out your documents or give out your parcels for that matter, there will be a lot of formalities that need to be completed. So in that case, just allow me a minute, please. Yeah. Thank you so much for waiting. Sorry for the inconvenience. So I'll quickly share my screen again and we'll pick up from where we left. Yes. Coming to the next one, we have a laundering. Laundering is basically, like say for example, when we talk about money laundering, so it will be transfer of money in illegal methods without methods that are actually right. So the process of passing funds through a number of transactions with the intention to conceal their origin. That is, you do not want to disclose from where these amount is being procured. So that becomes laundering. Lease is, say for example, instead of, if you want a property, so instead of having to pay rent, you take it on a lease, wherein a lease, so say for example, a rent is on a monthly basis, so lease will become something that is yearly, like a 5-year lease or a 8-year lease, wherein instead of having to, the amount is fixed for the entire lease period. So the right to use a property for a specified term in lieu of lease money or the rent paid periodically, the lessor has to execute a deed in the favor of the lessee containing the terms and conditions of the lease. Next up is the legal tender. So legal tender is a form of money that may be legally used to pay for the goods. So for example, the only legal tender in India is the notes that are issued by the Reserve Bank of India. So as we all know, in the year 2016, 500 and 1,000 rupee notes were demonetized, which means that those were no longer legal tenders as on that particular date and for that period. But now 500 notes are back and they serve as a legal tender. However, the old notes are something that cannot be used. The newly issued form of notes have to be used. Letter of credit is a letter addressed by a banker to a correspondent authorizing payment of a specified sum on its credit to the mentioned beneficiary under stated conditions, that is delivery of goods in a satisfactory condition. So now the banker will say that you will have to pay this amount of money if the person satisfies so and so conditions. So liabilities are basically an obligation on the part of the company wherein, say for example, you have obtained a loan from a bank, that becomes a liability because at a later point of time you will have to pay the amount to the bank. Next, we have libel. So libel is basically defamatory material recorded form as opposed from slander, which is oral. So when we talk about uh, slander is wherein you insult or defame a person orally, but libel is wherein you will defame in a manner that is in a recorded form or basically a documented form. That is, you will be able to prove this because there is a documentation in place. Then we have license. License is a document issued by a competent authority granting permission to carry on some activity which otherwise will be unlawful. So say for example, the usage of guns. So usage of guns is something that cannot be done by a common man, but say as if you are involved in any profession that requires usage of guns, which is mandatory, then in that case you will have to hold a license wherein the authority has given you the permission and granted you the right to use guns. Then we have lien. So lien is the right to retain some asset till a claim is settled or a contractual obligation has been filed. So a lien is usually on an asset. So general lien. So again, in lien, there are two types. So first one, we have general lien. Second one, we have a specific or a particular lien. So now to understand, general lien refers to a right to retain any property of the debtor. So there is no specification as such. And in case of specific or particular, you will retain a particular property. Moving on to the next one, limited liability. So this is a concept that comes into picture for companies because shareholders will be limited only to the extent of the capital that they have contributed. And this is an advantage of establishing a company because say for example, in partnership, you will be personally liable as well. That is, if the funds of the partnership or the assets of the partnership are not sufficient to pay off the liabilities, then the partners will have to bring in their personal money as well. But in case of shareholders, that is not the case because they have limited liability. Next up is liquidity. Liquidity is how quickly an asset can be converted to liquid money or cash. So say for example, securities or shares are something that is highly liquid because you will be able to sell it almost immediately. So the liquidity is high. Whereas say for example, if there is a fixed asset in place, then the liquidity is comparatively low because you will not be able to sell it at any given point of time and obtain the money immediately. So it depends on whether it is a current asset. So current assets are more liquid, and if they are fixed assets, it is less liquid. Litigant is basically a party to a case. Mandate is, this is something that is mandatory. So something like say, for example, authority given to take some action. So this is a court mandate. This is something that you are supposed to do. Manifest is a declaration by a master of the ship about to set sail. It gives details about the crew, cargo, passengers, and port of destination. So this will be like documenting the entire details of the ship. Say market lot. So market lot is basically the number of shares that will have to be purchased. So sometimes what happens, it would be impractical to allow the shareholder to purchase a single share every time. So instead of that, if you specify a market lot saying if any purchase has to be made, it has to be made in lots of 50 each. So in that case, if you place an order for one lot, you will get 50 shares. MCA is the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and this is something that every company secretary will be quite familiar with because all of the details with respect to the company will have to be reported to the registrar of companies, and this will be in turn reflected on the MCA website. Then we have mediation. So mediation is something very similar to arbitration, wherein we understood that arbitration, without involvement of a court, you appoint a third independent party who will decide what is a right depending on the facts of the case. And mediation is something that is very similar, but here this has been done voluntary so that the two parties are able to reach a mutually accepted statement. Memorandum of Association is basically a statutory document. So this is a statutory document of a company wherein it will contain all the necessary details. So memorandum of association contains clause like the name, what is the name of the company, what is the purpose for which it has been established, what is the capital with which it is being, and so on. So this is the document which contains a provision of the company's constitution saying what is the purpose with which the MOA has been created. It states the name of the company, objectives, amount of capital, etc. Merchant banker. Merchant banker is a financial institution that specializes in securities market activities such as underwriting and trading. So these are experts in the particular field, and say for example, in any given acquisition, so there is a compulsion or a mandate to appoint a merchant banker. So he will be someone who will be dealing with underwriting and trading. And yeah, like I was mentioning, it also typically refers to acquisition of equity stakes in companies either for strategic or temporary investment purposes. Coming to the next one, that is merger. Merger is amalgamation of two or more enterprises which were previously separate, usually to achieve greater viability and control. The new entity may retain the old name in full or part, reasons thereof for the goodwill. So in amalgamation, what had happened? Amalgamation, it was a completely new entity. But merger, it is not required specifically that it is a new entity, but it could be new or old, like the old name can also be retained. Then we have minimum subscription. So now minimum subscription is the minimum number of shares for which application should have been received in a public issue before allotment can be made by it. So say for example, you have issued 1 lakh shares and you have received application for 50,000 shares. However, your minimum subscription amount was 90,000. So unless you reach 90,000, unless you get application for 90,000 shares, you will not be able to allot. So in that case, the entire amount here needs to be refunded. So in this case, 90,000 is my minimum subscription value. Then monopoly. So like we were discussing earlier, wherein competition is there are a lot of competitors. Monopoly is something that is difficult to achieve. So this will be somewhere wherein this business is the sole competitor. That is, they don't have any competitors because they have an edge over everybody else in the market. So this is like an exclusive right or a privilege. Next up is moratorium. Moratorium is a freeze on the payment of debts by government in terms of national crisis or an emergency. Mortgage is a legal charge on property which holds it as a security for a loan. This is a short form for National Bank for Agricultural and Rural Development. This is the NASDAQ, that is National Association of Security Dealers Automated Quotation. So from an examination point of view, these short forms become very important because they will give out this acronym and they will ask you to expand it. Next up is negotiable instruments. And negotiable instruments is specifically like our bills of exchange, our checks or promissory notes, wherein there is a promise to pay a certain amount and there should also be an acceptance in place. So net profit is gross profit minus say all the expenses and also tax. And once that is done, you will get a net profit. And the net profit is something that will help you in giving out your dividends because this is the amount from which you'll be able to pay your dividends. Net worth is basically a finance term and definition. So business is a total value. So that is your assets minus liability. So your assets minus liability will determine the net worth. No delivery period. So this is the time during which the register of shareholders of a company remains closed. So transactions continue but the trades are settled later. This is done to avoid confusion about the beneficiaries of dividend. So what happens is if the company is declaring a dividend, so they would say that all my shareholders as on April 21st, 2024. So this becomes my record date. So I am saying that as on 21st of April, whoever is my shareholder is somebody who will be entitled to receive dividends. So if any person is becoming a shareholder on April 23, then they will be shareholders, but they will not get a dividend because they have acquired the shares after the record date. So then this becomes the no delivery period. Next up is non-cumulative, so implies the arrears of dividend that will not accrue. So what happens is if the company has promised to pay dividend every single year, and if it is cumulative dividend, what will happen is whatever dividend is not paid or not declared yet, it cumulates or accumulates at the end and you will get the entire money at once. But in case of non-cumulative, if for this year the dividend has not been claimed, then it will replenish. We have non-current liability. So this is basically our obligations which are in long term, which are not something that are very liquid. So this could be loans for purchase of your land, which will go on for about 10 years or so. So that will become non-current liability. Non-operating asset is something that is not critical for a company to provide its product or service, but which are nevertheless essential to establish. For example, many intangible assets such as brand, trademarks, and patents, because this is not something that will help out in the production of the product that the company is offering, but without them, the business won't be able to function as well. Notarize is formally completed document by an acknowledgement of the note. So this is something that the notary public will have to do. So here is where we have notary public. So this will be the person who notarizes the documents. NSE is the National Stock Exchange. So this is the Indian Stock Exchange wherein the Nifty 50 stocks are listed. And then we have NYSE, which is the New Year Stock Exchange. Oath wherein you are swearing or affirming to the truth. So before when you are giving an oath and signing the document, which means that the content is true and you are declaring something. Operating assets. So we had the concept of non-operating assets, which were not required in our day-to-day business functions, and then there'll be operating assets. So quite evidently, after understanding operating assets, this would be something that is essential for running the business. So operating assets is something that is essential for running the business. So say, for example, if there is a delivery company, then the tempos or the trucks or the vans in which the delivery is being procured and fetched and delivered, that will become essential for running the business, and hence that will be a operating asset. Now, option is wherein you have option to procure any particular security. Either you can procure or even sell it. So it will be at a fixed price at a fixed date and time. So say, for example, I have an option to purchase now at a later point of time at say amount 20. But at that time, if my actual amount in the market value is 17, then I would not exercise this option, because if I am exercising the option for 20 rupees, I will be paying 3 rupees extra than the market value. However, if at that given point of time the market value is 25, then I will exercise this option because I am getting an advantage of 5 rupees here. Then is order is a written direction of a court or judge to do or refrain from doing certain acts. Out of pocket expenses is, say for example, this is some expenses that the professional or a team member will procure from their end and get it reimbursed from the company at a later point of time. So this is in addition to what they're actually supposed to undertake. If there are any other expenses, those will be termed as out of pocket expenses. Then we have an overdraft. So overdraft is an amount which may be drawn from a current account in excess of the balance that is available. So say for example, if my balance is rupees 30,000, but there is a need for me to actually withdraw 32,000. So in that case, if yeah, excuse that there is some internet connection, that's why I had to log off. I will just share my screen again. Yeah. So we were discussing about overdraft. So say, for example, the balance in the bank account is rupees 30,000, but there is a need for you to withdraw 32,000. So if an overdraft option is available, so in that case, you will overdraw and 2,000 will be the balance that you will have to pay at a later amount of time. There will also be a limit assigned to every overdraw, saying in a particular financial year, this is how much money you can draw. Then is overheads. Overheads are basically expenses that are involved, especially the indirect expenses that are not attributable. So say for example, if there is production expenses, in that there is material cost, there is labor cost, but any costs that are not attributable to a specific heading like this will go under our overheads or indirect expenses. Then we have a patent. So patent is wherein if there is an invention in place and if you want to have sole rights over that invention, that is the invention will be attributed towards you. And if any person wants to use your invention, they will have to obtain a license from you. So that is a patent, and this is a form of intellectual property, which is also intangible asset. Next up, coming to payee. Payee is a person in terms of a negotiable instruments. That is the person who will be receiving the amount, to whom the amount is paid. Yes. So next up, next up is the pay-in slip. That is a form filled up to deposit cash or check in a bank. The account holder retains the counterfeit, but bulk users, they may be bound in a pay-in book. So this serves as a record. So say, for example, if I am depositing rupees 5,000 today in my bank account, I will fill in this pay slip and I will keep this as a record in case the amount is not reflecting in my bank account. So I can produce this as a proof to the bank saying I have deposited this much amount on this particular date. Perjury is making false statements under an oath. So like we understood earlier, oath is where you are swearing to the truth or affirming to the truth. So perjury will be someone where once you have taken an oath, you are breaking that oath or you're making false statements. Requisite is like a benefit. So this is something that the employee gets in addition to their expenses. So say, for example, if they are getting reimbursement of the travel to and from office, or if they are getting some benefits in terms of medical insurance for themselves or their dependents, all of this will form part of perquisites. And to understand it in a common man's language, it is benefits. Then personal guarantee is, say, for example, let's understand the concept here. If you are seeking financing for a very new business and don't have a high value asset to offer, you may be asked by the lender to sign a statement of personal guarantee, wherein you as an individual will act as a guarantor for the business's debt. So like we said, guarantee is wherein a third party will promise the payment of the loan in case the actual party does not pay. So here there are two different parties. So there will be the entrepreneur and there will be the business, and this business is procuring loan from a said bank. So now if business is not able to pay, then you are providing a personal guarantee that if my business, I am not able to pay from the funds of my business, then in that case, me from my personal assets, I will pay off this particular loan. So that becomes a personal guarantee. Petition is, excuse me, it is a formal written request to a court which starts with a special proceeding. In juvenile court, the legal document which specifies the complaint against the juvenile or the family. So basically, petition is details of the case, or whenever you are making a request or appeal, you will note down all of that in a petition. Petitioner is somebody who proceeds with the petition, who produces the petition. So primarily, it will be the plaintiff. Petty cash is basically small amounts of cash that are used for your daily expenses. Say, for example, to procure stationery or for lunch expenses of any given employee. This will form a part of petty cash. Then there will be pig, that is operators who get killed by the speculator. So this is a term that is used in the stock market. Then placing is a prior arrangement to place or sell shares to select investors such as financial institutions. So this is something that is predetermined. Plaintiff, like we saw earlier, the person who starts the case. Plea is an accused person's answer to a criminal charge. For example, not guilty, guilty, or no contest. So what happens is once the petitioner or the plaintiff has, or the complainant in this matter has placed their viewpoints, so then the judge will request the accused person to provide their plea, whether they agree with what is being accused of, that is whether they are guilty, or whether if they want to defend themselves and not agree, or they are not guilty, and if there is no contest, that is they do not have anything to provide or give their opinion on. Plea bargain is the agreement a defendant makes with the prosecutor to avoid a trial. Usually involves pleading guilty to lesser charges in exchange for a lighter sentence. So what happens is, instead of actually admitting to the entire thing that is being accused, you admit the guilt in a way wherein you have to pay lesser charges. Pleadings are court documents filled with the court by parties in a civil or criminal case. Next up is policy. So policy is a document that is created. So say for example, if there is an insurance policy in place, so this will be a document that the insured will have to bound to be followed by. So basically it will contain all the clauses, all the relevant conditions for that particular insurance to be effective. Then we have a portfolio. So what happens is if an investor, they might not invest in securities of say only one specific company, they might have invested in multiple companies. So in that case, they will create a portfolio wherein it will give an overall view of all the securities that are being held. Post date is to affix a future date while executing a document or issuing a bill of exchange. So this, as the name indicates, post date is nothing but the future date. Then there is a price band. So say for example, if a company is going for an initial public offering, so they would mention the price band saying the amount for subscription would be somewhere between 200 to 220 rupees. So they have not given a fixed price. Instead of that, they have given a price band. Next up is price rigging. That is the collective effort of the bulls or bears to manipulate the price of a security without regard for any fundamentals of the company. So wherein, say if there is a collaborated effort wherein all the persons who are holding the shares are selling it at once or at buying it at once, then this would amount in price rigging because the pattern would change. Principle. So there are two things here. One is in terms of the loan, that is the amount of loan that is being borrowed. And other one is the terms of the principal agent relationship, wherein principal is the person on behalf of whom the agent works. Then we have proprietor. Proprietor is basically like we commonly understand a sole proprietor, wherein one person carries on the business or he is the one who is the owner of the business. Then there is prosecute. So prosecute is basically to carry on a case or judicial proceeding to proceed against a person criminally. Prosecutor is the state's attorney. So whenever there is a criminal case against a defendant, so it's always the state versus the defendant. So somebody who represents the state will be known as the prosecutor. Next up is a prospectus. So prospectus is a document whenever you are inviting a public to subscribe to your shares. So prospectus will contain all the details that is about the company, about the issue, about how much is the amount, the manner and procedure of subscribing. This will be something that the prospectus will contain. So now proxy is say for example, this happens usually in case of general meetings or shareholder meetings, wherein if the shareholder is not able to attend the meeting, then they can appoint a proxy who will represent them in the meeting. So proxy is basically a representative and most commonly in Companies Act used in general or shareholder meetings. Quorum is the requisite number of people that are required to be present to proceed with a meeting. So say for example, in case of Companies Act, quorum is either 1/3 or the strength of the directors or two, whichever is higher. So if let's say for example, the quorum is 3 as per law, and if only 2 members are attending the meeting, then the quorum is not satisfied and you cannot actually start the meeting. Quotation. So quotation is like a document that contains the amount at which you will be transacting that particular business. Quote-driven trading is refers to a trading in which the broker quotes for buying and selling a security simultaneously. So both are happening at once. Recession is wherein the market condition is not good, wherein there is no proper production, you are not able to fetch good price for the products or service that you are offering. So this is recession. So now reconciliation. So reconciliation is basically comparing two transactions which have the same amount. So when we are saying bank reconciliation statement or a BRS, so in that case, what you will do, you will compare the transactions that you have entered in your passbook and the transactions that have actually happened in your bank account. So you will reconcile between two entries, and if there are any differences, you will understand the gap and find out what needs to be corrected. Then we have the record date. So like we were discussing, so there was a non-delivery period. So that is the period after the record date. So record date is the date as on which you will determine your list of shareholders. Remittance is basically transfer of money. That is the amount that is sent by one person to another, usually by way of post. And Repo rate, so we have repo rate and reverse repo rate. So repo rate or repurchase rate is the rate at which a bank borrows money from RBI. So we have RBI and they give out money to banks. So this will be at repo rate. And reverse repo rate is here, right here. Now is, say for example, repo rate will be used when banks are in shortage of money and they require RBI to help them out with it. And when banks have surplus and they are depositing their money with RBI, so that will be reverse repo rate. That is what is the amount the RBI will provide the banks with for having deposited the amount. Then we have reserve, that is an amount set aside of profit. So say for example, if you have a general reserve, then that reserve can be used anytime there is a business emergency. Reserve price is the minimum price set in advance that is acceptable to the auctioneer so as to ensure that the object of sale will not be too sold. So say for example, if you are bidding for a car, so if you are bidding the car and setting the reserve price at 1.5 lakhs, then you will make sure that the starting price is 1.5 lakhs itself, and if there are no bids or if the bids are much lesser than this, then you will not be selling that car. Retail trade is the sale of goods to the final consumer. So as against wholesale trade, wherein it will be business to business, wherein one business supplies the goods in bulk to another business or even a customer for that matter. Retained earnings is a profits that are earned and retained in the business. So now every time there are profits, there is two things that any given business can do. So one is they can pay it to the shareholders in the form of dividend, and whatever is not paid in the form of dividend or distributed, you can retain them and this will be captured as retained earnings. Retrospective is taking effect as though it had occurred at an earlier date. So say for example, in our law, if any changes is coming, so that changes can be as on a particular date. Saying effective today, this change will be effective. So that becomes a prospective date. But say effective from 1st of January. So today is 21st of April. So if I'm saying effective as on 1st of January, if this change has to be effective place, that will be retrospective and the other one is prospective. Reverse repo rate is when banks give money to RBI. Revolving credit is basically the facility to borrow money up to a certain specified amount and to replace one borrowing that has been paid off with the another so long as the overall credit is not exceeded. So now what happens is there is a certain credit amount that you can borrow in place. So now you will borrow, replace one borrowing and pay off the other borrowing's money so that your overall limit is not exceeded. Then we have rigged market. So like we were saying, rigging is where the bulls or bears work in collaboration. Either all of them decide to sell the shares or all of them decide to buy the shares. And this market in which this rigging is done is known as a rigged market. Royalty payment made to the owner of a property for the permission to use it. So say for example, in case of our patent, wherein I was mentioning if you want to use the invention that has been patented, then you need to obtain a license. And for obtaining the license, you will have to pay a royalty or a sum of amount. Next one is rummaging, wherein this is a thorough search of a ship by custom officers to deduct contraband or undeclared dutiable cargo. So what happens is your charges will be based on the amount of shipment or the number of goods that are being shipped. So with a intent to reduce the cost, you might hide some goods. So rummaging is wherein there is a thorough search that is being performed. Then this is a short form for South Asian Free Trade Area. So this is a concept that emerged as a part of the South Asian group, that is the SAARC. Salvage is recovering items from a site of destruction. Sampling is wherein there's a large amount of data available. So instead of having to go through all of it at once, so you can sample out, pull out data and then analyze it. Scam is a fraudulent activity wherein a small amount of money is obtained from a large number of persons so that the activity is not deducted. So what happens is if you are requesting for rupees 10 from one person, then that is not a big deal. But if you're requesting the same rupees from 100 people, 1,000 people, then you have scammed people of rupees 10,000. So what happens is this is done in smaller quantity so that it is not very noticeable. SEBI is the Security and Exchange Board of India. And then we have secured loan, wherein for obtaining a loan, you have provided a security. That is, if you have not been able to pay the loan, then this security will be sold or it will be utilized to pay off your loan. So this security can also be known as collateral. Segmental reporting, as the name indicates, you will report on various segments that the company has. So set off is basically wherein a claim of one party when adjusted against an amount payable to another, so that the only balance remains payable or the whole debt is paid off. So this is wherein there are two transactions involved, and when you are setting off one amount against another, then the overall limit is reduced. Then we have settlement, that is a script-wise netting of trades by the broker at the end of the trading cycle. So as we all know, there is a trading cycle, timings within which the trades can be placed. So at the end of this particular trading period, the broker will go through with settlement. Share, like we all know, is basically a amount that you own in the company. So say, for example, if I as a shareholder have 100 shares of rupees 10 each, then share is my share in the total capital of the company. Share certificate is something that will evidence me of holding the shares. And shareholder is the person who is the owner of the shares of the company. SIB is the Security and Investment Board of UK. Splitting is a subdivision of a large denomination of two shares into smaller denominations. So say if there are 1,000 shares of rupees 100 each. Now, if I want to split this denomination and make it 10 each, so in that case, my number of shares are going to increase. That is 10,000 shares of rupees 10 each. So in both the case, the amount involved is rupees 1 lakh itself, but your per share value, your nominal value has been reduced. Spot is the cash payment wherein it is done immediately. So as on where it is. So if the transaction is happening as on now, then the spot amount will be the amount that is there correct. Then stag is a person who is an applicant for a new issue of shares who hopes to sell the shares on allotment at a profit once the trading commences in the secondary market. So as a part of initial trading or new issue of shares, you obtain the shares, and the moment in the secondary market the amount is increased, you will sell off these shares. Next up is the stamp duty. So stamp duty is basically say, for example, if you are issuing a share certificate, then in that case, a stamp duty will have to be paid as a percentage of the consideration amount. So this is like here, there is an example for transfer of shares. We could also say on allotment. So upon payment of this particular stamp duty, your document will be legally certified. That is, it will give legal effect to your document. Next up, there is a standing order. So an instruction which remains in force until withdrawn. So it is useful in order to routine and regular payments such as to an insurance company. So say, for example, if as a business, I have instructed to make payment of rupees 5,000 to my insurance company on a monthly basis, then the bank by itself, based on the rights given or the standing order given by the customer or the company, will make payment of 5,000 rupees to the insurance company on a monthly basis, unless it is specifically requested not to make the payment. Then we have the statutory books, that is basically the books that are required to be mandatorily maintained as per law. So this could be agenda of the meetings or minutes of the meetings or your proofs of any emails that you have sent. So this becomes our statutory books. So this is depending on the law that is mandated. Stock exchange is basically the platform on which the securities are listed. So in India, currently prominently, we have NSE and BSE. So this is a stock exchange. So National Stock Exchange and the Bombay Stock Exchange. Then we have stop transfer, wherein it is an instruction given by an account holder to his banker not to encash any payment for check from his account in case of loss or theft of the same. Sub judice is a matter pending decision by a court is called sub judice. Parties come to such a matter should not do anything until they affect the outcome of the case. Then next up is subrogation, wherein the legal principle that entails and insured only the actual loss sustained in cases of pure indemnity. So this will help the insurer or the insurance company in paying only the exact amount that is actually lost. Next up is summons. So summons is basically when the courts request the present or the court demands the present of a particular party in the proceeding. So that is when a summon in the favor of that person will be issued. Suo motu is by itself without, this thing. The court may take action on its own. So by itself without any further intervention, when facts requiring legal intervention reach its notice, the court is then said to be acting suo motu, that is based on its own power. Then we have swap. So swap is a financial transaction which exploits arbitrage opportunities between markets and in which two counterparties agree to exchange streams of payment over time according to a predetermined rule. So various transactions are done just to get the best out of trading, and swap is one of them. Takeover is one when one company takes over the business of another company, wherein they take complete charge of the other company. Then, like we had intangible assets, which cannot be physically seen or felt. These are the assets that can be seen or felt. So, say, for example, our computers, our cars, land, this is something that is physically present. Then tariff is a rate of duty applicable under excise or customs. So, the charges that we have to pay, what is the tariff on it? Tax holiday is where a period of time established under statute during which the business is not required to pay the tax on its earnings. Tax lien is wherein the business, if it fails to pay taxes owed to the government, namely the IRS, you may find your assets seized by the claim of a tax lien. So as we were saying, lien creates a right in favor of any particular asset. So tax lien is due to non-payment of tax, a lien will be established and created. Then we have a tender document wherein there is an offer to provide goods or services and at a mentioned prices and understated condition in response to a notice published in a newspaper. So what happens is, say for example, if there is any construction of a bridge that has to be taken up, then the government will issue a tender wherein they will say the details that this is the expected timeline, this is the amount that we are expecting to pay, and this is the what has to be done as a part of the project. So this is when tender will come into picture. Term loan is basically debt financing tools used to raise funds needed for your small businesses. So it will give you a lump sum of money in exchange for the promise to repay intervals at a set specified period of time. Next up is testimonial. So testimonial is like a valid word of mouth review that is being given. So say for example, if you have used a company's product and the company is requesting you to provide a testimonial so that they can give your reference to other companies, there in the testimonial, you will mention about the company's product and your experience with that product as well. Then title is the legal recognition of ownership of property, usually proven by a document. So like we had seen, there were title documents in place, which will legal title documents, which will give out for the ownership of the documents or the ownership of the property. Tort is basically a civil injury or wrong to someone else. So say, for example, as a part of an argument that was going on, person A hit person B. So they have said to have committed a tort where they are causing civil injury to another person. TQM is an abbreviation of Total Quality Management. Next up is trade discounts. So trade discount is given by one business to another, which is making a purchase for resale to ultimate customers, thereby enabling buyers to earn profits. Yeah, so this one is trade discounts wherein there are frequent activities that are happening. So in that case, trade discounts is something that is being given. So trademark is like a identifier. So this is again an intellectual property, just like our patent. So say for example, this could be a logo that is being patented or a trademark, a tagline of the business, which serves as an identification factor for that particular business. This is the short form for the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. Then we have transmission, which is the process of transferring the ownership of securities after the death. So there are two things here. One is transfer, wherein willingly the shareholder is transferring his shares, and then there is transmission that is based on a pre-set name, that is upon death who the shares will be transmitted to. The shares will be transmitted to the person who has been decided. Then we have treasury bills. Treasury bills are basically a short-term bearer discount security issued by government as a means of financing their cash requirements. So this is basically securities that are issued. However, this will be by the government, and there will also be a advantage in terms of the discounts that are being offered. So then trespass is basically if there is a land in place and you are entering that without the permission, and this will be trespassing. So there might be cases where you have seen outside vacant lands, there will be a sign which says trespassers will be prosecuted, or trespassing is not allowed. So it indicates that you cannot enter that particular property. And then we have trustee, a person who holds property in trust for the another or for the use or benefit of the another. Then there is turnover. So turnover is basically the sales that the company has undertaken, basically your revenue. So underwriter, so say for example, we had understood the concept of minimum subscription. So in case of minimum subscription, wherein there is a risk of under subscription, so therein an underwriter can say that they will always subscribe to 10% of the shares or whatever balance is required. So if, say for example, my minimum subscription requirement is 90% and my actual subscription has come up to 87%. And if this underwriter has promised 10%, they can provide for the remaining 3% and make sure that the minimum subscription amount is reached, and only then the company can proceed with the allotment. Unsecured loans, so like we were seeing the concept of secured loans, unsecured loans are something that is without any collateral. That is, say for example, we can have our credit cards wherein directly you have not provided for any this thing, but it is a loan itself, because without actually having the money, you are using your credit card to pay for your transactions. Then we have usuri, which is an unlawful practice of lending money at a very high rate of interest. So what happens is, owing to the difficult conditions of the borrower, if you are taking advantage of the fact that they are in dire need of money and you are charging a extra amount of interest that is not even reasonable, that will amount to usuri, and this is something which is unlawful. Wakalatnama is a document by which an advocate is authorized to represent a party in court. So basically like a power of attorney. Vanilla issue is a straight fixed rate issue which has the terms and conditions usually accepted as being conventional to a particular securities market. So this is something that won't be distinct because these will also follow the preset rules. VAT is the value added tax, that is the tax that is being levied at specific rates on the selling price of the goods. So in every stage of production. So what happens is, at every stage of production, if there are multiple taxes that are being charged, then cascading effect will be there. That is, the increase in tax price will be there. So instead of that, there will be VAT in place. Venture capital is, what happens is, whenever a business is starting off or there is a startup, then venture capitalists will invest in a company or invest in their shares with an expectation of a return of the amount of their choice. Visa is an endorsement made to the passport of the traveler by the envoy of the country to which he intends to travel. So in addition to having your passport for international travel, visa is a document that is depending on the country you are to which you are going, you will have to obtain a visa. So passport will give you access to any country, but visa is what will allow you to a specific country. Then we have a voucher. So voucher is basically a document or some evidence of some transaction, usually payment of money. So this serves as a documentary proof. And lastly, wages is remuneration that is paid to manual workers. So wages are usually either on an hourly basis or a daily basis, as against salary that are paid, which is on a monthly basis. Then we have a last few terminologies to understand here. So we have a warrant. So warrant is basically an instrument giving the holder the right to buy from the issuer a fixed income security or equity stock under conditions. So this is very similar to our shares. Warranty, whereas say for example, if the customer has purchased a product and if there is a 5-year warranty, then in case of any defect in the product, the company will help out in fixing that product. Watchdog is a general term applied to a person who safeguards the interest of a particular group. So say for example, when the company issues debentures, so there is a provision for appointment of a debenture trustee. That is the person who will make sure that the interest of debenture holders are always upheld. And in case there is anything that is not working out well, then debenture trustee will approach the company. Next up is winding up. So this will be winding up of affairs of the company wherein you are no longer undertaking business as a part of your company. Window dressing is altering your financial statements to an extent wherein it looks appealing either to the shareholders or to the acquirers. So this is a malpractice and that is something that should be completely avoided. Wolf is a speculator who makes a kill in the market, and working capital is the capital that is required for day-to-day operation of the business. That is, say for example, for your daily procurements, for your daily delivery, you will require working capital, and this is something that needs to be liquid because there will be immediate requirement of money. Then we have writ, that is a document issued by the court directing the respondent to do or not to do some specified act. Then we have writ petition. Again, it is a direction that the court issues, which is to be obeyed by the person. A petition seeking issuance of a writ is a writ petition, wherein if as a party you wish to request the court to issue a particular direction, then you write that in the form of a writ petition. And then wherein we have a write-off. So say for example, we understood the concept of bad debts, wherein there is a person who has to pay us a certain amount of money, but looking at his business situation, you have figured out that they will not be able to pay it and you have classified it as a bad debt. And you have finally come to a conclusion, they have confirmed that they won't be able to make that payment, then you will write off this debt. Lastly, we have a zero coupon bond. That is, there is absolutely no interest that needs to be that will be paid while the investor holds it. So what happens is, how is this beneficial? In the beginning itself, it is sold at a substantial discount. So the purchasers have a value add to the purchase that they are doing. So now from its eventual maturity value, paying the interest its full face value when it comes due, with the difference between what he paid initially and what he finally collected representing the interest he would have received. So say for example, my face value for this is rupees 10, but I am allowing you to pay rupees 8 as a part of this. So what this will indicate is today I am paying 8, but when it is being realized, I am receiving 10 rupees from the company. So this 2 rupees difference that I have received additionally is something that can be treated as the interest that I would have received as a way of holding security. So instead of terming it as interest, you term it as a zero to coupon bond, wherein at the initial stage itself, you offer it at a discount, you pay, let the holder pay it at a discount, and while you are realizing it, you will realize it at the actual value itself. So whatever interest amount had to be paid will be paid in the form of this extra money you pay at the time of realizing or upon the security maturing. So these are certain common business terminologies. We also have a few sample questions. Let's quickly look at that before we wind up the chapter. So now here are a few sample questions that are there. Let's solve one or two among these and then we can have a look at the others. So now here you are provided with the definition for the word and you need to write down the word. For corporations, first offer to sell stock to the public. So the word first itself indicates is the initial public offering. So first is initial and you are saying public. So then we have initial public offering. So this way, what you will have to do, you will have to go through the sentence, pick out keywords from each sentence. So most of the cases, what happens is the answers are hidden within each of the sentence. So even when we're understanding the other common business terminologies, say when we were saying a forward contract or a future contract, it very well indicated that the contract is going to take place at a later point of time. So similarly, all you have to do is just read through this and identify the words or the keywords which will have the answer to all our questions. So this with this we come to an end of chapter 8, that is common business terminologies. So this becomes very important because these are very common, used in a day-to-day manner, something that's used very frequently. And also with this we have come to the end of the syllabus of business communication. So all the videos will be available on our channel itself, wherein for all 8 chapters you have videos available. And if you have any doubts, you can always reach out to us or even put up your doubts in the comment section and we will reply back to you. Thank you so much for staying with us throughout the syllabus of business communication. Thank you so much.
Finally, if you have come till here, great. If you have finished the entire business communication, hats off to you. You will do very well. So Hiral ma'am has done excellent job in business communication. Hope you understood that. And if you still want extra notes, if you want mock exam, if you want practice MCQ questions, go to the description. Go to the description and just click on the first link. You will get all of this completely for free. And also, once you finish CSEET, we have a special package for CS executive students who are going to take the exam. So don't miss that. You're going to have a lot of giveaways, lot of free things, and a free introductory course for CS executive. I will see you in the free introductory course. I'm sure you'll pass CSEET. Let us know your result. We are also going to give some special gift for people who tell us your result. Just message 973 973 3400 as soon as you pass CSEET. All the best for your exam.